Hello and welcome back, guys. We're now starting a new story, The Summer That Stayed, by CherryQuill. You can find author's profile link in the description. Let's begin chapter 1. After graduation, everything was supposed to make sense. But Katsuki Bakugo was left with nothing but a diploma in one hand and a crushing sense of now what in the other. He had done everything right. Top of his class. Packed resume. Everything groomed for a successful future. He was supposed to feel ready. Accomplished. Maybe even proud. Instead, it felt like standing at the edge of a cliff with no wind in his lungs. Everything was stacked in his favor. The job offers were already rolling in. Fat paychecks. Swanky offices. Shiny, soulless futures tied in a bow. Girls and guys alike tried to get with him. Parties, hookups, meaningless flirtation that never lasted longer than a weekend. Not that he was looking. He didn't have time to waste. He was built for winning. And yet something felt off. He didn't know what, exactly. Just that the last 9 years of his life felt like they'd happened on autopilot. Like he'd been running uphill toward a future he didn't even want. He barely remembered what it felt like to wake up excited. Or to laugh at something without immediately hating it 5 seconds later, like his life had been rerouted somewhere along the way and no one told him. Everything felt boring. Predictable. The same gym routines. The same networking mixers. The same grind until you're supposed to smile and call it fulfillment. What a joke. July was about to end, and August was crawling in through the cracks. The air in Katsuki's dorm room was thick, too hot, too still, like summer didn't know when to quit. "You fold like a grandma," Kirishima said, elbowing him as Katsuki shoved shirts into his duffel like they owed him money. "Shut the F up. You pack like a drunk walrus." Flattering, Kirishima grinned. "You'll miss me when I'm not around to narrate your life." "Doubt it." Kirishima Ijiro loud. "Annoyin'. Red hair. Gym freak. Majored in something. Business CRP, maybe." Katsuki never remembered. Didn't care. They'd been roommates since freshman year. Total opposites. Should've killed each other. Somehow didn't. Katsuki yelled. Kirishima shrugged it off. Katsuki brooded. Kirishima brought snacks. Katsuki told him to F off. Kirishima just grinned and said, "Love you too, bro." He was annoying as hell, and was also from Shirahama. And for some cursed reason, that made things click. "So," Kirishima said, zipping up his suitcase like it was a sport, "you ready for summer to finally not SEK?" "I didn't say I was coming." "You did. Last night. After your third beer and your F Society speech." "F you, I blacked out." "You nodded. That's not consent." "You didn't say no," Kirishima sing-songed. He didn't want to go back to that town. Not because of some dramatic past SHT. Just no. He didn't do beach houses. Or s'mores. Or sitting in hammocks playing acoustic guitar while pretending life isn't a goddamn time bomb. He had bigger things to worry about. Career. Reputation. Getting ahead. Winning. To succeed. To be the best. At everything. But every time Kirishima opened his big mouth about Shirahama Golden Sands, the ocean, lakeside chaos, stars over the pier, something itched beneath Katsuki's skin. Because he knew that town. He'd lived there once. Before things got messy. Before he bailed. Before someone became a memory he never wanted to dig up again. "So what do you say?" Kirishima asked, tossing a pair of blinding neon swim trunks into his bag. "No way in hell. Come on man, just for a month." Kirishima tried again. Beach house. Chaos. Booze. No responsibilities. Hot people. You can finally relax. Maybe hook up with someone whose name you'll actually remember. That's exactly why I don't want to go. Which is exactly why you need to. Kirishima leaned over the desk like he was delivering a TED talk no one asked for. You've had your head jammed so far up academia's butt, you're practically writing dissertations from inside the colon. God, you're disgusting. Thank you. I try. Katsuki shot him a look. And what? You think a month of ocean and warm beer is gonna fix everything? Nope, Kirishima said, grinning. But it'll PSS you off less than staying here, DMN him. Katsuki's life wasn't broken. It just wasn't satisfying. It was too smooth. Too clean. Too expected. He just needs something new. Look man, Kirishima said, tone softening just slightly, this is our last shot. Last month of summer before we're stuck in suits or some soul-sking job forever. Don't you want to blow off steam the right way? Not in some dimbutt club. But under the sun. At the edge of the world. With people who don't expect SHT from you. You trying to stuck me. Always, Kirishima winked. Also. My hometown crew is wild. You'll love M. Yeah, no SHT, Katsuki muttered. More annoying extras. Shirahama wasn't just a town. It was a goddamn landmine. A memory he'd locked in a box, duct-taped shut, and buried 6 feet under. And yet, Kirishima was relentless. Stupidly optimistic. Loud. Pushy. But persuasive as hell. And Katsuki was tired. And the gym wasn't fixing anything anymore. The parties felt too loud, the hookups too quiet. His life was just a series of checkboxes leading nowhere. He could feel it, something inside him rusting. And maybe, 31 days of heat, chaos, and no expectations might remind him what it felt like to breathe. Maybe. Because America felt like a cage with designer wallpaper. Because there was a part of him small, buried, set off that was ready to feel something again. And what were the odds? It had been 9 years. People moved on. He had moved on. Maybe that someone wasn't even there anymore. Maybe he'd left. Maybe he forgot. Good. The second Katsuki stepped off the goddamn plane, he knew he'd made a mistake. The sun hit like a slap. Too bright. Too hot. The terminal reeked of sweat, sunscreen, and nostalgia. He adjusted his bag on his shoulder with a grunt, scanning the arrivals area like it might give him an excuse to bail. But nope. No meteor strike. No spontaneous combustion. Just Ijiro Kirishima, humming to himself like some dumbass summer vacation mascot, dragging 2 suitcases and wearing the biggest grin Katsuki had seen since finals ended. This is it, man. Kirishima beamed. Smell that. That's home. I smell humidity and bad decisions, idiot, Katsuki muttered. The drive to the beach house they rented was long, winding, and filled with way too many stories that started with, oh dude, when I was a kid here, and ended with Katsuki barely not jumping out of the moving car. They just decided to rent a beach house, since the one his family used to live in was long gone. 9 years was a long time. It had probably been sold, maybe even torn down. Whatever. He didn't give a F. Then, there it was. The ocean. Right there. The road curved down a hill, and just like that, the horizon cracked open like a memory too bright, too familiar, too goddamn vivid for something he hadn't seen in nearly a decade. Endless blue stretched ahead. Waves rolled in lazy, predictable rhythms. The sky arched wide and blinding, painted in colors you didn't get in cities, sharp cyan bleeding into white heat. Palm trees lined the coast like they'd been frozen in time. Bougainvillea spilled over crumbling fences. Old fishermen stood by the dock, smoking like nothing had changed. Because it hadn't. Shirahama looked exactly the same. Like time didn't move here. Like the world had kept turning, but this town hit pause and never took its finger off the button. Same narrow streets with peeling signs. Same sleepy cafes with chalk menus and faded umbrellas. Same rows of weathered bikes leaning against white stucco walls. Kids still ran barefoot down the boardwalk, tourists still fed fries to gulls, and the radio from a nearby fruit stand still blasted old pop songs like it was 2012 and nobody had told them otherwise. Katsuki stared out the window, jaw tight. How the hell was it all still here? It set him off a little how still it was. The warm breeze slipped through the open window, brushing against his face, curling into his shirt collar. And for a second, just a second, he felt like he was 12 again. Barefoot. Sunburnt. Sand stuck to his ankles. Hair damp from salt water. Laughing at something stupid. Angry about something even dumber. It's like summer that hadn't ended. Just froze. The air still smelled like sun and salt and nostalgia he refused to name. Like the town itself had been waiting for him to come back, stupid and angry and older. Like nothing had changed. I'm not here to relive SHT, he told himself. This wasn't about memories. Or regret. Or unfinished anything. And when this summer is over, he'd leave again clean. Chapter 2, The boy who left Izuku Midoriya still lived in Shirahama. He worked a part-time job at the seaside co-op cafe, running the counter, sketching flyers for local artists, and making lattes with crooked foam hearts. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't shiny. But more importantly, it was loved. The town knew him. The cafe regulars. The bookstore aunties. The kids who waved when he passed on his bike. The grumpy fisherman at the pier who slipped him fresh taiyaki when no one was looking. He belonged here not in the loud way, but in the quiet, rooted way. Like sea glass worn smooth by time. He loved the late afternoons when the sun hit the bookstore window just right. He loved the sound of wind chimes on the boardwalk and the hiss of beach bikes skidding over sand. He loved the little garden behind the cafe, where someone always forgot to water the basil, and someone else always remembered. Shirahama, a sleepy beach town known for its white sands, quiet coves, and the occasional festival. It was slow, but full. The kind of place where summer didn't rush you. It just let you be. And sure, Izuku wasn't the wildest one in the group. He wasn't Denki with a dozen party tricks, or Mina with her glitter eyeliner and portable speaker. But he knew how to have fun. He loved bonfires and lazy lake swims. Loved sitting on rooftops with his friends, legs dangling, trading dumb stories under starlight. Loved the chaos of helping Shoto organize a barbecue. Loved shouting lyrics off-key during karaoke night at the boardwalk bar. Loved being surrounded by people who made him laugh until his stomach hurt. His fun was the kind that lingered, the kind that warmed you when you remembered it 3 days later, walking home barefoot with sand in your shoes and salt in your hair. He wasn't flashy. He wasn't unforgettable. But he was part of this town's rhythm. After this summer, everyone else will leave. But he'd stay. He'd told people it was for his mom. And it was mostly. After his dad walked out, he never wanted her to feel left behind again. But if he was being honest with himself, maybe he stayed for other reasons too. Something quieter. Something unresolved. Because even now, 9 years later, he still thought about him. The boy with ash blonde hair and a voice like thunder. The boy who left without a word. Izuku shook the thought off like a drop of sweat and turned back to the front counter. Ochako was already there, grinning like she'd caught him mid-daydream. "You're spacing out again," she said, leaning on the desk. "Thinking about tragic summer romances." "No." He squeaked, a little too fast. "I was thinking about shelving systems." "Sure," she said. "And I'm thinking about tax policy. Anyway, there's a beach house party tonight. You're coming." "I have work, I already checked your shift." "You're off at 6. "I have," he floundered, "plans." She gave him the look. But it's the last month of summer, and everyone's going. Denki, Shiro, Mina, Shoto's already bringing drinks. It'll be fun. Okay, fine. Attaboy, Ochako grinned, bumping her hip against his. That evening, Izuku stood in front of his mirror longer than he wanted to admit. He didn't dress up often. But summer parties meant sun-warmed photos and loud music and people who always looked cooler than him. Eventually, he settled on a light white button-up, short-sleeved, linen, breathable, and khaki shorts. Nothing too flashy. Just neat and comfortable. He even ran a hand through his hair a few times before giving up on taming it entirely. Outside, the sun had already started to dip low golden hour bleeding into the coastline like honey. His phone buzzed. Shoto, I'm here. The ride to the beach house didn't take long, maybe 15 minutes. Windows down, the ocean breeze whipping through the car, Ochako in the back seat already singing along to the radio like they were headed to a music video shoot. Shoto, ever the composed driver, just nodded along, sunglasses perched on his nose like a model caught off duty. Izuku sat in the passenger seat, fingers curled loosely around a can of lemonade, watching the town blur by. Storefronts. Lanterns strung already up for the festival. The closer they got to the edge of town, the louder the music grew. Basslines and distant cheering carried on the wind. When they turned the final corner, the house came into view. A two-story beach house with strings of lights tangled around the balcony railings. People out front. Laughter everywhere. Izuku felt his heartbeat pick up, nerves and excitement tangled in his chest like kite string. It was already alive, and packed. The scent of grilled food and salt air filled the night. Someone had dragged out the speaker, and Don't You Forget About Me, by Simple Minds was blasting. People danced barefoot in the sand, drinks in hand, sweat and laughter clinging to them like the heat. The ocean glittered behind them, a dark mirror reflecting the chaos. Izuku stood near the edge of the party, half tucked behind the deck railing, fingers curled around a cold drink he'd barely touched. And yet he smiled. It was easy to smile here. Ochako had already vanished into the crowd to find the others. Denki was in the middle of starting a dance circle, and Shiro was wearing sunglasses at night like it was a fashion statement. Zuku. Mina's voice cut through the noise like a firecracker. There you are. Come. I'd like you to meet someone. He blinked just as her hands grabbed his. Mina. No time. He's cute. You'll like him. He's a golden retriever in a gym bro's body. I what? She tugged him through the crowd, practically bouncing. And there at the side of the fire pit stood a broad-shouldered guy with bright red hair, a drink in one hand and a megawatt grin on his face. He looked up. Oh. You must be Midoriya. I'm Kirishima Aijiro. Izuku shook his hand, flustered but smiling. Nice to meet you. You're friends with Mina. Since childhood, he said proudly. These guys were my whole neighborhood growing up. Mina, Shiro, and Denki all beamed behind him, nodding with aggressive enthusiasm. Denki promptly knocked into the cooler with his foot, tipping over 3 beers. Wow, Ochako said, reappearing beside Izuku. So you're the famous Aijiro. Mina talks about you like you're a mythical beast. Only in the good way, Mina added, then paused. Mostly. Well, I hope you are aware that Denki has violated 3 fire safety codes since this party began. I'm deeply aware, Kirishima grinned. And also not responsible. Shoto also arrived with a bottle of something vaguely citrusy in one hand and a 6-pack in the other, raising an eyebrow at the scene. Kirishima, right. I'm Shoto. Yeah. Great to meet you, man, Kirishima grinned, offering a solid handshake. Izuku stood back and watched the exchange, a quiet warmth spreading through his chest. Everyone was clicking so effortlessly, like they'd been part of the same circle for years. The night buzzed with energy light, messy, and alive. I actually live in America, just back here for a quick vacation. Kirishima said offhandedly. America. Izuku's mind paused for a moment. If he remembered right based on what his mom had told him, that's where the Bakugos had moved. But I dragged my roommate along for the summer, Kirishima continued. He really needed the break. Your roommate? Izuku blinked, snapping back to the conversation. Anyone we know? Probably not, Kirishima shrugged. But he's here somewhere, being a total buzzkill. Lemme go grab him. Just hang out. I swear, you'll love him. Izuku didn't think much of it. He turned to say something to Ochako, just a joke, something about Denki possibly setting himself on fire again when it happened. A breeze shifted. Voices blurred into a lull, just for a second. And when Kirishima stepped out of the house, he wasn't alone. He was dragging someone with him, someone who ran a hand through messy ash-blonde hair, scowling like the ocean owed him money. Someone who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else but here. Izuku's world narrowed. His breath hitched. 9 years. It had been 9 years. But his eyes found him in an instant. Older. Taller. Broader. Unfairly more handsome. Built like tension. That same mouth. That same impossible presence. Like someone had carved him from fire and dared the world to touch. And now Katsuki scanned the party, jaw clenched, already looking like he wanted to deck someone for smiling too loud. Then his eyes swept the crowd and landed on Izuku. The music thundered on, as if the universe had queued it up like some cruel punchline. Don't you forget about me, don't, Izuku's grip tightened on his cup. It was like a scene from a movie. The bad kind. Because he had imagined this moment too many times. What he'd say. How he'd feel. He thought he'd be ready. But nothing could have prepared him for the way it actually felt. Like time cracked open. Because that was Katsuki Bakugo. Here. Now. Real. And he was looking right back. Izuku's fingers gripped the red plastic cup like a lifeline, but the edges dug into his skin. The sound of the party faded in and out, too loud, too far, too close. His lungs forgot how to work properly. His heart hammered against his ribs like it was trying to escape. He felt it hit him all at once, the heat of 9 summers, the ache of being left behind, the humiliation of being forgotten like a chapter that didn't matter. And he couldn't do it. He had to leave. He took one step back. Hey, Ochako appeared beside him, catching his arm gently. Her brows furrowed. Zuku. What's wrong? He couldn't answer. Because Katsuki was getting closer. Kirishima waved him over, oblivious to the weight crashing over Izuku like a wave. The group started shifting, crowding in slightly, introductions and jokes, someone handing Katsuki a drink he didn't want, Denki yelling something about shotgunning beers. And then they were face to face. 9 years. 9 years. Izuku stared up at him, throat dry, eyes wide, and Katsuki's face was unreadable. Blank. Bored, even. That trademark scowl rested lazily on his mouth like he hadn't just drop-kicked a ghost into Izuku's chest. Not a single flicker of recognition. No surprise. No nostalgia. Nothing. Just that same sharp jaw and storm-cloud gaze, unmoved by time, unmoved by Izuku. Izuku almost said his name. Almost whispered it, soft and kinda shaking. But then Mina, cheerful, sweet Mina, said, "Wait, do you guys know each other?" Katsuki didn't even blink. "Not really," he said casually, eyes somewhere over Izuku's shoulder. "Just neighbors." Back then. Izuku's brain white-noised. Just neighbors. He almost laughed. Almost choked. Because that wasn't how he remembered it. They weren't just neighbors. They were kids who spent summers tangled in salt air and scraped knees. Days of sunburns and catching bugs. Water fights. Building sand forts like they were castles. Sulking when it rained because they couldn't play. They used to argue over who got the red popsicle. Katsuki would throw his controller when Izuku beat him at video games. Izuku would cry when Katsuki scraped his knee, not even when he scraped his own. He used to know the sound of Katsuki's laughter. He used to see it every day. But of course, they were just neighbors. That's what you say when 9 years of silence stretches too far to repair. They were just kids. Of course Katsuki didn't remember it the way he did. Of course he'd moved on. Of course they were just neighbors. Izuku swallowed around the lump in his throat, forcing out a small, brittle smile. Why yeah. I know him, he mumbled. How are you, Kacchan? Katsuki looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Still with that childhood name, Deku. Izuku blinked, a little defensive. And you still call me Deku? 'Cause you are. No, I'm not. Didn't sound like a denial. Izuku frowned. Wow. You're still impossible. You're still soft. And you're still but I guess. Takes one to know one. Ochako, standing just behind Izuku with a cup in her hand, choked mid-sip. Wait Kacchan, she sputtered, coughing as she wiped her mouth. That Kacchan. Several heads turned. Mina blinked. Shoto's brows lifted just a fraction. Denki audibly whispered, boop. Izuku froze. SHT Ochako grabbed his arm and hissed, you called him Kacchan. That Kacchan you kept talking about. With the popsicles and the summers and the fighting over whose house had better juice boxes. Izuku winced. His face was on fire. Oka not now. Ochako's eyes darted between the two of them. Oh my god. You said he moved. You never said he was this guy. Izuku shot her a look, panicked, mortified, burning, and she wisely shut up. Katsuki, of course, had barely reacted. Still as stone, sipping from the edge of his drink like none of this meant a DMN thing. Like the name Kacchan wasn't a key to a version of himself he'd buried. But the tension. It lingered, visible enough that even the most oblivious of their friends picked up on it. The weird pause. The weight of unspoken things. And then, like divine intervention in the form of social chaos, Denki clapped his hands and practically shouted, all right, time for drinks. Let's go. First rounds on whoever loses rock paper scissors. Hell yeah. Mina cheered, grabbing Ciro's arm. Shotgun. Ciro called, already jogging toward the porch. Hey wait Denki. You still owe me from last time. Ochako shouted as she followed them. The group scattered. Loud, laughing, moving like a storm had just passed. Kirishima dragged Katsuki with him, muttering something about, just one shot, come on, man, while Katsuki growled under his breath. Only Izuku stayed behind, rooted in place, still holding his half-finished drink. And he smiled again. A cracked, tired thing. Because this summer was supposed to be loud and messy and full of warmth, and for a while, it had been. He laughed with these people. He loved them. They were his extended family. And still he'd never felt lonelier than he did in that moment, staring at the boy who once knew everything about him, and realizing they were now two strangers dressed in summer versions of their old selves. Like none of it had mattered. And Izuku understood with a slow, hollow kind of pain that no matter how fiercely you held on to a memory, no matter how often you replayed the laughter, or the way the sun had turned his hair to gold that one July, it didn't mean the other person held on too. Even if the summer still felt the same. Even if everything else had stayed, just like it was 9 years ago. Chapter 3, The Sea, the Steam, and him. Izuku hadn't slept. His body had curled beneath the sheets, sure, but his mind. His mind was still pacing circles around the party last night, still replaying a voice he hadn't heard in 9 years like it was fresh ink on an old wound. Kacchan. Izuku dragged himself through the morning fog like a ghost. The sun had barely risen over Shirahama, golden streaks cutting across the cafe window like they were mocking how alive the day was. He was already behind. The espresso machine needed cleaning. The pastry display was half empty. By the time the early beach crowd began trickling into the seaside co-op cafe, Izuku had plastered on his best functioning adult face. He manned the counter. Scribbled orders. Nodded along to someone's rant about green tea oxidization. Smiled at a regular with a dog named Kajira. The usual. Easy. Until it wasn't. The bell over the door jingled. He didn't look up, too focused on writing oat milk in slightly crooked handwriting on a cup and trying not to fall asleep standing up. Then came the voice. Matcha. Large. Less sweet. Izuku blinked slowly, still scribbling. Sure thing, the pen froze mid-word. His head snapped up. Katsuki was standing there. Again. Like the universe had just decided to hit repeat on Izuku's emotional whiplash. Same scowl. Same posture, like he hated existing in places with other people. But this time there was something just slightly off. A flicker of something in his face. Like he hadn't expected to see Izuku either. Izuku's fingers twitched around the cup. Kacchan. Katsuki's face didn't twitch. Didn't soften. It went back to blank fast. Back to cold. Controlled. Like muscle memory. You got a staring problem. Izuku blinked, caught off guard by the barked response. Well, he shrugged. Didn't think you'd be a matcha guy. Thought you were more I dunno. Black coffee. Straight. No nonsense. Something bitter. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. Well, you don't know me. There it was again. That line. A knife in casual clothes. Right, Izuku muttered. Guess I don't. But Katsuki wasn't done. L-theanine calms your nervous system. Antioxidants. Boosts metabolism. Lowers cholesterol. And matcha doesn't give you that crash like coffee does. He said it like a grocery label with anger issues. Izuku just stared. Katsuki caught the look and bristled. What? I can like things that aren't made of spite and caffeine. No, Izuku said quickly. That's actually kind of impressive. TCH, Katsuki rolled his eyes. It's just tea, nerd. Don't make it weird. Of course Katsuki had memorized the health benefits of matcha like he was preparing to fight someone over it. Like it had to be justified every preference, every soft thing. He crossed his arms, leaned against the counter like he owned the place, and looked around the cafe at the shelves cluttered with local zines, the handwritten menu board, the painted sea glass lined up like tiny trophies on the windowsill. He sniffed. This place is loud. Izuku frowned. It's cozy. It's chaotic. It's personality. Katsuki stared at the octopus chalk drawing on the drink special board. That thing has 3 eyes. He's a local legend, Izuku said flatly. His name's Machi. That's dumb. You're dumb. Katsuki's lip curled, almost a smirk. Still throwing grade school insults, huh? Still talking like you're too cool for a full sentence. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. They locked eyes. It was stupid. And it was pointless. But for a moment, it was them. A version of them that still existed in muscle memory, sharp-tongued and mismatched and familiar. Izuku looked down quickly, trying to gather what was left of his brain. He turned back to the bar, poured the drink, foamed the milk. Hands steady even if his pulse wasn't. Here, he said, sliding the cup over. Large matcha. Less sweet. No 3-eyed octopus latte art. Katsuki took it without a word. His fingers brushed the cardboard sleeve. He took a sip. Then paused, and didn't comment. Which, from him, meant it wasn't bad. That makes Izuku grin a little bit. Didn't peg you for a barista, he grunted. Izuku shrugged. Didn't peg you for someone who says, peg. Katsuki's scowl deepened. You always talk this much. Izuku crossed his arms. You always walk into places just to insult everything inside them. You make it easy. Shut up. Katsuki turned for the door without another word. Just a grumble. Whatever, nerd. The bell jingled behind him as he left. Izuku didn't move for a second. He just stood there, the sharp weight of those 3 minutes hanging on his shoulders like a damp towel. Then slowly, softly he exhaled. It wasn't pleasant. It wasn't friendly. But it was their first real conversation in 9 years. It left him tired. Confused. A little dizzy. And somehow relieved. It wasn't anything close to anything. But it was a crack in the concrete. Izuku stumbled into the apartment like something dragged in by the tide. His apron was still unstained with the morning rush, a streak of chocolate from a clumsy scone plate, a dry dot of matcha where he'd accidentally elbowed the counter. His hair was wind-tousled. His eyes, shadowed. He dropped his bag by the door with the dead weight of someone whose soul had left their body 5 hours ago. Kicked his shoes off half-heartedly. Didn't even aim for the shoe rack. I'm home, he muttered, voice flat and muffled by exhaustion. From the kitchen, his mother peeked her head out, wiping her hands on a dish towel, the smell of simmering soup trailing behind her. Zuku, sweetheart, are you alright? You look like someone rewound you and hit play again too fast. There was a long pause. A beat where he stood motionless in the doorway, face unreadable, the weight of the day pooling at his feet like sand. Then he flopped face first into the couch. Pillows muffled his voice, but it still came out heavy. Hollow. Kacchan's back. That's what happened. Inko froze. Her hand hovered mid-slice above a tomato. She turned toward him slowly, as if double-checking she'd heard it right. Katsuki-kun. Izuku turned his head just enough to meet her eyes with a tired, deadpan stare. Yes. Back in the flesh. Walked into the cafe this morning, ordered matcha like he didn't drop a psychological nuke on me last night. Inko gasped softly, hand flying to her chest. Oh, wow. That's wonderful. You should invite him over. Izuku sat up so fast it nearly gave him whiplash. Mom, absolutely not. She blinked, surprised by the immediate shutdown. But you two were so close when you were little. He was at our house more than his own, remember? You were always playing outside, building forts, getting into trouble. He ran a hand down his face, groaning into his palm. That was when we were kids. Pokemon backpack, juice box, knees always bleeding kids. Things aren't like that anymore. There was a long pause. Then the soft sound of a tomato finally being sliced. Inko's voice, when it came again, was quieter. Gentler. Sometimes life pulls people apart, honey. That doesn't always mean they wanted it to happen. Or that it didn't hurt them too. Izuku didn't answer right away. Didn't quite understand it because of how tired he was. He just sat there, hunched forward, arms draped over his knees like his whole frame was folding in on itself. He stood, bones aching like he'd aged 10 years in a day. I'm just gonna take a nap, Mom, he said as he shuffled toward the hall. Love you. I love you too, sweetheart, she called after him. The hallway light caught in his curls for a moment before he disappeared behind the door. And for a while, the apartment fell quiet again, filled only by the soft simmer of soup and the lingering echo of a name that hadn't been spoken here in years. Chapter 4, Over the net, under the skin. The blanket was perfect. His limbs had sunk into the mattress like wet sand. For the first time all week, his brain had stopped spinning. And then bzzzt. Bzzzt. A violent buzz rattled across his nightstand like a chainsaw through a dream. Izuku groaned, eyes scrunching shut as he blindly reached out, hand flailing for the source of the interruption. He knocked over a coaster. Then finally managed to grab the buzzing phone and squinted at the screen with betrayal in his bones. Telephone receiver Uraraka calling, of course, he whispered. He answered. Hello. Zuku, came Uraraka's bright, too-awake voice. You better be up. I'm not, he said flatly. I'm horizontal and one blink away from eternal sleep. Too bad. Be ready by 4 p.m., Shoto will pick you up. He blinked. Why? Because it's summer. That's not an answer. It is my answer, she said smugly. Now come on. We're meeting at the cove. Everyone's going. Bring towels. Bring snacks. Bring sunscreen. Izuku flopped back down and groaned. Do I have to? Yes. You promised. You said you'd live this summer to the fullest. I was probably sleep-deprived and high on cinnamon rolls when I said that. Well, tough. You said it. So you're going. Somewhere in the haze of cafe shifts and long nights and memories better left alone, he had said that. He'd promised himself that he'd be present for them, for himself. He sighed into the phone, eyes closed. Okay. Fine. Because maybe this was their last real summer, the kind that felt infinite in the moment but would vanish in a blink. One more month of salt and sunburn and ridiculous traditions before everyone scattered like dandelions in the wind. So he'd show up. He'd laugh. He'd cannonball into the sea. He'd let the sunlight bleach out some of the ache still curled around his ribs like seaweed. Even if Katsuki Bakugo was back. Even if the ghost of their history walked into the cafe and ordered matcha like no time had passed. He was going to live this month like it was the last one that would ever feel like this. Because maybe, it was. Izuku hadn't meant to actually nap. He just blinked a little too long. And the next thing he knew, the room was dim, his phone buzzing on the pillow beside him. For 25 p.m. Uraraka, get up sleepyhead. Show's outside. I told you. 4 p.m., Izuku groaned into the bedsheets. Oh God, he mumbled. He dragged himself out of bed, threw on the first shirt that didn't smell like espresso, and padded down the stairs with all the grace of a soggy sock. He didn't think about what he was wearing. Just a tee and swim trunks. His curls were a mess. His eyes looked like they'd just lost a fight. They'd be swimming anyway. Who cared? So he threw on his sandals, grabbed his towel, and slumped by the door like a half-melted popsicle. Outside, the unmistakable hum of an engine waited, not loud or flashy. Just reliable. Like everything about Shoto. The car door unlocked with a soft beep, and as Izuku slid into the passenger seat, a cold can of lemon soda was already waiting in the cup holder for him. Shoto glanced over, expression calm as ever. You're late, you good. I was unconscious, thanks. Izuku grumbled, cracking open the soda. You're lucky I'm even upright. Shoto didn't say anything. Just turned the wheel with one hand and pulled away from the curb. The windows were down, and the wind brushed gently through Izuku's curls as they cruised along the coastal road, the same one they'd driven 100 times before. The sea glittered in the distance like spilled glass, the smell of salt and sunscreen already thick in the summer air. It was quiet for a while. Not awkward. Never awkward. Just that soft silence Shoto always carried with him, like he never felt the need to fill the space with noise. Izuku let his eyes drift shut for a second, the breeze brushing against his face. You didn't have to pick me up, you know. I know, Shoto said. You always do. Shoto glanced at him briefly, then back to the road. You looked tired yesterday. I figured you'd need it. He never pried. Never asked about things Izuku wasn't ready to talk about. He just showed up after all these years like a lighthouse that never moved, no matter how rough the waves got. And gods, Izuku was grateful. Shoto had been there the day after Katsuki left. The day after everything cracked and fell quiet. He didn't say much then either. Just sat beside him on a bench outside the school and shared his soba. That was it. That was the start of it. Then came Ochako. Then Mina, and then the rest of her messy, appealing crew. Izuku leaned his head against the window, watching the trees blur past. Thanks, Sho. For what? For just being there. Always. Shoto didn't look at him. Just adjusted his grip on the wheel and said, very simply, you're welcome. The silence settled in again, steady, peaceful, and ahead of them, the road curved toward the beach. So how was it? Seeing him. Izuku's smile faded. He looked down at his lap. Picked at a loose thread on his swim trunks. Strange, he admitted. It's like he's him, but not. Like everything I remembered got stretched out. Faded. I don't know what I expected. Of course Shoto knew who Katsuki Bakugo was before he even came back. And because well. Izuku had talked about Kacchan. A lot. So now, as the breeze rushed through the car and the sea curved like a promise beside them, Shoto added, you talked about him. Back then. All the time. Izuku closed his eyes. Yeah. I guess I did. Didn't even know his name at first. Just that he liked spicy snacks and always won at everything. Izuku snorted under his breath. He didn't always win. You said he did. Okay, fine, maybe I said that. But I beat him at chess once. Shoto turned to look at him, one brow raised. You don't know how to play chess. Izuku made a face. It was a weird summer, okay. Shoto just shook his head, a barely there smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He didn't said anything more, his hand reached over and turned up the volume on the radio, soft indie guitars filling the silence like sun on water. Ahead of them, the road narrowed into the coastal trail. Their friends were waiting. The beach was waiting. Summer was calling. And for now, Izuku let himself drift. The sun was already setting when Shoto pulled up to the beach parking lot, tires crunching against gravel. Laughter floated through the air, the unmistakable sound of chaos and heat and too many people trying to lift one cooler. Izuku barely stepped out of the car when he heard the pop of a soda can and a loud "Hey" from across the clearing. Zero grinned like the devil himself from where he lounged in a beach chair. Look who finally showed up. The couple arrives. Izuku choked. We are not, all heads turned. Ochako blinked over her sunglasses, half-eaten popsicle in hand. Mina froze mid-volleyball setup. Kirishima's head whipped around with a knowing grin, and Denki straight up howled. Katsuki looked for a split second. Just one. Sharp and fast like a reflex. Then he scoffed and looked away again, jaw set, like the gravel was suddenly the most interesting thing he'd seen all day. Izuku didn't miss it. Neither did Shoto, who calmly handed him a towel and deadpanned, should have held your hand to sell it. Izuku glared half-heartedly. Not helping. And unfortunately, he didn't miss anything else either. Like the fact that Katsuki was in a black tank top, the kind that clung to his shoulders and left nothing to the imagination. His arms were on full display, biceps flexing every time he shifted his weight. Fair skin, faint scars, veins trailing down his forearms like they had somewhere to be. He looked like a walking bad decision. Or a problem Izuku absolutely did not have the energy to deal with. Their corner of the beach had been claimed entirely, umbrellas half-erted, 2 grills already fired up, drinks chilling in ice buckets, and a volleyball net going up between 2 tall trees. Kirishima jogged over to them, shirtless and already sweaty, his red hair sticking to his forehead. Yo. Took you long enough, he beamed, clapping Izuku on the back and somehow nearly knocking the soul out of him. "You ready to play?" Izuku blinked. "Play." Kirishima gestured behind him. "Volleyball. We need even teams." "Oh," Izuku hesitated, glancing toward the net. Mina and Denki were arguing over which side was luckier, and Zero was already stretching like he was in a tournament. And across the way, towel slung over his shoulder, eyes hidden beneath furrowed brows, Katsuki stood with his arms crossed, glaring at everything. "Kacchan's playing," Izuku muttered. Kirishima chuckled. "I dragged him into it. Said he'd regret it if he didn't try to have fun for once this summer." "And what did he say?" "Shut up, shitty hair." Izuku sighed. "Sounds about right." "He'll come around," Kirishima said with too much optimism, before jogging off to start the first serve. The game began harmlessly enough. Izuku and Katsuki ended up on opposite teams, of course. Mina had insisted it be fair. And fair apparently meant separating the childhood trauma. Katsuki stood across the net, muscles tense, eyes sharp. He didn't look at Izuku once. Not directly. Izuku didn't look at him either. At least, not until the third round when the score was neck and neck, tensions high, sweat dripping, and Katsuki spiked the ball. Hard. It missed Izuku's head by maybe 2 inches. The wind from it moved his curls. Kirishima groaned. "Dude, seriously." Katsuki, of course, just cracked his neck, muttered, "Should have dodged faster." Denki whispering loudly to Mina, $10 says one of them throws the ball at the other's face by the end of this. "No bet," Mina whispered back. "Too obvious." And Izuku. He dug his heels into the sand. "All right," he said tightly, voice clipped. "Let's play." And then the game really began. And it wasn't a fair game. Not by any stretch. Not when Katsuki, somewhere around the 5th round after a particularly aggressive save, yanked his tank top over his head and tossed it to the side like it had personally offended him. "Too DMN hot," he muttered, like it was nothing. Like he hadn't just unleashed a full distraction-level hazard onto the court. Izuku, to his horror, looked. Just for a second. Which was all it took. Sweat-slicked skin. Defined abs. The kind of physique that made it incredibly hard to focus on anything other than how annoyingly hot Katsuki Bakugo had grown up to be. His brain glitched. His serve went wide. He shouldn't have been surprised. He lived in a beach town, for God's sake. Shirtless people were practically background noise. He'd grown up seeing bodies in motion, tan lines, surf muscles, sunburns, and sand sticking to every crevice. He had a body. He wore shorts, ditched shirts, swam in open water all the time. This wasn't new. He'd seen Shoto shirtless more times than he could count. Denki, too. Even Zero had flashed his abs at every pool party like it was a national holiday. So this should have been nothing. And yet it wasn't. Because it wasn't just anyone peeling off their tank top mid-game like a human distraction grenade. It was Kacchan. Ochako's voice cut across the court like a whistle. Midoriya. Eyes on the game, not the abs. I wasn't. Izuku nearly tripped over himself. Katsuki smirked barely. Just a twitch of his mouth as he crouched into position. Maybe if you paid attention instead of ogling, you'd stop missing. I wasn't ogling. You were practically drooling, nerd. You're unbelievable. Katsuki barked out a low, sharp laugh. Still easy to rile up, huh? Izuku's cheeks burned. He launched the ball over the net without warning, hard, and it actually caught Katsuki off guard, skimming his shoulder and hitting the sand behind him. Boohoo, Denki hissed dramatically. He spiked that with feelings. That's it, Katsuki growled, already stepping back up to the line. You wanna play hard, let's go. And just like that, the beach volleyball match turned into a war. Kirishima sighed, arms crossed, the picture of a tired camp counselor. This is why we can't have nice things. After one particularly brutal serve that nearly took off Denki's head, Izuku barked, "Would you chill? You're being so aggressive." Katsuki didn't even blink. "It's called winning, dumbass." Izuku scowled, panting lightly. "It's a beach game, not nationals. And you think I play any less?" Katsuki snapped, marching back into formation. "If you can't keep up, maybe sit out." Izuku scoffed. "You nearly concussed me 5 minutes ago. That was your face's fault for being in the way." "Oh my god," Izuku muttered, turning to Shoto beside him. "See? Aggressive." But no one stopped the game. Because despite the bickering, despite the tension so thick you could slice it with a paddleboard, neither Izuku nor Katsuki backed down. They were yelling. They were spiking too hard. They were getting in each other's space like it was instinct. And somehow, everyone else just played around them. Muscle memory, probably. Or something bone deep, older than either of them knew how to admit. Katsuki taunted. Izuku barked back. Their insults were too sharp to be playful, but too familiar to be cruel. And every time they collided across the net, metaphorically or not, something invisible snapped taut between them. Like tug-of-war with no rope, no end, no winner. Izuku's serve had force now. He stopped holding back. Not because he was trying to win, but because Katsuki was. And there was no way in hell he was letting him win anything without a fight. "Your form's still trash." Katsuki yelled after a particularly messy dive Izuku barely saved. "At least I don't throw temper tantrums every time I miss." "I don't miss, you do now." Their friends had mostly given up pretending it wasn't happening. Mina had resigned herself to just calling the points, Zero was laughing so hard he couldn't stand straight, and Kirishima looked 5 minutes from issuing an emotional ceasefire. Still, they went on. The sun blazed. Sand clung to ankles. Breath came fast and hot. And then Katsuki jumped high, hair backlit like wildfire, and spiked the ball so hard it cracked through the air with a sound that wasn't friendly anymore. It smacked Izuku square in the side of the head, SHT. He hit the sand with a dull thud, flat on his back, blinking up at the sky like he didn't know which way gravity was supposed to work. "Izuku!" Ochako shouted. Already rushing over. But Shoto got there first. He'd moved without a word, calm, efficient, already crouching beside him and gently turning Izuku's face toward him to check his eyes. "You all right?" Shoto asked, his voice low but edged with concern. Izuku winced, one hand pressed to his temple. "Ow. Jesus. I think I saw the moon." "That's the sun," Shoto replied flatly, helping him sit up. Across the net, Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on. It wasn't that bad." "He's being dramatic." "I'm not being dramatic," Izuku grumbled, still a little dazed. "I'm being concussed." "You're fine," Katsuki called, tone somewhere between irritated and was that guilt. "No. Must have been the wind." Shoto gave him a long, slow blink that could have frozen boiling water. "You could try not aiming for his skull next time." Katsuki clicked his tongue and looked away, muttering under his breath, "Not my fault he moves like a baby deer." Zero whistled low. This got violent fast. Izuku groaned and let his head fall back into the sand, palms still cradling the side of his head. "Can we take a break now? Please." "Seconded," Kirishima said, trying to diffuse the rising heat with his usual grin. "Let's swim. Cool off before someone dies or murders someone else." Shoto stood, still beside Izuku, brushing sand from his hands. His eyes were calm, but there was a shift, subtle, sharp, unmistakable. "You hit him in the head," he said quietly. Not loud. Not confrontational. Just a fact, laced with something colder underneath. "Hard." Katsuki snorted. What, you his bodyguard now? No, Shoto said. But I don't throw projectiles at my friends' faces. That stung. A direct shot, and they both knew it. Katsuki's expression didn't change, not visibly, but the tension in his shoulders flared. His eyes narrowed, jaw tight. TCH, don't act like you know anything, half and half. Shoto's gaze didn't waver. I don't need to. I just watched it happen. The air crackled, charged, sudden and sharp. Zero let out a low whistle. Okay. Tension. I felt that in my spine. Yeah, that's our cue, Mina said, clapping her hands together and stepping between them like a walking peace treaty. Her eyes bounced between Katsuki and Shoto like she was silently defusing a bomb. Beach break, people. Swim time. Go go go. Her voice cut through the tension like a firework. Let's go. Denki hooped from somewhere behind them, already kicking off his flip-flops and yanking his shirt over his head in one fluid, chaotic movement. Cannonball. Zero hollered like a war cry, chasing after him only to trip in the sand and nearly faceplant into the surf with the grace of a collapsing lawn chair. Mina grinned and peeled off her shorts in a glittery blur, revealing a gleaming teal bikini that looked like it belonged in a summer commercial. She didn't even pause before grabbing Ochako's hand. Race you to the waves. Wait, Mina. Ochako yelped through a laugh, nearly stumbling as she was pulled forward, feet barely keeping up with her squealing joy. Kirishima strpped off his top with a flourish, abs catching the sunlight in a way that made Denki cry, unfair, from a distance. Last one in buys drinks tonight. He called, and then bolted after the others with a whoop and a spray of sand. And just like that, the tension dissolved. The air filled with laughter, footsteps pounding across the sand, the shrill splash of first contact with cold salt water. Their friends were wild and sunlit, loud and alive like the summer itself had cracked open in front of them and spilled golden light across the whole beach. Izuku stayed sitting in the sand, watching them for a moment, the sea breeze ruffling his hair. The heat radiated from the ground beneath him, seeping into his bones. Shoto, quiet as ever, offered a hand beside him. You okay? He asked again, voice lower this time, gentler, not just checking for the bump on his head. Yeah, thanks Shoto. Izuku looked up at him, then at the ocean, then at the boy standing several feet away with his back to all of it. Katsuki hadn't moved. He stood with his hands on his hips, head tilted slightly down like the waves had offended him personally. Jaw set, posture rigid, tank top abandoned somewhere in the sand. His shoulders broad and sun-flushed rose and fell with each slow breath. He hadn't joined the chaos. Hadn't laughed. Hadn't even looked back. He looked like he regretted showing up in the first place. Izuku didn't know why he was still looking. Why he kept checking in, like some part of him still needed to understand something that didn't make sense, not after 9 years. Not after silence and spiked volleyballs and scars that ran deeper than skin. But he did. Because despite everything, the way Katsuki avoided him, the way he barked and bit and built walls higher than ever, something in his face still looked haunted. This summer's gonna kill me, Izuku muttered. Shoto's lips quirked. It might, he replied. But at least you'll be tanned. That got a soft huff of a laugh from Izuku, and they turned toward the sea together, feet sinking into the warm, uneven sand. But just before they reached the edge, before the water kissed their toes, Izuku glanced over his shoulder once more. At Katsuki still standing there, like a storm cloud that hadn't decided where to strike. Izuku didn't understand it. Didn't know what to make of the ache in his ribs every time he looked at him. But something about him felt stuck. Like whatever war Katsuki had been fighting, he hadn't won. Not really. Izuku just wanted one good summer. One bright, healing summer. For himself. For the friends who never left. And though he wouldn't admit it out loud, maybe for Katsuki too. Even if he didn't know how to say it yet. He turned back toward the water. Let it rush up around his ankles. The laughter of his friends ringing out like music. Let it be enough, he told himself. At least for now. Chapter 5, Some sweet, some sharp. The cafe windows glowed with late morning sun, dancing off the freshly cleaned window glass. The smell of toasted bagels and espresso clung to Izuku's apron like it had been stitched into the seams. But he barely noticed. Because today, he wasn't dragging. He moved like someone who had decided something. Determined. Focused. The battlefield was summer. The enemy, awkward silence and unspoken history. Ochako raised a brow as she leaned over the counter, sipping her iced tea. Okay, you've got that look. What look? Izuku asked, trying to sound casual. Failing miserably. The I'm planning something look. The I have a stupid idea and no one can stop me look. He blinked at her. She sipped again. So. What is it? He shrugged. Nothing crazy. I just want this summer to be good. For everyone. Ochako's gaze softened. You mean for him? Izuku looked down, fiddled with a straw wrapper. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. Izuku let out a long breath, dragging a hand through his curls. Look, I know it's stupid. I know he's the last person I should be worried about. But when I saw him, really saw him, he didn't look fine, either. Not really. Ochako didn't say anything. Just waited. Izuku went on, quieter now. I think about all the time we wasted. All the things that were left unsaid. And I guess if there's even a chance, even a small one, that it doesn't have to be weird forever, maybe I should try. Just once. There was a pause. A deep breath. Ochako reached out and tapped his hand, gently grounding, and warm. It's okay, Zuku, she said softly. We all know you've got a heart bigger than your chest. That's what we love about you. He let out a breathy laugh, trying to wave it off. The bell over the cafe door jingled. Izuku was mid-wipe on a table when he spotted a familiar figure outside, heading down the sidewalk and hands in his pockets. That familiar gait. That permanent scowl. That walking, glaring thundercloud. Kacchan. His heart kicked up a gear. Like it always did lately when Katsuki appeared in his peripheral vision. He dropped the rag like it had burned him, nearly tripped over a chair leg, and bolted for the side door like he was chasing down divine intervention. His apron was flapping off one shoulder. He almost lost a shoe. Hey Kacchan. Katsuki stopped slowly, like every bone in his body wanted to keep walking, but his instincts were too sharp to pretend he hadn't heard. His shoulders rose first. Then his head turned, jaw tight, expression already halfway between annoyed and "Are you serious right now?" What, he drawled, voice flat as hell. What now, nerd? Izuku came to a breathless halt in front of him, clutching a slightly sweaty takeaway cup like it held world peace. This is for you. He shoved the cup forward, a little too fast. Matcha. Large. Less sweet. The same Katsuki had ordered that first day back. Katsuki looked at it like it was radioactive. Then up at Izuku. A long, suspicious pause. You poisoning me or something? What? No. Izuku flailed one hand so wildly his apron knot came loose. We had an extra one. A mistake. A matcha mistake. Which is rare. Because matcha's sacred. But anyway, you like matcha. And you were walking. And walking is thirsty work. I guess. I mean, technically hydration's important and stop muttering, Jesus. Izuku froze mid-ramble, mouth open. Katsuki squinted, like he couldn't decide whether Izuku was malfunctioning or just tragically himself. After another beat, he snatched the cup from Izuku's hand without ceremony. Did he say thank you? Of course not. Did he make a disgusted face? No. He just took one sip, sipped it, like a tired commuter on his lunch break, and grumbled, "Weird nerd," before turning back toward the street. Izuku stood there for a second, blinking in the sunlight, heart jackhammering in his chest like it was trying to escape. Then, with Katsuki's back to him, he smiled. Big and stupid and so soft it would have made teenage him keel over. That was step 1. Step 2. Try not to explode every time Katsuki so much as breathes in his direction. Izuku turned and walked back into the cafe, cheeks on fire and stomach doing gymnastics. Yeah. That was progress. Weird, awkward, probably could have been executed better progress. But still. Progress. Izuku lay sprawled on his bed, still half in his work clothes, the ceiling fan spinning lazily above him. The hum of summer filled the room, distant music, a dog barking, the occasional laughter floating in through his open window. Tomorrow was Saturday. And of course, his friends were already planning something. He didn't even bother asking why anymore. The answer was always the same, because it's summer. That seemed to be reason enough. The group chat was already flooded with excited messages. Plans were locked in, a lake day. Boat ride included. Morning call time, 8 a.m. Katsuki was in the group chat too. Miraculously. He'd left about 5 times already, but Mina and Kirishima kept adding him back like some sacred ritual. Izuku actually snorted out loud. It was like clockwork now. Katsuki left the chat like it owed him money, and Kirishima dragged him back with the force of a determined golden retriever. It was ridiculous. And it made Izuku stare at the last message from Katsuki, which was, "F off, a little too long." He tapped on his name. Blank. No posts. No bio. No story highlights. His profile picture was the blurry back of his head, windswept, sunlit, standing on some rocky hilltop. He looked like someone who was either about to confess something dramatic or kill someone in a scenic setting. Izuku huffed. Of course. But then, because he was curious and maybe a little stupid, he tapped on Kirishima's profile. There he was. Kacchan. Everywhere. Eating at some noodle bar in America, shoulders hunched like the bowl had offended him. Mid-practice shot on a rugby field, grimacing like someone had told him to smile. Sitting in the back row of a pub quiz night, face deadpan while Kirishima and another dude made peace signs beside him. There was a video grainy and loud of Kirishima narrating, and here we see the ever-elusive Bakubro in his natural state, denying he has emotions, just as Katsuki looked up from his phone, muttered, "I will end you," and chucked a fry at the camera. Izuku watched it twice. Okay, 3 times. He swiped through photos he wasn't supposed to see. Little moments, casual and in between. Katsuki asleep in a car with his face pressed to the window, hair a messy cloud. Katsuki mid-eye roll while holding a cake. Katsuki, rain-drenched while pushing Kirishima into a puddle. It felt like watching a movie about a life he had missed. And maybe he had. Maybe Katsuki hadn't changed. Maybe he had. But all Izuku knew was he didn't know anything anymore. Not who Katsuki had become. Not where they stood. Hell, not even what he liked, beyond his weirdly passionate stance on matcha ratios. He found himself staring at a post from 4 years ago, college move-in day. Katsuki in a hoodie, arms slung awkwardly over Kirishima's shoulder, glares sharp enough to kill. The caption read, "Tamed the dragon. Day 1 of uni, survived." And then a photo. A girl, arm thrown casually over Katsuki's shoulders, her smile wide, cheeks flushed. They were at a bar, maybe. Or a party. Katsuki's face wasn't in full view, just the tilt of his jaw, the line of his mouth, not quite smiling, but not pulling away either. It shouldn't mean anything. But Izuku's chest tightened all the same. Something ugly and quiet bloomed in his ribs. Not jealousy. Not exactly. Just that weird ache that crept in when you realized you'd missed too much. That someone had lived whole lives without you, collected inside jokes and late nights and possibly maybe affections you'd never even known to feel. Yeah, that. He stared at the photo too long. Then turned off his phone. Set it face down on his desk like it had betrayed him. Izuku's stomach turned weirdly warm and twisty. And for the first time in years, he wondered, what would it be like to meet Katsuki now if they hadn't grown up together at all? If they were just two strangers thrown into the same group. Would he still PSS him off? Would he still make him laugh? Would he still make Izuku feel like he was 12 again, heart all wound up and confused? He wondered, not for the first time, what it would feel like to be friends with Kacchan now. The real him. Not the boy from his childhood memories, not the image he had clung to for too long. Katsuki was finally at peace. Stretched out across the bed, one arm slung over his eyes, AC humming, phone face down somewhere on the floor, humming like it had better things to do. There were no plans tonight. No surprise, bonding activities, no beach volleyball. Just silence. No idiots. No Mina blasting, beach banger, playlists at 110% volume. No Kaminari texting him 15 times in a row like he was trying to hack his emotional firewalls. No Kirishima knocking on his door with a, "Bro, I brought snacks." And most importantly, no weird, freckle-faced nerd handing him matcha like they were in some soft-focus indie coming-of-age film. God. That, in particular, had been the weirdest part of his day. Katsuki grunted and kicked his feet up against the wall, muttering, "Weirdo," under his breath like it was a prayer. He groaned, rolling over and burying his face into the pillow. This summer was supposed to be quiet. That was the entire reason he came back. He wanted peace. A break. A few weeks of doing absolutely nothing except sleeping, working out, maybe walking along the coast once or twice if he felt wild. He didn't even tell anyone when he landed. Thought maybe if he stayed low enough, no one would notice he was back. But no, of course not. Thanks to that BSTRD Kirishima, he'd been dragged straight into this whole circus. And worse. The circus was best friends with another walking disaster. The group chat buzzed. Then again. And again. He exhaled through his nose. This was the 10th time he'd left the chat. He left again. Not 5 seconds later, Kirishima added him back. Katsuki's thumb hovered over the block group option until against his better judgment he clicked open the chat log. A notification at the top caught his eye. Midoriya reacted grinning squinting face to Denki's message. Katsuki stared at it. Got set off just by seeing his name. Then, almost absent-mindedly, he tapped on Izuku's profile. He was going to block him. That was the plan. But then he blinked. The profile loaded. And it was chaos. Just unfiltered nerd energy. Izuku posted too much. Way too much. Ramen bowls. Dog selfies. New pen test, reviews. Reposted climate articles. Group shots. College throwbacks. Tag after tag after tag. He was apparently friends with every single breathing soul in this beach town. Katsuki squinted at a story, muffin experiment foot failed meringue, the next one was him with powder on his nose. The one after that was some stupid video of him talking about why strawberries are superior to blueberries. What the hell, Katsuki muttered, but his thumb kept moving. He didn't even realize how deep he'd gotten until he was staring at a picture from 4 years ago. Izuku, smiling. No apron. No nerves. Just genuinely happy. Sitting on a blanket at the park with a little birthday cake and sparklers in the background. Katsuki's stomach turned over for no reason. Then bam. His bedroom door flung open. Dude, dinner's ready. SHT. Katsuki flailed, nearly hurling his phone at Kirishima's head. Can't you knock? Kirishima blinked like a golden retriever caught peeing on the carpet. Oops. Out. Kirishima laughed and disappeared down the hall. 5-minute warning. Katsuki slammed the door shut with his foot, heart jackhammering, then looked down at his screen. And froze. Sent message, to Izuku Midori, a thumbs up, a like sign. AF like sign. He stared at it. No. No, 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 unsent. His hands were shaking like he just touched a live wire. He dropped his phone. Picked it up again. Terror. Regret. Ping. New message from Izuku, Kacchan. Do you need something? He stared at it like it was a threat. And then before he could talk himself out of it, he did the most dramatic, immature, violently Katsuki Bakugu thing he could possibly do. Blocked. Deleted. Done. Over. Erased. Problem solved. He dropped back into bed, heart still pounding, throat tight. I hate everything, F this, he muttered to the ceiling. But the only thing he could think about was that stupid freckled smile. And the F strawberries. Chapter 6, A Shift. The next morning, the chaos began. Izuku stood by the curb, sipping orange juice straight from the bottle, the condensation dripping down onto his wrist. His eyes were puffy from sleep, his hair a mess of curls. The sun had already started to warm. But his brain. Still stuck. Not just on the mystery message from last night, the one that blinked across his screen and vanished before he could even blink back, but on that photo. The girl. Her arms slung over Katsuki's shoulder like it belonged there. Like she had always been there. He tried not to think about it. He really did. But it kept nudging its way into his head like a mosquito bite he couldn't stop scratching. Not because it meant anything, necessarily. But because he didn't know if it meant anything. And the not knowing was the worst part. He hadn't asked. Wouldn't ask. It wasn't his place. But still. There it was, nagging at him like a song he couldn't get out of his head. And then there was the message. The one that appeared and then disappeared. He wasn't even sure what it said. Just that it popped up with Kacchan as the sender, his heart stuttered, and then poof, unsent. He hadn't brought it up in the chat. He wasn't even sure it was meant for him. Maybe Katsuki meant to message Kirishima, or maybe it was an accidental but send. Still. Weird. And now. Now Katsuki was acting like someone had kicked his dog. Extra grumpy. Extra scowly. Like he'd walked through a cloud of regret and gotten stuck in it. Izuku decided not to think about it. At all. Maybe it was better that way. All aboard. Denki yelled, clanging a metal water bottle against the side of a beat-up, sun-faded, slightly too loud, absolutely old classic Volkswagen van that smelled like sea salt, spilled soda, and too many years of summer crammed into one steel box. And somehow miraculously it still ran. He hadn't seen it since last August, but the second it pulled up with a dramatic honk-honk from Zero, it was like no time had passed. Mina leaned out the window with oversized sunglasses, throwing peace signs like they were a lifestyle. Get in, losers, she shouted. Summer of '69 by Bryan Adams was blasting from the van speakers. Their unofficial summer anthem. Every year, like clockwork, his friends played that song loud. Izuku had a feeling it was going to be a good day. Kirishima stepped out with a wide grin, the kind that beamed brighter than the morning sun. He threw the sliding door open with a dramatic ka-chunk, the sound echoing like a ritual. Still kicking, he declared triumphantly, patting the side of the old Volkswagen van like it was a war buddy. Man, Kirishima said, turning to take in the warm air, the smell of salt and sunscreen already thick in the morning light, I swear here in Shirahama, it's like time and summer stopped. And I love it. He grinned, then turned back toward the group, but his gaze lingered on Katsuki. It wasn't dramatic. Wasn't sentimental. Just one of those simple truths that came out of nowhere and settled in your chest. Katsuki didn't respond. He didn't roll his eyes. Didn't grunt or bark something rude like he usually would. He just stood there. Hands shoved in his pockets. Shoulders relaxed just slightly. And Izuku saw it. A tiny pull at the corner of his mouth. Not quite a smile, but the kind of twitch that meant the armor was cracking, just a little. That look he used to have when they were kids, and he pretended he didn't like fireworks even though he'd be the first to run toward the beach when they started. That faint, reluctant softness. Like Katsuki was remembering something. Like maybe, he didn't mind being here. Izuku definitely noticed, and he will not say a word. He just smiled to himself, quiet and content, as Katsuki tossed his bag into the back of the van with a grunt and climbed inside like it was just another day. Just another summer. The lake was all sun and shimmer like glass with a heartbeat. Ripples chased each other across the surface, broken only by the quiet glide of the rented boat. The kind with sun-faded cushions and just enough seating to convince a bunch of emotionally repressed 20-somethings they could totally handle this without falling in. Izuku had been sitting near the front, knee drawn up, fingers tracing lazy shapes on the aluminum edge. His bucket hat was slightly askew, curls sticking out like rebellious commas. He looked, and this was rare quiet in a way that worried people. Not anxious. Not babbling. Just quiet. The kind of quiet that said his brain was having a full monologue. Across from him, Katsuki was watching. And scowling. Because of course he was. The silence. Irritating. The brooding posture. Infuriating. The way Izuku kept biting his bottom lip like he was carrying the weight of a million feelings in one body. Unacceptable. So he shoved him. No build-up. No warning. Just stood up like a DMN menace and pushed. Izuku went overboard with a shout and a splash so dramatic, Denki clutched his chest like someone had proposed to him. Kacchan. Izuku came up sputtering, eyes wide, curls slicked to his forehead. What the hell? You were brooding like an anime side character, Katsuki said with a shrug, crossing his arms. It was annoying. The others stared. Mina gasped. He's right, though. Literally, you were giving Season 3 protagonist has a flashback on a boat vibes, Zero added, wiping tears from his eyes. Izuku narrowed his gaze. Then smirked. And then vengeance. He launched for the side of the boat, gripped it with surprising upper body strength, and yanked. Katsuki went down like a sack of bricks. The splash was glorious. Biblical. Oh my God. Mina shrieked. That was so fast. Like predator energy. I've never been prouder, Ochako whispered, her drink forgotten in her hand. Kirishima leaned back in his seat, grinning ear to ear. Now this is Lake Day. Both boys surfaced, water slicked and fuming. Or well, Katsuki was fuming. You're so dead, nerd. Izuku was grinning like he'd just won a long con war. His eyes sparkled under the sun, and even though he had to tread water to keep from sinking, he looked victorious. You little SHT. Katsuki started, and tried to grab Izuku, who was squealing. Their friend's laughter softened in the background, muffled by the moment. The lake was warm, the sun too bright and still, they floated there, suspended in something that felt nay. Kacchan, stop. You started it. Your fault, I'm gonna drown you, nerd. Can someone please save me? Just when things seemed to settle well, as settled as two emotionally constipated boys could be while shoving each other underwater, the lake echoed with a sputter. Above, on the boat, Denki Kaminari had a thought. Of course. He was leaned over the side, sunglasses crooked, chin in hand, watching the chaos with a squint and a grin. Then, suddenly, he straightened. Ha, he said to no one in particular. What if Shoto, lounging with his ankles crossed and a paperback in hand, didn't look up? No. You don't even know what I was gonna say. I don't have to. It's always no. But it was too late. Denki was already tiptoeing toward the controls like a cartoon villain. His flip-flops slapped against the fiberglass, a quiet but ominous rhythm. Kirishima, who was fiddling with a cooler, glanced up. "Hey, Denks. What are you, Shu?" Denki said. "Operation Loveboat is underway." "What?" And with a dramatic flourish like he was launching a secret mission, Denki reached for the engine. "Please don't," Zero started. But the engine coughed to life. Too late. Denki grinned. The boat jerked forward suddenly, the hull slicing through the water with a loud mechanical whrrr, almost tipping Ochako, who screamed and clung to the railing. "What the hell?" Kaminari, Katsuki roared mid-water wrestle, surfacing just in time to watch the boat float farther and farther away. Izuku popped up beside him, blinking as the distance grew. "Wait. Are they leaving?" "They're leaving." The boat jerked forward fast, dragging along with it a very panicked Kirishima, who was still holding onto a cooler and shouting something about the chips. Mina screamed with laughter, trying to grab Denki and failing miserably. Shoto, who had been peacefully reading a water-warped book in the shade, calmly looked up, took off his sunglasses, and sighed. Back in the lake, Izuku was blinking water out of his lashes. "We're literally stranded," he said, horrified. "Denki's gonna die today." "He's gonna die twice," Katsuki snapped. "One for the boat. One for whatever the hell this summer is turning into." Eventually somehow they made it back to the dock. Izuku hauled himself up first, water streaming off him like a sad sea creature, t-shirt plastered to his chest, hair a drowned mop. Katsuki followed seconds later, slapping his palms against the wooden deck as he climbed up and cursed the whole DMN lake. "I'm gonna electrocute that idiot," he muttered, standing up with a full-body squelch. Water dripped from his shorts, his hair, his soul. They were both soaked to hell. Their shirts clung, shoes squished. Izuku's hat was now an offering to the lake gods, floating somewhere out past sanity. And the boat. Gone. Just gone. A dot in the sunlit distance. "Wait," Izuku said slowly, wringing out the hem of his shirt. "Where'd everyone go?" Katsuki gave him a look. "Are you joking?" Izuku's eyes widened. "Oh my god. They left us. On purpose." "No SHT," Katsuki growled. Denki's brain is powered by static and impulse control issues. They stood there in heavy silence, broken only by the slow drip-drip of lake water from their sleeves and knees. Water dripped off their elbows. Their socks squished like water balloons with every breath. The dock creaked. Somewhere in the distance, a seagull screamed in solidarity. And then silence. Too quiet. To them. Izuku shifted nervously, sneaking glances at Katsuki like he was a bomb that might go off if he sneezed too loud. Okay. So, being around Katsuki with friends. Barely manageable chaos. Sort of charming, even. But alone. Alone was a different beast. His heart felt like it was trying to escape via his throat. Every time Katsuki looked at him, he felt like he needed to recite his own social security number just to stay grounded. But still he'd made himself a promise. Try. He sucked in a deep breath and blurted the first thing his soggy brain could manage. So, Kacchan, Izuku said, fidgeting with his shoelace. How's America? Katsuki, mid-shake like a wet cat, froze mid-motion. He turned slowly, like he was hoping that question had come from an alternate dimension. The hell kind of question is that? I mean. Izuku threw up his hands. Normal conversation. Like, how was it over there? Rainy. Did you get a cool accent? Katsuki narrowed his eyes like Izuku had just grown a second head. Why do you care? Izuku flinched. But then, straightened. Because I want to. Katsuki blinked. Just once. Like his brain short-circuited from the honesty. TCH, good. He said finally. A little stiff. A little weird. Not exactly the warmest answer in history, but hey, progress. Izuku tried again. I didn't think you'd come back. Katsuki's jaw twitched. It's just for summer. Yeah, and that sounded like a lie. The truth, he wasn't going to say it, but the truth was that America had felt like a gilded cage. His parents were proud. His professors said he could do anything. Everyone thought he already was someone. But Katsuki didn't feel like someone. Everyone kept saying he was going places, but none of those places made him happy. None of them made sense. He didn't even know what the hell he liked anymore. What he was passionate about. And so he left. Right, Izuku muttered. Then the universe, sensing that the emotional stakes were rising too high, pulled the rug out from under him literally. His soggy shoelace betrayed him. He tripped, stumbled, and nearly face-planted into the dock with a squeaky, ah. Katsuki lunged forward without thinking, caught him by the shirt and yanked him upright like an angry lifeguard. Jesus Christ, nerd. Katsuki barked, reaching instinctively to steady him, but catching just a handful of shirt. Can you not fall on your face every 5 minutes? Izuku righted himself, cheeks red. I'm fine. That's not God, I was trying to ask a normal question, okay? Well, don't, Katsuki snapped. You're stupidly terrible at it. I know. I'm nervous, okay? Izuku blurted, eyes wide, like he hadn't meant to say that out loud. Katsuki stared at him. What? Izuku groaned and flopped down dramatically onto the dock, arms spread out, wet and ruined. I don't know how to talk to you anymore, you were gone for years. You drink matcha now. That's character development I didn't plan for. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Then, in a low deadpan, told you it's good for the immune system. Anti-inflammatory. Lower caffeine content. Helps your dumb dramatic but focus. Izuku squinted at him. Are you selling it to me? Katsuki looked away, mumbling, just drink better SHT. Izuku huffed out a laugh. Unbelievable. They sat there in silence again, water still clinging to the folds of their clothes, the sun doing its best to dry what pride and composure they had left. The lake glimmered around them, quiet now except for the occasional splash of a fish or the creak of the dock beneath their weight. So Izuku stayed seated. Trying not to think too much. Trying not to remember the picture, the one he definitely shouldn't have looked at for more than 3 seconds. Maybe it meant nothing. Maybe it was none of his business. But somehow, the question still slipped out. Too fast. Too casual. So, Izuku said, picking at a loose thread on his sleeve like it was fascinating, you got a girlfriend or something now? Katsuki's head turned. Slow. Dangerous. The F, Izuku shrugged a little too hard. No, I mean, you've been gone for years, and that one photo, you know, with the girl's hand, he waved vaguely in the air, like this was a documentary he was narrating, looked very possessive. Just saying. Katsuki stared. Then let out a short, unimpressed snort. You're a stalker. Izuku made a face. It was Kirishima's story, not mine. Public domain. Looking through old pics like some sad ex-stalker. Izuku flushed. Okay, first of all, I'm not sad. Sure. And I'm not an ex, even sadder. Izuku groaned and dropped his head back. You're annoying. You too. Izuku cleared his throat. Anyway, doesn't matter. Just curious. Totally casual question. Katsuki snorted. Loud. Disbelieving. No, he said flatly. No girlfriend. Oh. Izuku blinked. Okay. Flings, sure, Katsuki added, completely unapologetic. Hookups. Stuff that didn't mean anything. Izuku choked on air. Katsuki shot him a sidelong look, smug now. What? You asked. I didn't ask for that much detail. You wanna know or not? Izuku made a strangled sound. I forget I said anything. He fell silent for a moment, then reminded himself this was actually a chance for them to catch up. Even if he wasn't sure what they were now. Friends, maybe. Maybe not. But it was something. A start. A step forward. I've never, I haven't. You know. Katsuki looked at him. Izuku avoided eye contact and clarified, ears red, dated anyone. Then Katsuki huffed. What, seriously? Izuku glared half-heartedly. Not everyone is terrifyingly hot, Kacchan. Katsuki grinned sharp and smug. You think I'm hot? I said terrifyingly hot. There's a difference. You think I'm terrifying? Yes. Katsuki rolled his eyes. You're such a nerd. Izuku crossed his arms. Maybe I just wanted it to mean something. You know. If I was gonna date anyone. Katsuki didn't laugh at that. He didn't tease. Just quiet again. And then, but still. DMN. No one wanted your dramatic little but in all these years. Izuku gasped. Kacchan. He sat cross-legged, elbows resting on his knees, watching the slow ripple of water against the wooden slats. His heart still beat faster than it should have. It wasn't the lake. It wasn't the sunburn creeping in across his shoulders. It was him. How this was the first time they were alone together, after 9 years. I just want to know you again. That's all. Izuku said. Softly. Barely louder than the breeze. Katsuki didn't flinch. Didn't scowl. Didn't immediately launch into some cutting retort. Instead, he looked at him. Not like someone trying to scan for weakness. Not like someone guarding a wall. Just quietly. Like he wasn't expecting to be seen right then and didn't know how to handle being seen so gently. And for once, he didn't look like he wanted to punch him, or tell him to shut the hell up, or shove him back into the lake. His jaw flexed once, like a reaction he couldn't quite suppress. His brows pulled just barely together. There was something in his eyes restless, uncertain. He didn't answer. Didn't say yes, didn't say no, didn't toss Izuku into the lake like he would have years ago. But he didn't push him away either, and somehow, that felt like an answer. So Izuku didn't press further. He just sat there, blinking slowly, heart in his throat but strangely calm. Like they were standing in the space between before and after. Like maybe there was a crack in the wall. A way in. And out on the lake, in perfect timing like the universe had been holding its breath, the boat finally started to loop back around Denki dramatically at the wheel, waving one arm like a sailor returning from war. He shouted something unintelligible across the water, clearly proud of his chaotic matchmaking stunt. Katsuki stood up too fast, too sudden, like the motion itself was a dodge. Like if he stayed still 1 second longer, he might have actually said something real. Might have agreed. Might have admitted he missed being known. But he didn't. He just stood there, dripping, squelching slightly, fists clenched at his sides, and muttered, "I'm gonna kill that electric freak." Izuku didn't stop him, didn't follow right away. He just looked down at the dock, smile barely there. Because he felt it. That shift. That sliver of something almost honest. Almost close. Chapter 7, Soft Petals, Softer Glances. A week and a half. That's how long it had been since Katsuki Bakugo crash-landed back into his life like a grumpy meteor with matcha addiction and too many grudges. And somehow Izuku had gotten used to seeing him almost every day. Specifically, at the cafe. Ordering matcha. Always the same. Large. Less sweet. Don't F it up, I'll kill you. Blunt as hell. No greetings. No smiles. But he came. That was something, wasn't it? A crack in the wall, however small. Izuku took it. It was a breezy morning when Ochako caught him in the back kitchen during his day off, clutching a container of cinnamon rolls. "Zuku," she grinned, already weaponizing her dimples, "can you drop this off at Kiri's beach house? He wanted these for breakfast and I promised." "I mean yeah, sure," Izuku blinked, brushing flour from his shorts. Ochako beamed. "You're the best." He pedaled up to the beach house with the quiet whir of old wheels and creaking handlebars. The beach house wasn't far, so Izuku had taken his bike, the one with the faded green frame and a squeaky brake that made everyone in the neighborhood look up when he stopped. The sea breeze curled through the trees like an old friend. Birds chirped overhead. The air smelled like salt, sunscreen, and summer stories waiting to be told. He propped his bike against the wooden fence, straightened his shirt, and knocked on the door. There was some shuffling. A few seconds of silence. Then it opened. And there stood Katsuki. Shirt wrinkled like he'd wrestled with it. Hair doing its usual hurricane cosplay. Eyes squinting like the sun had personally offended him. Izuku blinked. "Ah. Hey Kacchan, cinnamon rolls." Katsuki stared at him like the baked goods might explode. "Why are you here?" Kiri asked Ochako. "Ochako asked me." "It's a whole cinnamon-based chain of command," Izuku said, holding up the container as proof of innocence. Katsuki gave a grunt and stepped aside, the universal language of "I won't stop you, but I'm not happy about it." Izuku stepped in, toes politely wiping off on the mat. The house was warm and lazily quiet, a kind of summer silence that made everything feel slightly suspended in time. "Where's Kirishima?" he asked, setting the box on the table. "Went to visit his grandma or whatever." "I didn't go," Katsuki muttered, wandering into the kitchen like the world had personally inconvenienced him. "Oh. Okay." And then silence. Not the comfortable kind. The two guys who have unresolved emotional history and now are in a house alone together. With only cinnamon rolls between them, kind of silence. Izuku shifted on his feet. The air outside was too good to waste, warm but not hot, the kind that kissed your skin instead of cooking it. He glanced at the front door. The road winding away. The little stretch of sun-drenched country just waiting. He didn't think about it. He just blurted, "Wanna go biking?" Katsuki paused mid-drink. "The hell? Like to the plaza? It's not far. The roads here are nice. It's relaxing." Katsuki raised a brow, looking at him like he'd grown a second head. "You asking me to bike with you? I will not like that." Izuku practically exploded. The sun is nice. The wind is perfect. You don't even need sunscreen probably." Katsuki raised one brow, unimpressed. "Biking is for kids. Not here, it isn't. It's, like, a whole local thing. People bike around. It's cute, no, I mean cool. It's cool." Silence. Judgment. More silence. Then, slowly, painfully slowly, Katsuki glanced out the window. Bright skies. Blue sea. No real plans. And then, begrudgingly, "Fine." Izuku blinked. "Wait. Really?" Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Whatever. Not like I've got anything better to do." Izuku turned, trying to hide the way his stupid smile was trying to crawl across his entire face. 2 minutes later, they were dragging out old bikes from the beach house shed, one squeaky, one suspiciously fast-looking, and setting off down a winding road lined with wildflowers and endless summer. And somehow, despite the bickering, the awkward silence, and Katsuki insulting his pedaling posture twice, it felt kind of perfect. It was dumb. It was nice. Their bikes creaked softly over the worn country path, tires crunching over gravel as they cruised past row after row of sunflowers, tall and blindingly gold. The blooms stood like proud little soldiers, tilting gently in the breeze, heads turned toward the sky like they were waiting for something. Izuku's heart was thudding a little too loud in his chest. Not from the ride, they weren't going that fast, but from the way this all felt. Too familiar. He glanced sideways. Katsuki was riding just a few feet away, shirt fluttering slightly in the wind, one hand casually steering like he wasn't even trying. His face was relaxed, or at least as relaxed as Katsuki's face could be without scowling at a cloud. Suddenly, Izuku remembered. Biking. Sunflowers. Kacchan. They were kids. Maybe 7. 8. It was some summer break. Izuku remembered racing each other down a dirt path like this, Izuku's basket falling off, Katsuki screaming at him to pedal properly, damn it, both of them covered in dust by the time they got back. And here they were again. Older. Quieter. Different. Izuku swallowed hard, gaze flicking back to the road. God. He hadn't even thought about that when he asked. He didn't mean to recreate a memory. That wasn't part of his plan. What if it made Katsuki uncomfortable? What if you remember this road? Izuku's head snapped up. Katsuki didn't look at him. He was staring straight ahead, pedaling steady, jaw set like he hadn't just ripped the silence in half. Izuku blinked. What? The sunflowers, Katsuki muttered. Used to be shorter back then. You crashed into one. Got pollen all over your dumb face. Izuku's face flushed. That wasn't. I was a kid. You cried. I did not. You did, idiot. Like, full meltdown. Snot and everything. Izuku groaned, dragging a hand down his face as he nearly veered into the grass. Why do you even remember that? Katsuki didn't answer immediately. Just shrugged one shoulder, gaze still forward. Dunno. Just do. The air thickened with that. With everything he didn't say. Izuku was silent for a beat. Then softly, a little awkward, it was a good day. Katsuki made a noncommittal grunt. Was hot as hell. Still kind of is. Another beat of quiet. Then, out of nowhere, Katsuki said, you still talk too much. Izuku choked out a laugh. I wasn't even talking this time. You were. TCH, whatever. But Katsuki didn't pull away. Didn't pedal faster. Just rode on beside him. Their handlebars nearly bumped more than once. Izuku's knee brushed Katsuki's once and he almost swerved into a mailbox. Katsuki yelled at him and called him a moron, but there was no real venom in it. Izuku smiled. Stupid. Quiet. Warm. By the time they reached the plaza, the sun had climbed higher in the sky, not unbearable yet, but enough to warm the stones under their feet and coax sweat into the corners of their backs. Kids screamed joyfully as they splashed in the plaza fountain, soaking themselves on purpose. A man balanced oranges in front of a bakery while his friend beside him tried and failed to keep a straight face. Music drifted from somewhere near the center. Katsuki parked his bike like it had personally offended him. Izuku rolled his eyes fondly, hopping off his own and stretching his arms over his head. Then, as they wandered, Izuku pointed out everything, his words spilling faster with each step. That stall sells the best matcha kakigori, seriously, it melts in your mouth. Oh, and that one over there has those weird crunchy rice crackers I always eat even though I hate the smell. And that guy with the shrimp cart. He gives me an extra skewer every time because I helped his niece with math homework once. Katsuki didn't say a DMN thing. Just walked, hands stuffed in his pockets, gaze flicking to wherever Izuku pointed. And maybe that silence, that lack of dismissal felt like encouragement. Because Izuku just kept going. I always loved stuff like this, you know. He said suddenly, more to the air than to Katsuki. Markets. Food. People. I dunno, just everyone has a story here. And I used to think maybe one day I'd open a little cafe or dessert bar or something. A hero-themed one would be fun, but honestly, I just want to make good food for people who've had a long day. Something warm. Or cold, I guess, if it's summer. But, like comfort. He laughed awkwardly. I know it sounds dumb. Just, a dumb little dream. Katsuki still didn't speak. But when Izuku looked at him he saw that he wasn't laughing. Wasn't judging. Just standing there, arms loose at his sides, expression unreadable except for the fact that he was still here. Still walking next to him. Still listening. That hit harder than it should have. Izuku's throat felt dry. He tried to brush it off. Anyway. Sorry. Rambling. I know you didn't ask. Katsuki shrugged. You were already talking. Then, casually, like it wasn't the most meaningful thing anyone had said to Izuku all day. I didn't stop you. So when Izuku tugged his wrist a few minutes later completely on instinct, hand curling just around Katsuki's wrist like a question, Katsuki didn't pull away. Come on, Izuku said, voice tinged with something close to hope. Katsuki gave him a look, dry and suspicious. What now? Just, trust me. He pulled him through the crowd toward the corner of the plaza where a lone street performer stood with a guitar, a speaker, and a voice that cracked at the edges. The man wasn't dressed flashy. He wasn't even that young. But his eyes were closed as he sang, and his voice trembled like he meant every DMN word. People gathered slowly. Smiles bloomed without effort. Kids paused their chaos. An old woman clutched her groceries to her chest and just listened. Katsuki stood stiffly at first, arms crossed, eyes narrowed like he was about to be disappointed. But then he didn't scoff. He didn't look away. His eyes stayed locked on the singer. His jaw tight, but not in irritation. In recognition. Of something raw. Unfiltered. Honest. Of someone doing what they loved with no shame. No apology. And for a split second, Izuku didn't watch the performer. He watched him. Watched the way Katsuki's expression softened without him noticing. Watched the way the light hit the faded scar on his cheek. The way his hand dropped slightly from his chest. That look, that flicker of longing, Izuku had never seen it on his face before. He didn't interrupt. Didn't comment. Just stood there, letting the moment breathe beside him. And when Katsuki finally looked away, finally exhaled, he didn't say anything about the music. Or the voice. He just muttered, I'm hungry. Izuku smiled, warm and almost shy. Ice cream. A pause. Then, I know a matcha store here that sells matcha ice cream. Katsuki gave him a sidelong look. Of course you do. Izuku beamed like he'd won something. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Fine. They turned to go, shoulders almost brushing, the music fading behind them like a soft memory they weren't quite ready to let go of. Dinner that night was simple, warm lights, grilled seafood, laughter tangled with the smell of smoke and citrus. Shoto, of all people, had suggested the spot. Said it had the best sukiyaki in the prefecture, and when Shoto Todoroki made a suggestion, you listened. They all crowded around a large, wood-paneled table on an open patio. The sea was just beyond the railing, glittering under the last light of day. The cicadas hummed lazily in the trees. Katsuki and Izuku didn't talk. Didn't bicker. They sat across from each other, elbows on the table, drinking citrus soda, only glancing once or twice when the other laughed at someone else's joke. The silence between them wasn't awkward anymore, just there. Neutral. Soft, even. Ochako noticed, but didn't say anything. Neither did Mina, Denki, Shiro and Kirishima. though their eyes gleamed with the knowledge of someone ready to scream into their pillow later. Shoto said nothing either, but then again, that was normal. They just let it be. They laughed. 8. Lived inside the moment like they deserved to. The road home curved along the coastline, dark now but moonlit, the occasional firefly flickering past. Shoto drove. Because of course he did. Calm. Careful. The only one who would never floor it just for fun. The windows were rolled down. The air was salt-sweet and cool, brushing warm skin and tousling damp hair. Someone had plugged in a playlist old songs, soft and crackling, the kind they used to listen to when they were just kids. When the world felt massive and everything they wanted was still out there. One song played that made Izuku blink hard. Take on Me by Aha. He remembered it. They were Katsuki shoving earbuds into his ears. Barking, listen to the DMN drums, feel that beat. Trying to teach him to play rhythm guitar with those strong, impatient hands guiding his own. One of the only times they didn't fight. Izuku stared out the window, eyes unfocused, breath quiet. Katsuki sat shotgun. Unreadable. Chin tipped toward the night. Wind catching the ends of his blonde hair, making him look almost soft. He didn't speak. Didn't comment on the music. But he didn't ask to change it either. Izuku held on to that. Because it felt like the summer they almost had. And the one they were maybe somehow having now. Chapter 8, Ghost Roads and Grocery Bags. Izuku treated his day off like it was sacred today, no early cafe shifts, no errands that felt like work. But the simple chore of grocery shopping turned golden the minute he walked out of the store with a bag of produce and saw him. Like the universe keeps tossing Katsuki into his path just to see what he'll do with it. He was across the street, standing in front of the convenience store with a sports drink in one hand, and there, parked by the curb, was a classic black motorcycle, sleek, vintage, with a rumble in its exhaust that sounded like adventure. Izuku froze, the grocery bag rustling at his side, heart thudding once, then again, louder. These run-ins just happened, like they were being shuffled back together by some cosmic hand too stubborn to let go. He didn't even think before calling out, Kacchan. Katsuki looked up, eyebrows already drawing together in something between annoyance and surprise. The hell are you doing here? Izuku gestured to the bag lamely. Tomatoes. Katsuki blinked once. Then, the F kind of excuse is that? Izuku laughed, too suddenly, too nervously. Grocery excuse. Izuku took a half step closer. Anyway, where'd you get that bike? It looks so cool. Katsuki shrugged like it was no big deal. Bought it. Figured I'd try something different. His jacket shifted, hinting at the lean lines of muscle beneath. The bike looked almost custom, scratched black paint, minimalist handlebars, and a worn leather seat that looked broken in. For a second, Izuku forgot the groceries at his feet. Wow. He swallowed. Does it go fast? Wanna give it a try? Katsuki asked, already tossing his gloves into the seat compartment like this was no big deal. Izuku blinked. I don't know how to drive. Katsuki snorted, stepping back with a scoff. Of course you don't. I could learn. You couldn't even ride a skateboard without dying. That was once. Izuku protested. And the wheels were weird. Hop in, nerd, Katsuki said, already swinging a leg over the bike, settling into the seat like he was born on two wheels. Before I change my mind. Izuku's heart thundered in his chest, part fear, part disbelief. Was Katsuki actually offering to ride with him? You gone, just stare or hop in? Katsuki asked, already reaching for the handlebars. I mean, Izuku stammered, still hugging his grocery bag like a lifeline. Katsuki tossed the helmet at him without warning. Ride or stand here and look dumb? Rude, Izuku muttered, crouching to pick it up. The helmet was heavier than he expected, warm from the sun, and smelled faintly like metal and shampoo, a strangely comforting combination. He looked up just in time to see Katsuki adjusting the strap of his own helmet with practiced hands, posture relaxed, but eyes watching. "You're not gonna bail halfway and leave me stranded, right?" Izuku asked, squinting up at him. Katsuki smirked, not wide, not showy, just enough to curl one side of his mouth. "Not yet." Comforting, Izuku deadpanned, but his fingers were already gripping the edge of the seat, bracing himself as he climbed on. He wasn't graceful about it. One leg got caught. His bag slipped. He squeaked. "Jesus Christ, sit down before you break something," Katsuki grumbled. "I am sitting. You didn't give me a tutorial." "It's a seat, Deku. Not a spaceship." Izuku finally found a position that didn't feel like he was going to fall off immediately. His arms hovered awkwardly, unsure of where to hold. The back didn't have anything to grab, and the grocery bag was now squished between his knees. "Hold on good," Katsuki said, flipping the ignition. "And don't squeal in my ear." "I don't squeal." Then the bike roared. And launched forward. Izuku let out a squeal. "Hold on, dumbass." "I am holding on." Izuku yelped, arms shooting out to grip the nearest thing, which happened to be the back of Katsuki's jacket. His fingers fumbled with the leather for a second before curling into it tight. The bike zipped down the road, wind slapping his face like a summer baptism. Izuku couldn't decide if he was thrilled or just holding on to life by his molars. "You're leaning wrong," Katsuki shouted over the wind. "What does that even mean?" "Lean with the turn, not like a falling tree." "I've never been on a motorcycle before, Kacchan. I'm doing my best." "Your best SCKS." Izuku almost snapped back that his grocery were in danger when Katsuki suddenly sped up, not dangerously, but enough to make Izuku's stomach lurch. "Kacchan. Oh my god. I told you to hold tight." Izuku clung tighter, face practically buried into Katsuki's shoulder now, the edges of panic softening into something stranger, adrenaline, maybe. Or laughter. It bubbled in his chest despite himself. And then miraculously he laughed. Loud, breathless, wind-stolen. "I can't believe this," he shouted. "I'm on a bike with Kacchan. This feels illegal." "It should be illegal how loud you are." Did he just hear my thoughts? The countryside blurred around them, wildflowers, wooden fences, an old dog barking as they passed. The wind tangled Izuku's hair into his face. His legs wobbled, but his grip didn't loosen. Not once. And Katsuki didn't shift away. Didn't bark at him to let go. Didn't make a snide comment about how close he was. His jacket tugged with every jolt, but he didn't complain. He just rode fast, clean, confident. Izuku wasn't paying attention at first. He was still clutching Katsuki's jacket, still laughing under his breath. The wind teased the edge of his hoodie, his cheeks were pink from the sun, and his heart hadn't quite stopped hammering from the ride. But then the road started to look familiar. The curve in the fence. The crooked street lamp. That giant camphor tree that always dropped leaves too early in the season. Izuku blinked. Straightened a little. His voice was muffled against Katsuki's shoulder when he asked, "Wait, do you know where we're going?" Katsuki didn't respond. He didn't need to. Because suddenly, the bike slowed. Turned. Veered down a side road, the one they used to bike down as kids after school, Izuku's backpack bouncing, Katsuki yelling at him to stop trailing behind like a loser. And just like that, they were there. Katsuki stopped the engine. Izuku recognized the house immediately, even though it had changed. The hedges were trimmed now. The mailbox had been painted blue. There were potted plants on the steps that hadn't been there before. But the bones were still the same. The Bakugu's old house. Katsuki didn't move. He just stared. Silent, and frozen. Izuku slid off the bike carefully, helmet still in his hands. Kacchan, Katsuki didn't look at him. His gaze was locked on the porch. The railings. The window he once broke with a soccer ball when they were 9. The spot where their moms used to sit together with tea, watching them fight over who got the last popsicle. Thought it was gone, Katsuki said quietly. Not to Izuku. Just to the air. Izuku swallowed. Well, it almost was. Someone bought it 5 years ago. A married couple. The wife was pregnant at the time. I think they were from Osaka. Katsuki didn't say anything. His hands flexed once on the handlebars, then went still. And then the front door opened with a cheerful creak. 2 small kids, maybe 5 or 6, tumbled out, giggling and shrieking as they chased each other across the lawn. One of them spotted Izuku. Deku. The other one echoed, Deku-san. Izuku smiled, crouching down as they ran toward him. Hey, guys, he laughed, catching one by the waist and spinning them once. Don't yell too loud or your mom's gonna ban me from chocolate runs again. You brought Choco? The boy asked, wide-eyed. Only if you promise not to fight over it this time, Izuku said, already fishing in his pocket. Katsuki watched from the bike. Didn't say a word. He didn't need to ask if those 2 were best friends. It was obvious. They moved like they shared a brain cell. Like one would finish the other's sentence without thinking. Like they couldn't remember a time they hadn't been side by side. He didn't have to ask. Because it was them. Him and Deku. Once. He watched Izuku hand over the chocolates, all soft and patient, like he did this every week. Like he belonged here in this new version of the old world Katsuki thought he'd buried. He didn't realize his jaw had tightened. Or that his fingers were curling in his gloves like he needed to anchor himself. The kids ran off, back inside, chattering and laughing. Izuku turned. He didn't smile this time. Didn't say anything, and they didn't talk for the rest of the ride. The sun was beginning to set when they arrived at the Midoriya home, a small apartment perched above a flower shop, with ivy draping from the balcony and wind chimes softly tinkling by the door. It wasn't far from where they used to live. Still the same street, just a few blocks down. Katsuki pulled up to the curb and didn't kill the engine. Thanks, Kacchan. Izuku said softly, slipping off the bike and taking off the helmet. Katsuki didn't answer and just stared straight ahead. Like if he didn't look directly at the building, it couldn't swallow him whole. But then, Izuku. The door flung open. Inko Midoriya. Shorter than ever, apron stained with flour, hair tied up in a messy bun. She looked exactly the same. And somehow older. And younger. She paused when she saw the bike. Saw the rider. And her eyes widened. Katsuki. He stiffened. She smiled, not a fake smile, not a shocked one. Just soft. Like seeing him knocked the wind out of her in a good way. It's been so long. Katsuki gritted his teeth. Too much. Too fast. Too familiar. He wasn't ready. Hey, Auntie. He muttered. I should go. He gave one last look to the house, the flowers, the woman on the porch who once packed him lunches like her own. Then to Izuku. Their eyes met. Something twisted in his chest. And then he took off. The roar of the engine echoed down the street, kicking up dust and memories behind him. Inko came down the steps slowly, her voice quiet as the wind. Since when did he came back? Nearly 2 weeks ago. Izuku whispered. Katsuki wasn't scared of the DMN house. He was scared of what it meant. Because that street, that porch, those memories, they weren't just flashbacks. They were proof. Proof of who he used to be. Of what he left behind. Of all the things he never apologized for. So when he dropped Deku off, and Inko came out, all sunshine and kindness, like he hadn't spent half his childhood being a shitty little bstrd to her kid that messed him up a bit. And the brats. Katsuki didn't need to ask. He knew exactly what he was seeing. Two dumb kids who would have followed each other off a cliff. Just like them. Before. The other living in their old DMN house. And Deku smiling like that, all soft and open, handing out candy like he belonged there, like he was some grown-up version of the kid who used to chase Katsuki down the street with a scraped knee and a dumb notebook. That was the part that really got him. Because he didn't belong anywhere in that picture. Not in the house. Not in the memory. Not even in that dumb summer light they were standing under. He told himself from the first day he got back here, he wasn't here for this SHT, wasn't here to go walking down nostalgia lane and get gut punched by old ghosts. So he did the only thing he knew how to do. He bailed. Said goodbye. Didn't look back. Took off like his goddamn jacket was on fire. Chapter 9, Heat and Jealousy. The next few days were a blur. Katsuki was different. Not in a dramatic, screaming sort of way. No explosions. No obvious blow-ups. But he stopped buying matcha. That alone was enough to make Izuku tilt his head behind the cafe counter, watching the door after every bell chime, waiting for a figure that never showed. When they did cross paths, because fate had a cruel sense of humor, it was all sharp glances and colder tones. No more nerd. Just silence or an irritated grunt. No banter. No shared rides. No stupid little smiles that weren't really smiles but made Izuku's stomach stupid anyway. It felt like backsliding. Like that tiny, fragile progress between them had shattered somewhere, maybe on that road. Maybe in front of that house. Izuku didn't know. Katsuki had vanished behind a wall again, and this time he wasn't even pretending it wasn't personal. Then came the pool party. Of course. One of their college friend Tetsuo was hosting at his family's villa up the coast. He was cool, buff, friendly, and unfortunately very persuasive. Izuku didn't want to go. He said as much. Several times. Repeatedly. Please, Chieko, I'm not in the mood. You never are, she shot back, dragging him by the wrist toward her car. Which is exactly why you should go. He gave in. Because of course he did. It was summer. Izuku showed up looking quite different. It wasn't on purpose, really. But the way the linen shirt hung open at his chest, sleeves rolled to the elbow, the slight gold sheen of sunscreen on his collarbones, he looked like someone who belonged in a magazine spread titled "Summer Boys Who'll Ruin Your Life, and You'll Thank Them." His swim trunks were black, simple, a little short. His hair, sun-damp and pushed back, curled just enough to make people stare twice. And he had freckles. So many freckles. Spilled across his shoulders like constellations. They've arrived at the venue. Shoto kept him company by the drink table, handing him a soda first and later a vodka cranberry with zero warning. You okay? Shoto asked calmly. I'm fine. You don't look fine. I'm hydrated, Izuku muttered, already downing the drink. That's close enough. Katsuki hadn't spoken to him all night. Which was fine. Really. Except that he looked tan. Shirtless. Lean in that casual, unbothered way that made people gravitate toward him like he was a bonfire. Water clung to his chest. His hair was messier than usual, damp at the ends. A towel was slung low on his hips, and he was surrounded. Girls. Guys. A mix of both. One girl with long curly brown hair had her hand on his abs, laughing like she belonged there. Katsuki didn't look thrilled. But he didn't move her hand, either. Izuku hated the drink in his hand. Then finished it anyway. The sun dipped behind the hills. The pool glowed in low blue light. Music thumped from waterproof speakers. Laughter echoed under string lights, and half the guests were already tipsy or flirting. Now they were playing Truth or Dare. Because of course the party had to devolve into that. It started the way all good train wrecks did, harmless, tipsy, too many people grinning around a circle on pool chairs and mismatched cushions, their wet swimsuits still clinging from a recent splash war. The air buzzed with heat and leftover laughter. Someone passed a bottle. Someone else passed out. And the dares began to fly like confetti. Truth, have you ever had a crush on someone here? Dare, do a shot while upside down. Truth, worst kiss of your life. Dare, sing the national anthem in your sexiest voice. It was fun. Loud. Borderline stupid. Izuku was laughing too much. The alcohol fuzzed out the edges of his vision, left a sweet burn in his cheeks. He leaned against Shoto's steady shoulder more than once, balancing out the dizziness. Shoto, ever unbothered, sat cool and unflinching, holding a lime wedge and pretending to be invisible. Then things escalated. Truth, have you ever hooked up with someone in this circle? Dare, make out with the person to your left. Truth, what's your biggest SXL regret? Dare, lick whipped cream off someone's chest. At that one, half the group howled while the other half recoiled in mild horror. Izuku hid behind his drink, face red from secondhand embarrassment. He wasn't sure if it was the vodka, the heat, or the way Katsuki still hadn't looked at him all night. Not once. He knew. Felt it. Watched it like a scene on loop. Katsuki on the far side of the circle, towel long gone, water droplets racing down his chest. Arms toned, sun-burnt skin, hair spiked from drying in the wind. The girl with long brown curls laughed too loud still beside him, her fingers tracing idle patterns near his waist. He didn't seem to notice. Or maybe he didn't care, and Izuku told himself it didn't matter. Until Denki's voice cut through the noise. Izuku, he sing-songed, wiggling his brows like a gremlin. Truth or dare? Izuku blinked. Caught off guard. He grinned sloppy and flushed. Dare. Someone groaned. Oh no. Denki perked up immediately, eyes gleaming. Alright, kiss the person closest to you. The circle exploded. Shouts. Cackles. Fake gasps. Izuku's brain short-circuited. He turned to his right. Shoto Todoroki. Who sat calmly, cross-legged, drink in hand. Bare chest sprinkled with water, hair tousled from a dip in the pool, expression a masterclass in indifference except for his ears. They were pink. Bright, betray you pink. I don't, Izuku stammered. From the other side of the circle, Katsuki shifted. Didn't speak. Didn't move. Just watched. The girl beside him leaned in, whispering something too quiet to hear. Her nails trailed across his abs. He didn't respond. Didn't even blink. Izuku's heart pounded. Maybe from the vodka. Maybe from the way Katsuki was watching now. Like really watching. Izuku hesitated, hand brushing Shoto's knee. Only if you're okay with it. Shoto shrugged. I don't mind. And Izuku admits, and agrees. Because everyone was saying it anyway. Shoto was hot and handsome. Like, objectively so. Smart. Calm. Tall. Girls also threw themselves at him, heck, even older women, and he barely noticed. He was kind, too, in that quiet, gentle way that made you feel like the center of the room even when he didn't say a word. Izuku could kiss him. Could. So he leaned in, face close, heartbeat thundering in his ears. Their noses almost brushed, then Katsuki stood. Not subtly. Not casually. Just full body, irritated tension like his muscles had snapped into motion without asking permission. He stared at them. Not at the group. Not at Denki. Not even at the girl beside him. Straight. At Izuku. This is stupid, he said flatly. No rage. No shouting. Just cold. Then he turned on his heel. Walked off and the entire circle fell quiet. Izuku sat frozen. Mouth still parted. Face just inches from Shoto's. Because for the first time all night after being ignored, dismissed, side-eyed Katsuki had looked at him. Izuku wasn't sure if he was drunk enough for this. The kiss didn't happen. Katsuki's exit had sucked all the air out of the moment, leaving behind nothing but awkward stares and silence so loud it drowned the music for a beat. Ochako coughed. Mina fake laughed. Kirishima muttered, "Oof, DMN," and took a sip of his drink like that would erase the sudden tension crackling across the circle. And then, like nothing had just imploded, the party inched back into motion. Someone restarted the playlist. Someone dared Mina to belly flop into the pool. People hooped. Laughed. Moved on. Except Izuku didn't. He sat back slowly, eyes still pinned to the spot Katsuki had stood seconds ago. Red-faced. Embarrassed, sure, but not for what almost happened with Shoto. No, he was said. And maybe a little confused. Because what the hell was that? Katsuki storming off like he had any right. Like he hadn't spent the last hour letting that curly-haired girl cling to him like some accessory. Like he hadn't let her whisper in his ear and laugh into his neck. And then he had the nerve to look mad. Especially not when, 10 minutes later, Kirishima came back into the poolside circle, towel slung over his shoulder, looking concerned. Anyone seen Bakugo? The group paused again. Tetsuo said he left, someone said. With that girl. You know, curly-haired one. Izuku froze. Tetsuo, ever unbothered, shrugged from his seat on the pool edge. Yeah. Saw them in front of his bike like, 5 minutes ago. She was all over him, bro, Ochako winced. Yikes. Kirishima frowned. SHT. Should have known he was in a mood. Izuku snorted into his drink. Figures. You good? Ochako asked, sitting beside him. Totally, Izuku said. Great. Fantastic. She raised a brow. Shoto sat nearby, watching him without saying a word. You've had enough, Shoto finally said, voice calm, flicking his gaze toward the cup in Izuku's hand. I'm fine. He took another swig. You're not. Izuku ignored him. He was fine. Totally. Just because Katsuki ran off with some girl didn't mean anything. It wasn't like they were a thing. It wasn't like they were even friends. Hell, they barely knew how to talk. Still. He kept drinking, because he could. Also because he was hot, and tired, and confused, and maybe a little more tipsy than he wanted to admit. It was around the time he slurred something about how ice cream machines should be public utilities that a sharp voice cut through the noise. Oi. Izuku's head whipped toward the driveway. And there he was. Helmet under his arm, jaw clenched tight, eyes unreadable. You're not driving anywhere, Shoto said flatly, stepping forward. Katsuki ignored him. His gaze zeroed in on Izuku, then flicked down, taking in the flushed cheeks, the slack limbs, the glassy stare. Come on, nerd. Katsuki said. I'll take you home. No the hell you won't. Shoto can he's already driving someone back anyway, didn't ask him, Katsuki snapped. Asked you. Izuku squinted. Yeah, well didn't answer you. Katsuki's eyes flared. The F is wrong with you. You, apparently. Izuku was halfway to fully gesturing when he noticed the silence around them. Heads had turned. Denki was frozen mid-cannonball, Kirishima was biting his lip to keep from grinning, and Mina. And Ochako looked like they'd pass out from second-hand tension. But no one said a word. Katsuki's jaw ticked. He stepped forward, holding out a plastic bag like it was a grenade. I bought painkillers and a bottle of water, you idiot, he bit out. So you wouldn't pull any dumb SHT. You were literally falling over earlier. Izuku froze. Katsuki shoved the bag of supplies into Izuku's chest. You're a pain in the butt. You're unbelievable. You're getting on that bike. I'm not. Midoriya, Shoto interrupted smoothly, maybe just go. He did bring electrolytes. Izuku glared at both of them. Then at the bag. Then at the helmet still tucked under Katsuki's arm. He groaned. Fine. Thank God, Katsuki muttered, already turning. Kirishima fist bumped himself in the background. Mina squealed into her towel. Denki resumed his cannonball. Izuku followed reluctantly, muttering, still hate you. Katsuki didn't even glance back. Likewise. Chapter 10, crashing hard. The ride was quiet. Too quiet. No one dared to talk. Not even Katsuki. The engine's purr filled the silence, a steady hum against the cool summer air. The wind wasn't harsh, it brushed over them softly, carrying scents of sea salt, faint bonfire smoke, and the kind of stillness that only came after midnight. Izuku leaned back just a little, letting his heavy eyelids fall shut. The sky above was clear, stars scattered like confetti across a dark canvas. He didn't usually get to see them this clearly in the city. He let himself stare. Breathe. Let the night blur into streaks of moonlight and wind. And maybe it was the liquor still swaying in his system. Or maybe it was just instinct. But slowly, gently, Izuku let his forehead fall forward. It pressed against Katsuki's back just between his shoulder blades. Katsuki's shoulders stiffened immediately. He tensed like he'd just touched a live wire. But he didn't snap. Didn't shove him off. He just muttered under his breath, not even loud enough to be annoyed. Dumb like but wait nerd. Izuku didn't respond. He just blinked slowly. Let the rhythm of the ride lull him further. By the time they pulled up in front of his house, the quiet hadn't lifted. Not fully. Katsuki killed the engine. The motorbike clicked as it cooled, the metal frame popping faintly in the breeze. Streetlights buzzed overhead. Still without looking at him, Katsuki said simply, keys. Izuku blinked. Still sluggish. Ha. Katsuki exhaled through his nose, sharp and exasperated. For F's sake. He turned slightly. Where are the keys? Your house is locked and Auntie's probably asleep, you idiot. Izuku frowned, digging into his pockets in the slowest motion known to man. I think I dropped them in Shoto's car or maybe Ochako's bag. Katsuki stared at him, then dragged a hand down his face. You're hopeless. Izuku slumped forward a bit, head bobbing, clearly losing the battle with sleep. I'm tired. Yeah, no SHT, Katsuki didn't yell. Didn't growl. Just stood there for a second, jaw clenched, mind clearly ticking through next steps. He muttered something about, goddamn babysitting under his breath, pulled out his phone, and dialed. The phone rang once. Twice. Straight to voicemail. Katsuki scowled at the screen, thumb hovering over redial. Figures, he muttered. Drunk BSTRDS probably passed out or let their DMN phones die. He shot one last look at Izuku, who was now half slumped against the front gate of their apartment, swaying slightly like an exhausted leaf. One sandal was on wrong. Katsuki rubbed his face. Hard. Like it would reboot his patience, hell. They ended up back at the beach house. The ride was sluggish. Izuku didn't even speak, just leaned into Katsuki's back again, drowsy and warm and weightless. He mumbled something about the stars, something about ice cream, and then went quiet. By the time they pulled into the gravel drive, the horizon was blushing faintly pink. Too early or too late, Katsuki couldn't tell. He was too busy parking without crashing. He expected to have to drag Izuku inside. But the second they walked in, the nerd stumbled toward the bed like a heat-seeking missile. Then face-planted. Directly. Onto Katsuki's sheets. Katsuki stood in the doorway, arms crossed, staring. You seriously just what the hell, Deku, but Izuku was already halfway to snoring. His hair was messy from the helmet, cheeks pink from the night and the alcohol, lips parted slightly in a half-doze. He looked soft. Tired. A little stupid, he sighed. Walked over. Reached out. Then, without thinking much about it, he ruffled Izuku's hair. Once. Roughly. Next time, he muttered under his breath, don't be dumb enough to take shots from Kaminari, nerd. Izuku mumbled into the pillow. But he dared me, Katsuki scoffed. So what? You always do whatever idiots dare you to do. One eye cracked open. Just barely. Only the hot ones. Katsuki blinked. His mouth opened like it was going to form a sentence. Izuku let out a breathy, drunk laugh. Kidding, he slurred, his voice light and almost teasing. Katsuki scowled. TCH, dumbass. But Izuku didn't stop there. Still half face down in the sheets, he mumbled something else. Now. You're hot when you're mad. Katsuki froze. His brain stuttered. Rebooted. Blue screen error. What the F does that mean? Kacchan. There's something about you, Izuku murmurs, eyes on the horizon. You don't see it, but you carry something, raw. Something alive. And maybe, that's the part of you I keep coming back to. Katsuki stilled. Muscles locked. Like the words landed somewhere he didn't want them to. He stared at Izuku, at the freckles painted across his sun-touched skin, at the green lashes fluttering over flushed cheeks, at the absolute nerd lying there like he hadn't just set off a bomb and walked away from the blast zone. Like he hadn't just short-circuited Katsuki's entire operating system. Katsuki stood there for 5 full seconds. Silent. Unmoving. What the actual F menace, he hissed. And maybe that's the part of you I keep coming back to. Then, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But his voice had lost its edge. No bark. Just, confused softness. Like he didn't know what to do with what was said, so he'd file it under, stupid, for now. The default setting. And as he grabbed the extra blanket and tossed it toward Izuku's legs, grumbling something about dumb metaphors and overheated nerds, his hands were gentler than before. Like he hadn't quite stopped thinking about it. Like maybe, somewhere in that controlled chaos of his, a tiny part of him was coming back to him too. The next morning, Izuku blinked awake to soft light filtering through unfamiliar curtains. His head throbbed. His tongue felt like it had been carpeted. And this was definitely not his bed. The blanket smelled like citrus and fabric softener. The pillow had no All Might print. And there was a suspicious lack of cluttered notebooks stacked by the nightstand. Before he could panic, the door creaked open, and in walked Katsuki Bakugo. Wearing sweats. Holding a glass of water. Jaw already set like he'd been arguing with gravity all morning. Before you panic your little butt, Katsuki started, completely deadpan, you were drunk as F last night. Izuku sat bolt upright. Kacchan. And yes, Katsuki continued, like he hadn't just startled the hell out of him, I already talked to Auntie. What? Your phone kept ringing 6 in the goddamn morning. Katsuki snapped, standing in the doorway. His hair was still damp from a quick shower, and his hoodie was halfway zipped like even he hadn't woken up all the way yet. Woke me up. Izuku groaned, dragging both hands down his face like it might erase last night. Oh my god. I want to die. Yeah. Well, you look like you already did, Katsuki shot back, marching across the room and slamming a glass of water on the nightstand like it was medicine. Here. Hydrate before your dumb liver gives up and throws in the towel. Izuku squinted blearily at him, voice still hoarse from whatever ungodly drinks he'd accepted last night. Wait. Wait, where am I? Katsuki sighed. Beach house. Guest room. You have a guest room. It's AF house, Deku. Of course it has guest rooms. He said it like Izuku had asked if water was wet. Izuku sat up slowly, holding the blanket over his lap like it might help him keep his soul from falling out. His face was pale, cheeks flushed, hair sticking out in half a dozen directions. Then, through a haze of delayed horror, did you? No, Katsuki snapped instantly, before the question could finish forming. I didn't sleep beside you, you dumbass idiot. He snorted. In your dreams, you're not my type, nerd. Izuku's face flushed, mortified. You're not my type either. But. Okay, he lied. Maybe Katsuki was the kind of guy he liked. He absolutely was. And Izuku hated himself for it. That sharp jawline, the stupid way his voice got lower when he was serious, the way his arms looked when he crossed them like they were built to hold up a collapsing world, and the nerve he had to look so effortlessly good after a swim, water still clinging to his skin like it had a crush too. Izuku clenched his fists, looking anywhere but at him. Whatever. I'm going home. Say it again, Katsuki said, looking a little smug. Izuku blinked. Say what? That I'm not your type. Why you're not my type? Happy. There was a beat of silence. Katsuki hovered by the door, arms crossed. You did, however, Katsuki said, voice infuriatingly smug, call me hot last night. Izuku blinked. Froze. I what? Katsuki nodded, like he'd waited all night to bring this up. Slurred it. Then smiled like an idiot. Then passed out like a beach. Drooled a little. No. No, I didn't. You absolutely did. Katsuki's grin was wicked. Izuku let out a low, strangled sound of mortified pain and buried his entire face in his hands. Stop talking. Nah, Katsuki said, satisfied. I'm gonna remember this forever. Might get it printed on a shirt. And me. Izuku flopped back onto the mattress and yanked the pillow over his head. The muffled groan that followed was long and full of existential dread. Then, hey Izuku. Good morning. Kirishima's head suddenly popped into the doorway like a golden retriever that had learned how to knock. He grinned wide, hair damp and eyes too chipper for 9 a.m., you survived. Before Izuku could say a single word, before he could process the fact that he was hungover, and possibly confessed Katsuki Bakugo's hotness to his face, the door clicked shut. The sun was way too bright for someone who'd woken up hungover and humiliated. Izuku squinted through his towel, still half dead, and sprawled like a tragic sea creature across one of the beach lounge chairs. His hair was still a mess, his mouth tasted like shame and regret, and his body was not cooperating. And yet his friends had zero mercy. Come on, Zuku, Mina said, bouncing excitedly in her wetsuit. Last month of summer. You promised you'd be more fun, Denki added, already halfway waxing his board. Let him die in peace, Shoto muttered from behind his sunglasses. I'm not dying, Izuku croaked. Just reorganizing my soul. Yeah, Ochako sing-songed, tugging at his arm. You'll feel better in the water. Guaranteed hangover cure. He groaned, letting himself get dragged. Fine. But if I throw up in the ocean, it's on you. Noted, she grinned. And so, 30 minutes later, still not fully recovered from alcohol or embarrassment, Izuku found himself ankle-deep in the ocean, holding a rented surfboard like it was a cursed artifact. And then he saw him. Katsuki stood further down the beach, already half in the water, board under one arm, muscles sharp and sun-warmed. He was shirtless again obviously and surrounded by a small constellation of girls in bikinis. One was laughing too hard at something he didn't even say, and another had her fingers twirling her hair while pretending not to stare at his abs. Izuku rolled his eyes. He didn't even know why. I think you like him, Ochako said quietly beside him. Izuku turned, scandalized. What? Ochako shrugged, all casual. You rolled your eyes. That's the international sign of jealousy. I'm not jealous, he snapped way too fast. I'm still hungover. I don't like fake laughing, okay? Sure, she smiled knowingly. Must be a very specific pet peeve. He was still stuttering when Katsuki called from the water, voice gruff and already irritated, nerd. You getting in or you gonna flirt with Uraraka all day? Izuku flushed. Ochako cackled. Oh my god, he's jealous. I'm going. Izuku shouted, clutching the board like a shield and wading into the waves. You're paddling wrong. I'm literally just floating. Yeah, and you look like a dead seal. Fix your form. Izuku glared, chest deep in the water. I swear to God, Kacchan, I'm going to whack you with this board. You'd miss, Katsuki smirked, perfectly balanced as he straddled his board. Izuku grumbled and tried to paddle again. The wave came faster than he expected. He stood up badly. Wobbled. Panicked. And then, wipeout. The ocean swallowed him whole. There was salt in his nose, a thud to his chest, and then arms. Strong hands hooked under his arms and yanked him back up just before he could be dragged further. Izuku burst above the surface gasping, coughing, completely soaked. You dumbass, Katsuki muttered, too close. You were supposed to fall away from the board, not on it. Izuku blinked. Their faces were inches apart. The water rolled gently around them. Katsuki's hand was still gripping his back, palm flat against his spine. Neither of them moved. Neither of them laughed. Just the crash of waves behind them and the sun painting gold across Katsuki's cheekbones. Izuku's breath caught. He was vaguely aware he was touching his chest. That Katsuki had caught him. That this wasn't normal. Not for them. And then Katsuki pulled away. Izuku didn't mean to start a list in his head. It just happened. Maybe it was the leftover buzz from surfing. Or the way Katsuki had pulled him out of the water without a second thought, hands steady, grip firm, eyes locked on his like he wasn't going to let go ever. Maybe it was the sun. Or the salt. Or the DMN way Katsuki didn't even smirk when their faces had been inches apart, ocean dripping down their chins, like time had cracked open for a second just for them. But yeah, he started a list. In his head. A Katsuki Bakugo list. He liked matcha. Not too sweet. No syrups. Pure, strong, kinda bitter, exactly how he took his tea and probably how he approached life. Then came sports. All of them, apparently. He didn't just play them, he embodied them. His body moved like it remembered victory. Like it didn't know how to be anything less than brilliant. Volleyball, basketball, football. Kirishima said he was terrifying on the field. Izuku didn't doubt it. Then, surfing. Because of course he was good at that too. Of course he carved through waves like they were nothing but mist and muscle memory. Like the ocean bent for him. Even Todoroki, stoic, near impossible to impress Todoroki, had blinked in quiet acknowledgement. And Katsuki hadn't even looked proud. Just annoyed that his board had a scratch. He was the kind of person who didn't need to show off. Who let his actions speak loud enough for everyone within a 3-mile radius. No showboating. No bragging. Just presence. So yeah. Matcha. Sports. Surfing. What else? What else was he good at? What else was he hiding beneath that blunt mouth and thunderstorm glare? Izuku found himself wanting to know. Really, deeply curious in a way that felt dangerous. In a way that felt like peeling back layers just to see what soft things might live under all that armor. And God, when did that start? When did he start caring about the quiet parts? The cracks. The comforts Katsuki never let anyone see. He didn't know. All he knew was he wants the last month of summer to be the best for everyone. That he was sitting on damp sand, towel wrapped around his waist, watching Katsuki shake salt water out of his hair like it was the most casual thing in the world, shoulders gleaming under the sun, girls giggling nearby, and Izuku's brain was just spiraling. He hugged his knees tighter. What else, Kacchan? What else are you good at? What else are you hiding? What else are you afraid to show? Chapter 11, Lost together. The sky was high and loud with sun, cicadas buzzing like the air itself was vibrating. It was already mid-August. But the chaos. The laughter. The dumb dares and louder jokes. All still very much the same. But not really. The tension between Katsuki and Izuku hadn't disappeared. Not magically. Not completely. They still stumbled over their words sometimes. Still interrupted each other. Still caught themselves looking and quickly looked away. But they were trying. Picking up the pieces. Cautiously. Deliberately. The morning after surfing, Izuku found a bandage wrapped around his ankle, neat, snug, placed by someone with rough hands and too much unspoken care. He blinked at it. Right. The third wipeout. The one where he'd face planted and then promptly bled on the board. You're bleeding, moron. He remembered that. He also remembered Katsuki crouching beside him, brushing sand off his leg like it personally offended him. His hands gentle despite the grumbling. His tone sharp but his eyes not. Then, the next morning Katsuki had walked into the cafe again. No yelling. No smirking. Just walked in like it was routine. Ordered like always. Sat like he belonged there. Izuku didn't even ask. Just brought the drink over. And added a cookie. Katsuki looked at it. Then at him. Didn't order that. Izuku had shrugged, cheeks warm. Didn't ask. Katsuki didn't say anything. But he didn't leave either. That became a thing. They argued. Obviously. They were them. But it was different. The edges weren't so sharp now. There was a kind of rhythm to it. A language only the two of them understood. Katsuki would roll his eyes. Izuku would mutter, JRK. And no one stormed off. No one disappeared. No one broke the thread they were slowly stitching back together. It wasn't a full repair. But it was movement. Forward. Izuku didn't know where it was going. Didn't dare name it. And somehow, the gang had ended up at the cliffs. They had coolers full of snacks, semi-legal permits, actual tents, and a responsible driver rotation schedule, thanks, Shoto. Cliff jumping. Katsuki had dared him. Of course he did, saying, come on, Deku. Let's see if you've got ball. The wind was unforgiving, tugging at Izuku's clothes, biting against his sun-warmed skin. The cliff beneath his feet was jagged and sun-bleached, crumbling in places like it could betray him at any moment. Below, the ocean heaved a restless, frothing blue that looked more like teeth than water. Izuku stepped closer to the edge, his breath catching in his throat. From here, the drop looked monumental. He swallowed. Behind him, Katsuki stood casually like this was nothing. Arms crossed. Chest damp from salt water and sweat. That smug, unbearable smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. You scared, he called. Izuku bristled. I'm not. Yeah. Katsuki tilted his head, golden light catching in his eyes. Prove it. That was the thing about Katsuki. He never really asked. He dared like a challenge, like a fight, like a truth you hadn't admitted yet. And somehow, Izuku always rose to it. He shot Katsuki a glare. You better not say anything if I die. Katsuki grinned wider. No. Promises. So he jumped. Time fractured. The wind ripped past his ears, a scream without sound, and the world flipped upside down. For a second, just one, he wasn't falling. He was weightless. Flying. Free. And then splash. The sea swallowed him whole. The cold hit like a slap, shocking and electric. Salt rushed up his nose, filled his mouth, stung his eyes. He kicked back to the surface, sputtering, laughing breathlessly as he broke through. Water streamed down his face. The adrenaline fizzed in his chest like fireworks. Izuku, are you okay? Ochako's voice rang from the top. You're insane. Denki's yell followed. Izuku coughed, grinning. I'm alive. Then Katsuki's voice. Sharp, cocky, louder than everyone else. You said you only follow dares from hot people. Now I know. Izuku blinked. Floated. Sputtered. I what? Katsuki just smirked. Just held his stare from the cliff's edge like he dropped a grenade and walked away. And then, like lemmings after chaos, the rest of them jumped, Mina and Denki screaming, Kirishima and Shiro flailing mid-air, Ochako graceful like she belonged to the wind, and Todoroki, controlled. Like gravity was merely a suggestion. But Izuku wasn't paying attention anymore. He was still floating, stunned, hair plastered to his face, cheeks burning hotter than the sun above. They made the most of the evening. The kind of night that felt like it was trying its hardest to become a memory. Loud music crackled from shitty portable speakers, the bass fuzzing out halfway through ribs by Lord. Someone had dumped chips into a sandy bowl. Coolers creaked open with cheap beer and soda cans. Towels were sprawled across like a patchwork picnic. Ochako wielded her ancient digital camera like it was gold. The shutter clicked non-stop, Denki sticking out his tongue, Mina mid-cartwheel, Shiro and Kirishima attempting a pyramid that immediately collapsed. Everyone caught in the act of laughing or shouting or glowing. Mina demanded they try at least 5 ridiculous group poses. One with them spelling out, lame, with their arms. Denki kept sneaking into frames, doing finger guns behind people's heads. Kirishima made them all flex their arms for one shot, cheering like it was a team huddle before a championship. Even Shoto cracked a smile. The corners of his mouth pulled just barely upward when Shiro offered to do the countdown with dramatic flair. And then the lens turned toward Katsuki. No one said a word this time. No please, no teasing. Because this time he didn't argue. Didn't bark or shove the camera away. He was beside Izuku, arms crossed, mouth set in a frown that didn't quite reach his eyes. Ochako blinked. Whispered, he didn't complain. Izuku, trying not to smile like an idiot, answered under his breath, I noticed. And the camera clicked. Catching them scowling and soft. Side by side. Like it was always meant to be that way. Shoto brought chocolate bars that were half melted, Denki dropped his marshmallow into the flames 3 times, and Mina made everyone share one embarrassing memory before getting more. Izuku leaned back on his elbows in the grass, tired and full and warm. A few feet away, Katsuki sat with his drink, eyes on the fire, head tilted slightly like he was tuning in and out of the conversation. He wasn't talking much. But he was there. Present. Listening. Ochako's camera clicked again, capturing something quiet and unspoken between the laughter. They swatted at mosquitoes and passed around the last of the chips. Someone played a song off their phone off-key and crackly, and suddenly everyone was singing along, badly, to some ancient summer anthem that none of them fully remembered the lyrics to. And it didn't matter. Not at all. Because the night stretched on like it didn't want to end, full of soft moments and shared space and the kind of togetherness. The fire had burned low hours ago, nothing left but orange embers and a slow curl of smoke rising toward the stars. The air was cooler now, tinged with salt and pine, and the tents that once buzzed with laughter were zipped shut and silent. Their friends had collapsed in heaps, sugared out, sun-drunk, and worn from cliff jumps, campfire games, and too many rounds of "one more song." But sometime around 3 a.m., Izuku woke up. The night pressed in soft and blue. He unzipped the tent slowly and stepped out barefoot into the dew-wet grass. His hoodie sleeves were tugged over his hands, and the cold bit at his toes. He saw him immediately. Standing at the edge of the bluff again, just past the fire pit, looking out over the sea. Alone. His posture was loose, casual in that practiced way that meant he hadn't really relaxed at all. Hair still a little damp, sleep-messed. One hand in the pocket of his sweatpants, the other holding a drink he hadn't touched. "Kacchan." "Can't sleep," Katsuki replied instantly, not looking back. Izuku stepped up beside him close, but not touching. The wind caught the edge of his hoodie, and the waves crashed below like they were arguing with the cliffs. The silence wasn't awkward. Just full. Izuku spoke first, quiet and hesitantly. "Do you ever think about how weird it is? That we're still here. After everything." He could feel Katsuki tense beside him but didn't push. He just kept talking, soft as the wind. "I mean, it's summer, and we're older now, maybe a little bit wiser, but still." Then Katsuki cut in, his voice lower. "Blunt. You remember everything. That's the problem." Izuku tilted his head. "I don't think it's a problem. You remember every version of me," Katsuki said. "Even the ones I hate." The words fell heavy into the night. Izuku felt them settle in his chest. He didn't rush to respond. Just stood in it for a moment, letting the wind blow through the silence. "I think it matters," Izuku finally said, voice quiet. "That I remember." Katsuki didn't move. Izuku continued, voice soft, like he wasn't entirely sure he was saying the right thing. "Kacchan," he looked at the sky, "if you were the stars, I'd still study every single one of your phases." He sighed and then looked at Katsuki. "Even the ones that burned too bright or disappeared too soon." Katsuki turned then, looking at him, not defensive, not angry. "Just bare. Because it's all still you, Kacchan. And I'd rather know all of you, even the parts that hurt, than not at all." Katsuki blinked. Izuku didn't look away. His expression hadn't changed. Soft, and honest. And Katsuki couldn't find the words. He couldn't even look away from him now. Because suddenly, Izuku looked like everything he'd been running from. "I mean, I guess I just hold on to things. Good and bad. I always have. Like when you gave me your second All-Might eraser in second grade. When I lost mine. I hated how loud you cried. You told me you didn't care and then gave it to me under the table." "Shut up." Izuku smiled faintly. "I remember chasing cicadas in your backyard. We never caught a single one. I could have caught one, you're just being annoying." "No, you couldn't." Katsuki huffed through his nose, and the corner of his mouth twitched again. "And I remember that summer when I fell off my bike, because you pushed me." "Did not. Did do. I said turn, not eat dirt, dumbass." Izuku shook his head. "Still, you carried me the rest of the way back." Katsuki went still. Didn't look at him. Didn't deny it either. Until he whispered so quiet, Izuku almost missed it. "Let's get lost." Izuku turned. Katsuki was still staring ahead, eyes locked on the horizon like it had answers. He tilted his head slightly, smirk curling at the edge of his mouth. "You in or what?" And Izuku, barefoot, sleep-rumpled, still warm from memory and whatever the hell had been blooming between them this summer, just nodded. What could he say? He's not sure if he was dreaming. Not sure what this was turning into. But then he followed. Of course he did. A few minutes later, they were slipping into the rental car Katsuki had apparently picked up on a whim just in case. His bike wasn't made for rough coastal roads, and Ciro's van had given up because probably wouldn't survive the cliff's steep descent. So this quiet, and still smelling faintly of salt and leather was their escape vehicle. Plan C. And somehow it was perfect. Windows down. Breeze rolling in like a soft exhale. Stars hanging like someone had shaken glitter across the sky. The cliffs fell away behind them, and the road stretched forward, ribboning out into the dark like a secret only they were in on. The radio kicked in, fuzzy at first, then clear, and all the roads we have to walk are winding and all the lights that lead us there are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you but I don't know how. Wonderwall by Oasis. 2 on the nose. And still neither of them changed the station. Izuku didn't speak. Katsuki didn't glance over. But something in the air changed. It wasn't heavy. Not quite light either. Just real. Katsuki's hand was loose on the wheel, his other arm resting against the open window. Hair messy from the ocean breeze. Sleeves rolled up. There was a calm on his face that didn't show up often, not unless they were somewhere far enough from expectations. Izuku leaned his head against the cool glass, the wind threading through his hair, his hoodie tugged up to his chin. He didn't know what this was. He didn't care. The music, the motion, the silence between them, it was all enough. No plan. No destination. Just the coast, late August air, and Katsuki Bakugo driving like he didn't care what was ahead as long as it wasn't behind. Then Katsuki spoke, voice low and almost distracted. It's weird, right? How SHT keeps changing. Izuku blinked, pulled out of his own thoughts. Katsuki continued. Even when you think you finally figured something out. Izuku turned slightly, not interrupting. Yeah, he said, softly. Like the second you breathe out, something shifts. Used to think I'd hate that. Change. Now I dunno. Maybe I hate staying the same more. The wind picked up again, rustling Katsuki's hair. He leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the steering wheel. Izuku looked at him, really looked. There was no smirk. No scowl. Just a tired kind of honesty sitting in Katsuki's eyes, like he'd peeled back a piece of himself without meaning to. Just because the moment was quiet enough to allow it. He didn't glance back. Didn't check if Izuku heard. But Izuku did. He wanted to say I know. Or me too. Or you're not the only one changing. Ochako's words echoed in his mind suddenly. I think you like him. He looked at Katsuki again. The way the lights made his lashes glow, made his features look softer somehow. Still him. Still sharp and loud and impossible. But there was something else there now. Something Izuku hadn't let himself name until that moment. It wasn't just about being close to Katsuki. It wasn't just curiosity or wanting to understand him better. It was more. And it terrified him. At some point, Izuku cracked his window farther and leaned his head against the seat, the wind rushing past his face and tangling in his hair. Wondering when the shift had started and how long he could keep pretending it hadn't happened. Why didn't you say goodbye back then? The words hovered, right behind his teeth. 9 years ago. Also this time of the year. Mid-August. And then silence. Nothing. Not for a week. A month. A year. Not until this summer. His chest ached with it. His fingers curled a little tighter in his lap. He wanted to ask. God, he wanted to ask. What went wrong? Was it something I did? Did I mean nothing at all to you back then? But he didn't. Because he was here now. In the driver's seat. Arm out the window. The wind threading through his hair. That familiar scowl smoothed out by moonlight and motion. Izuku couldn't risk breaking whatever fragile thing they'd rebuilt. Not now. Not with summer slipping through their fingers. And somehow that felt like enough. For now. So instead, Izuku looked forward again, eyes tracing the way the headlights stretched along the empty road. He let the silence stretch. Let the question go for tonight. Katsuki took the next turn off the highway, down a stretch of road surrounded by tall pines and silence. Izuku didn't ask where they were headed. He just stared out the window, heart still thudding, unsure what they were doing but sure that he didn't want to be anywhere else. Because it wasn't about where. The quiet of the road. The flicker of stars through tree branches. The music still playing. And the space they were slowly, cautiously building between all the broken bits they never talked about. It was about them. They were getting lost. And maybe, somehow, also being found. Chapter 12, Mid-August Messages. Katsuki had never seen anyone make people gravitate like Izuku did. He wasn't the loudest in the group. Hell, half the time he was muttering dumb SHT about seaweed or tripping over his own sandals. But he had this pull, quiet and constant like gravity. People laughed easier around him. Looked lighter. Talked more. Kirishima cracked dumb jokes louder when Izuku was around. Ochako's grin hit different when she was teasing him. Even Todoroki seemed less like a snowman with a pulse. And Katsuki watched. Watched how people touched him without thinking. Nudges, casual arms around shoulders, high fives, sand flicked playfully. How Izuku took it all in like it was the most natural thing in the world. He didn't shrink. He didn't stiffen. He welcomed it. Katsuki didn't know what that felt like. Because he was never that kid. Never soft. Never safe to approach. He was built sharp, forged, loud and angry and too bright to hold. No one ever reached for him without flinching first. But here in this dumb little coastal town, with stupid heat and loud but birds and salt in his socks, he had space. He had quiet. He had these weird, sunburned idiots who dragged him to bonfires, cliff jumps, night swims, and acted like it was fine that he didn't know how to talk about things. No one expected anything from him here. Not victory. Not medals. Not control. Not a DMN throne. Just him. And maybe he liked that. And maybe he liked Shirahama. Maybe he liked the dumb circus that followed the nerd around. The chaos. The stupid beach dog. He didn't know when he stopped trying to leave the room early. Everyone was scattered, Ochako upside down on a beanbag chair, Denki crying laughing over a dumb card draw, Mina with her feet in Kirishima's lap like it was normal. Todoroki sat in the corner with a small plate of marshmallows like he'd been personally offended. Izuku was next to the coffee table. Cross-legged. Card deck in one hand, half a chip in his mouth. His curls were still damp from the shower, clinging to his forehead. He was arguing with Siro about rules that didn't exist while unconsciously bumping his knee against Katsuki's every 5 seconds. The worst part. He wasn't even annoyed. He sat with his back against the couch, one arm hooked over a pillow, pretending he was watching the game. Really, he was watching Izuku. The nerd laughed too loud. Made dumb comments about how frogs probably invented Uno. Got too into the score even though no one was keeping track. But Katsuki kept glancing at him anyway, and not in the way he used to, when he was ready to explode. This felt easier. He didn't even realize he was smiling until Kirishima threw a popcorn kernel at him. See? Kirishima grinned. Told you. You like it here. Katsuki blinked, scowl rebooting automatically. The F's that supposed to mean? Kirishima leaned back on his elbows, smug. Means you've smiled like 3 times tonight and only insulted people twice. Progress man. Shut up. Come on, Bakugo. You even like the beach dog now. Katsuki stiffened. Then, slowly, without looking at him, I didn't say that. You didn't have to. Katsuki stayed silent. You're not fooling anyone, Kirishima said, nudging him with a toe. You like it here? Or, he raised an eyebrow, someone. That did it. Katsuki turned, expression flat and instantly done with this conversation. F off. Kirishima snorted, raising both hands. Alright, alright. Just checking. Katsuki scoffed and turned away again, gaze drifting like it always did back to the one person who was impossible to ignore. Izuku. He kept thinking about what Kirishima said. Because he did like it here. And maybe he liked the chaos of it. The late-night noise, the way they all made space for each other. He liked the background laughter and the dumb rules. He liked not having to be on guard all the time. And the fact that Izuku stayed. Even after all the CRP Katsuki had thrown his way over the years, every harsh word, every shove, every time he tried to push him out, he stayed. Like it was the easiest thing in the world. He accepted him. Or whatever the hell you'd call it. Bit by bit, Katsuki had learned to lower his walls. Not because he wanted to. Because Izuku made it feel safe. Like breathing with armor off. But that didn't mean anything. Not like that. He was used to the idiot, that's all. They grew up tangled together. Of course he noticed when Izuku smiled more, talked louder, looked happier here. It didn't mean anything. It didn't. And if his chest felt weird watching it, well, that was just the ocean air. He turned back toward the fire before he could look too long. Just leaned back, and pretended not to feel Izuku's knee bump his again. The sand was warm beneath the blanket. Music played low behind them, laughter rising and falling like the tide. The sun had long dipped below the sea, leaving the sky bruised and soft and full of promise. They'd all gathered on the beach for the Nanki Shirahama message fireworks show. Mina's idea, obviously. She'd gushed about it all week. It was held at Shirahama Beach from mid-July to mid-August. Every year. And features special message fireworks. People will submit their personal message, touching dedications or secret confessions announced over beach speakers and FM radio, then set ablaze in the sky, an NTMT tradition loved by couples and families. Izuku remembered being a kid back when he and Katsuki used to watch fireworks like these with their parents. Back then, they hadn't really understood what it meant. That for a lot of people, this was romantic. NTMT. Special. He never stopped watching them, even after they grew apart. Year after year, he'd still find a way to see the fireworks, even if it meant going by himself. He glanced at Katsuki beside him, quiet, lost in thought, eyes fixed on the sky. It had been years since Katsuki had watched these. Izuku hadn't sent anything, though. He'd thought about it. Had stared at the online form for 20 straight minutes the night before, fingers hovering over the keyboard. But what could he say in 60 characters? So instead, he just came to watch. Then the announcement came through the speakers: tonight's Nanki Shirahama message fireworks will begin shortly. Please enjoy the show and listen for the messages of love and celebration sent in by our visitors. Katsuki, sitting beside him on the blanket, snorted softly. Bet someone proposes. Someone always proposes. Mina chimed in from behind them, clearly eavesdropping. Last year it was, say yes, Yumi. And then the fireworks exploded in the shape of a heart. I sobbed. Denki choked on shrimp chips. I did not. Denki yelled from somewhere behind a cooler. Okay, I did. It was emotional. Izuku laughed, eyes flicking upward as the first firework whistled into the sky. Then, boom. A golden burst bloomed overhead. The first firework shot up. A shrill whistle, then. Boom. Gold bloomed in the sky like a flower opening in reverse. Everyone clapped. Ochako gasped. Here come the messages. The speaker crackled. To my girlfriend, thank you for saying yes. Let's make this summer ours. A chorus of awe followed. Denki threw popcorn at Kirishima. Life is so unfair. Happy birthday, Hiroto. Mom and Dad loves you. Izuku, smiling faintly, eyes on the sky, muttered next to Katsuki, Kacchan, do you remember the last time we watched these together? Katsuki grunted. Yeah. You had candy floss stuck to your cheek. Dumbass. I did not. Izuku laughed quietly, still watching the sky. They really are appealing. I like how the colors reflect on the water like that. Katsuki shrugged, leaning back on his hands. Yeah. The reflection makes it feel like you're seeing it twice, like you're not gonna miss it, even if you blink. Izuku smiled at the thought. That's a nice way to put it. Some things are worth making sure you don't miss. Izuku frowned slightly, caught off guard. Ha! The next firework exploded bright orange and white, with little flickers of green at the edges. It lingered longer than the others. Then, you stayed. And suddenly, everything didn't feel so hard. The words rang out over the speakers, just before the fireworks scattered into a shimmering green haze. Izuku turned his head. Katsuki sat beside him. Face still. Not tense. Just focused. Eyes on the sky like it was hiding something. He didn't flinch at the message. Didn't look surprised. Just watched. The way his fingers drummed once against his knee like he was holding something in. Then Katsuki glanced at him. Quick. Barely a second, and Izuku swore he saw the corner of his mouth twitch, like he was fighting a smirk. Then Katsuki looked away. Like it hadn't happened. Like it wasn't everything. But Izuku saw it. He knew. Not because Katsuki said anything. Not because there was proof. But because he felt it. In the way Katsuki's shoulders eased just slightly. In the silence that wrapped around them like something understood. None of their friends noticed. No one turned to look. No one even paused. But Izuku knew. Katsuki had sent it. He'd never admit it. Would rather fight God than confess out loud. Would bark if anyone even suggested the message was his. But it was. Some things don't need to be said to be understood. And Izuku sat there, heart slowly caving in on itself in the best possible way, watching the sky burn bright with a secret just for him. And he realized that he wanted every summer to feel like this. Maybe Shirahama wasn't just a break in the timeline. Maybe it was the start of something. And it glittered like a message meant for him. Exploding soft and bright and real in the sky, reflecting in the water like a second heartbeat. Chapter 13, Every day, sometimes it started with nothing. Or a message that said, Oi. A knock on Izuku's window at 5 a.m. Katsuki showing up at the cafe in Izuku's shift, standing at the counter, arms crossed, eyes scanning the pastry case with zero interest. I'm bored, he'd say, as if that explained anything. Let's go. Izuku never asked where. Never asked why. He'd sigh, grab his jacket from the hook behind the counter, and yell be back in, toward Ida, who always sighed louder than necessary but waved him off anyway. Sometimes, go, meant riding into the next town. Other times it meant ending up at a quiet pier, sharing a convenience store soda and watching the fishing boats roll in. They never planned it. They didn't need to. It was like they were silently picking up something. Something heavy and soft. Something left behind 9 summers ago, before things got complicated, and too many things unsaid. The first time it really hit Izuku was at the local summer market. The heat clung to his skin like syrup, kids darted between food carts screaming about shaved ice, and the air was thick with grill smoke and laughter. He could hear an old band playing in the park square, probably some college group, and the air smelled like roasted corn and citrus soap. Katsuki pretended to hate all of it. He scowled at the overpriced lemonade. Grumbled about sticky children. Complained about how every stall looked identical. And yet, he didn't stop sampling every single free mochi cube handed to him. That one tasted like glue, Katsuki muttered, chewing suspiciously as they wandered from one vendor to the next. Izuku snorted. "You ate the whole thing." "Because I had to confirm it was SHT, sure," Izuku laughed, pulling out a small toothpick and offering him another. "Try this. I promise it's not glue. Matcha-filled daifuku, soft and dusted with powdered sugar." He'd picked it on purpose. Katsuki rolled his eyes like he was being forced into war, but still leaned in and took it. He bit off half with a dramatic chew, watching Izuku from the corner of his eye like he was expecting a reaction. A beat passed. Katsuki shrugged. "Better." Izuku grinned, nudging his shoulder. "You're so hard to please. TCH. You're just easy to impress." They just stayed there. Standing in front of the same small stand, too long for it to be normal. Too long for them to pretend they weren't just comfortable. The old lady running the stall, face crinkled with kindness, was watching them now with something warm behind her eyes. Something nostalgic. Then she spoke. "Are you Kacchan and Deku?" Izuku blinked. "Huh, wait, what? You were just kids when I last saw you here," she chuckled, pointing gently at them with her fan. "Coming around the stalls like little shadows. You're all grown up now. Handsome, too." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Oh hee, thanks. Oh, so it's official now, huh? You two are together, right?" Izuku almost choked. He coughed, nearly dropped the daifuku toothpick. No. We're not." Katsuki didn't even flinch. He just said it flat and easy, without the usual bite or snarl. But no disgust. No heat. Just a fact. The mochi lady laughed, waving her fan at them playfully. "Ah, you two look cute together." Izuku was still reeling. His face was on fire. His throat dry. "Oh no, we gotta go now, Kacchan. We should, next stall." "Thank you, nice to meet you, auntie," he stammered, grabbing Katsuki's arm and pulling him away without another word. Katsuki didn't resist, and didn't yank his arm away, didn't explode. He just followed. Quiet. That's when it hit Izuku. The comfort. The closeness. The way Katsuki let him pull. The way he didn't correct her too harshly. The way he didn't joke, or mock. Or look embarrassed at the idea of them being together. And suddenly it felt different. Felt real. He realized, as they walked in silence toward a yakitori stand, Katsuki still liking mochi from his thumb and not saying a word, that something had changed. Something deep and simple. Izuku had no idea when it started. But he couldn't pretend it wasn't there. The afternoons became their quiet ritual. One day, Izuku showed up at the beach house with a box of warm pastries, and then it became a habit. A casual thing. A rhythm they didn't talk about but didn't break either. He'd swing by sometime after lunch, the sun already dipping toward golden hour, the ocean breeze lazy and warm. The house always smelled faintly like salt and sunscreen, like worn-out wood and summer memories. He'd walk up the creaking porch steps, box in hand, and there Katsuki would be. Always in the same spot. On the porch swing, feet kicked up, a book cracked open in one hand, and a half-eaten apple in the other. He never looked surprised to see Izuku anymore. He'd just glance up, grunt something like, "Took you long enough," and gesture vaguely like, "Come sit, dumbass." Izuku always did. He'd plop down beside him, box on his lap, legs pulled up under him, his eyes scanning the cover of whatever Katsuki was reading. Sometimes he'd ask what it was. Sometimes he wouldn't. Sometimes they'd just sit. Read. Breathe. Be. Katsuki always took a cinnamon roll first. No words, no thanks. Just grabbed one like it belonged to him. And yeah, it kind of did. Turned out he loved cinnamon rolls. Like, finished 3 before Izuku even opened his book, loved them. So now Izuku made extra. Always. He started keeping track in his phone. Not on purpose. It just grew slowly, steadily. Kacchan likes matcha. Strong, no sugar. Cinnamon rolls. Extra cinnamon. All kinds of skis. He could name them by smell. Dogs. Sitting outside when it's cloudy but not cold. Reading when no one's watching. Apparently my peach scones too. He ate too. Sometimes Izuku would read aloud without meaning to, just soft murmurs following the lines of his book. And Katsuki didn't tell him to shut up. He didn't even look annoyed. He just turned a page. There was a calm in the air between them now. Something unspoken, yet known. A comfort that didn't require explanation. A linger that stayed too long but didn't feel out of place. Not exactly new. Just rediscovered. And sometimes, behind them, barely in view, Kirishima would walk past the open living room window. Catching them there on the swing. Katsuki's shoulder slightly tilted toward Izuku's. Izuku tucked in, cheeks full of pastry, book in lap. Kirishima would smile. Not say anything. But occasionally, he'd call out through the screen door with a grin, "Don't let him eat all the rolls, bro," Katsuki would yell, "Mind your own DMN business." And Izuku would laugh, cheeks pink. And for Katsuki Bakugo, who had built his entire life on hard edges and fire, that softness was a kind of miracle. Kirishima knew. He saw it clearly. That porch swing held something sacred now. Katsuki wasn't just letting Izuku in. He was choosing to stay beside him. It started with the mornings. Katsuki began showing up before opening hours, always with some half-butted excuse. Didn't want to cook. Kirishima's food tastes like wet cardboard. Matcha here doesn't SCK. Bullshit. He'd sit in the corner near the counter, hoodie half-zipped, earbuds in, and just stay. Once even go to the kitchen like he owned the place. Watching Izuku bake. Watching him greet customers. Watching him scribble notes on post-its, check timers, hum when he thought no one was listening. Until one morning, as flour danced in the sunlight and the smell of cinnamon filled the room, Izuku looked over his shoulder and asked, "Wanna help?" Katsuki scowled. "I already know how to bake. And I'm good at it." Izuku tilted his head, smiling just enough to be annoying. "Okay, Mr. Gordon Ramsay. Prove it." So he did. Everything was precise, measured down to the last gram, every movement efficient, sharp, practiced. His dough looked like it belonged in a cooking magazine. When the cookies came out of the oven, golden and perfect, Izuku took a bite, then grimaced. He said, trying to sound polite but failing, "Looks great but tastes like homework." Katsuki's eyes narrowed. "The hell does that mean?" Izuku grinned. "You're missing the secret ingredient. If you say, love, I'm leaving." "I was gonna say vanilla," Izuku said, laughing. "But okay, now I'm saying love." Katsuki didn't respond. Just glared, grabbed a cookie, and chewed in silence, eyes lingering a second too long on the flour smudged across Izuku's cheek before looking away. "Try adding your feelings, Kacchan. Feelings are messy." Izuku smirked and nudged the flour canister toward him with his elbow. "So is baking, that's the point." Katsuki snatched it like it offended him. "Then how come yours always turn out the same?" Izuku shrugged, wiping his hands on a rag. "Because I don't try to make them perfect. I make them the way I feel that day. Some days sweeter. Some days spicier." He glanced at Katsuki, flour on his cheek, light in his eyes. "If you put your heart into something, even a cookie, it shows. People feel it." Katsuki scoffed. "Sounds fake." But he didn't argue further. Just stood there, arms crossed, letting Izuku brush past him to grab a bowl, their shoulders bumping with ease like this wasn't new. Like it had been happening for a while now. It was comfortable. Too comfortable. The kind of closeness that sneaks up on you when no one talks about it. Izuku scooped more dough onto the tray. You're not bad at this, though. Katsuki raised a brow. Obviously. But you bake like it's an equation. Because it is. Not when you're feeding people. Izuku didn't look up right away. Just smoothed the batter into shape, then said quietly, "It means you care, Kacchan. More than you let on. You just don't know how to show it unless it explodes." Katsuki's jaw clenched. "I'm literally making cookies." "What, you want confetti?" Izuku laughed, bumping his shoulder again. "No. Just maybe a smile." "F off," Katsuki muttered, but this time it came out quiet, like a breath slipping loose. And then, there it was, the tiniest smirk. Izuku caught it. That flicker at the corner of Katsuki's mouth, the unspoken warmth behind his glare. The way his eyes lingered on Izuku's hands, kneading dough like it was something sacred. And just then, the bell above the cafe door jingled. Their first customer. Katsuki immediately stepped back, arms folding across his chest, leaning against the wall like he hadn't just been elbow deep in sugar and maybe something softer. Izuku washed his hands, tied his apron, and glanced at him. Not a word was said, but Katsuki stayed, and in the low hum of flour, heat, and unspoken things, Izuku smiled. It happened late. One of those warm, salty summer nights when even the moon seemed drowsy and the laughter had faded to soft breathing and the occasional snore. Everyone was out like a light in the beach house, Mina and Denki on the couch, limbs tangled in some kind of post-movie sugar crash, Kirishima on the deck with his hoodie over his face, Ciro curled in a hammock like a human burrito. Even Todoroki had passed out in a weirdly elegant sprawl in the reading nook. Izuku had just finished brushing his teeth, the bathroom mirror foggy from steam, when something caught his ear. A sound. Faint. Melodic. His brows furrowed. He froze mid-rinse. At first, he thought it was just one of Kaminari's playlists playing on loop. The speakers were always left on by accident. But there wasn't any bass. No synth. Just a voice. Low. Rough in parts. Not polished. Not practiced. Izuku turned toward the open window, toothbrush forgotten in his hand. It was coming from outside. From just beyond the porch. Quiet and unsure and familiar. His breath caught. He padded out into the hall, socks sliding slightly on the wooden floors, and stopped just short of the open kitchen window. The voice carried now clearer. Still low. Still tentative. It was Katsuki. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. He leaned in, just enough to peek through the cracked window without being seen. Katsuki sat on one of the steps just outside the back porch, guitar balanced on his knee, fingers absently strumming something slow, something unnameable. Crumpled notebook pages sat beside him, scribbled full. He looked focused. His shoulders tight with something quiet and tired. But his face was at peace. Izuku didn't move. Didn't breathe. He didn't even realize he was clutching the windowsill. Because Kacchan was singing. Not growling. Not snarling. Not yelling. Singing. And it's the last thing anyone expects from Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku's chest clenched. It wasn't even the voice that got him, though it was appealing, in that unshaped, honest kind of way. It was the vulnerability of it. Like Katsuki didn't expect anyone to hear him. Like he wouldn't have done it if he knew. The song wasn't familiar, so Izuku stood there, stunned, watching someone he thought he knew unfold in real time. It was the way Katsuki's shoulders dropped between verses. The way his mouth twitched like he didn't know what expression to wear. The way his fingers moved like he was still figuring himself out, raw and alive in a way Izuku had never seen. And then the strumming stopped. The voice cut off. Katsuki turned his head slightly. Like he felt it. Like something had shifted in the air. Izuku's stomach flipped. He staggered back from the window a little too loudly, bumping into the side table and nearly knocking over a mug. OCRP. He scrambled to look casual. Natural. Not like he'd been watching something private, something not meant for him. The screen door creaked. Katsuki stepped inside. Hair mussed from the wind. Shirt rumpled. Still barefoot from sitting outside. They locked eyes at the edge of the hallway. Katsuki squinted, towel slung over his shoulder like he'd just dried his hands. His jaw was tight, but his voice when he spoke was soft. How long were you standing there? Izuku blinked, then tried to play it off. I wasn't. I didn't mean to. It's not like I was spying or anything. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. That tiny glare that said liar. Izuku swallowed, then smiled sheepishly. You sounded nice, Kacchan. Katsuki stiffened. Shut up. No, really. I said shut up, dumbass. But his voice wasn't biting. His ears were red. His fingers twitched at his sides. Katsuki muttered something incomprehensible, then brushed past him toward the kitchen without another word. Izuku watched him go. He didn't say anything else. He didn't need to. His heart was still pounding, like it was echoing that voice, that moment, that something. Something he hadn't felt in years, not like this. He leaned back against the hallway wall and whispered, so you can sing too, huh, then pulled out his phone. He can sing. He can play. He writes music. He looks peaceful when he thinks no one's watching. And just like that the list grew again. He wasn't sure what kind of list it was anymore. Maybe just a way to remember all the ways Katsuki Bakugo surprised him. Unexpected. Like catching starlight in your hands. And Izuku knew, deep down this summer was changing both of them. Chapter 14, their last week. The motorcycle idled in front of the Midoriya's apartment. The street was still, painted in hazy pools of yellow light from the overhead lamps. It was 3 a.m. Too late, or maybe too early. Katsuki didn't speak as Izuku swung his leg off the back, unfastening the borrowed helmet and handing it back with a tired smile. Thanks for the ride, Kacchan, good night. Izuku said softly, voice just a little worn, but still warm. I'll see you tomorrow, still kind. And then he was gone. The soft thud of the front door closing behind him. Katsuki stayed on the bike. Still. Hands resting on the handlebars. Engine humming beneath him like it knew something he didn't. He stared at the door longer than he should have. He told himself again that it didn't mean anything. But the truth was, his chest had felt weird the entire ride home. Tight, and then loose, and then tight again. He'd tried teaching Izuku how to ride the DMN thing. Said it'd be fun, figured the nerd should finally learn something badass for once. It went terribly. Izuku almost crashed them twice. Held on to Katsuki's waist like a lifeline, laughing like an idiot every time the engine choked under his twitchy hands. Hair a mess from the wind, cheeks bright, voice shouting through the helmet, is this right? Kacchan, wait, brake, brake. Katsuki had never clenched the handlebars that hard in his life. And yet somehow, they ended up cruising through half of Shirahama. Like it was the most normal thing in the world. He didn't know when it started. When seeing Izuku every day stopped being an accident and started being routine. 9 years ago, he'd have given anything not to cross paths with him again. But now Izuku was the thing he searched for in a crowd. The voice he listened for without realizing. The person he wanted to tell stupid SHT to. But it didn't mean anything. That's what he kept telling himself. So what if he picked Izuku up after his shifts sometimes? So what if they'd ended up walking aimlessly around the city for nearly an hour, talking about nothing and everything? So what if Izuku had laughed that soft, sleepy laugh when he saw the vending machine Katsuki once punched in middle school was still cracked? And somehow, somewhere in the middle of that quiet shifting, Izuku had become part of his routine. His shadow. His gravity. Like before, when they were kids. Before everything went complicated. Katsuki dragged a hand down his face, swearing under his breath. Every DMN day, Katsuki found himself looking for him. Not consciously. Not intentionally. Just wondering where he was. If he closed his bedroom window. If his back still hurt from lifting too many trays. It set him off how naturally it happened. Like the last 9 years hadn't happened at all. Like he hadn't spent years avoiding even the thought of Izuku Midoriya. He exhaled, hard. It wasn't fair how Izuku looked at him now. Like there wasn't something broken. Like Katsuki wasn't all sharp edges and unfinished apologies. He didn't know when it started but he could feel it now. Every second. The way his chest pulled towards something he didn't want to name. The way he didn't want to drive away. Didn't want to go back to the beach house. To his bed. To the empty space that never used to bother him until recently. Until Izuku. Because lately home didn't feel like a place anymore. It felt like something else. Like a light left on for you in a storm. Like breathing without having to check your surroundings first. Katsuki tightened his grip on the handlebars again. Swore under his breath. This was dangerous. This was a trap. A cliff he didn't remember walking toward. He couldn't fall. Not into this. He still needs to go back to America. For his career. And because there were still too many unanswered questions. Too much between them. Too much he'd F up, and too much he wasn't sure he could fix. But still he sat there. Still thinking of the nerd's dumb smile. Still staring at the door, like maybe it'd open again. Because suddenly, home didn't feel like an address. Or a bed. Or even silence. It felt like green eyes and rambling thoughts. Like flour on cheeks and humming in kitchens. Katsuki exhaled slowly, dragging a hand down his face like it could scrape the feelings off. He revived the engine once, loud and sharp in the quiet street, just to remind himself he could still go. Still choose to leave. But his hands didn't move. His legs didn't budge. He sat there, heart caught somewhere between I can't and I already did. Because it was starting to feel like home was behind that door. The end of August crept in quietly, like the sun sinking behind Shirahama's horizon. 1 week left. 1 week before summer became a memory. Time flew, days bled into nights, heat softened into breeze, and fireworks gave way to stillness. But Katsuki and Izuku remained still. Caught in this liminal space of unspoken things and the quiet knowing of something shifting. Their friend saw it. They exchanged smirks. Glances. Nudges. Side eyes and grins every time Katsuki stood just a little closer than needed. Every time Izuku looked at him like the whole sky had landed behind his eyes. And this week. Everyone wanted to make the most of it. The final stretch of August felt like a dare, like time itself was daring them to hold on tighter. There were festivals in every corner, invitations pouring in, spontaneous bonfires and karaoke nights and fireworks. More parties than there were days to enjoy them. So naturally, Mina and Kirishima, partners in chaos, went bigger than anyone else. They rented a yacht. An actual yacht. End of summer bash. Mina called it, complete with a group chat full of emojis, a dress code, tropical fabulous, and vague threats if anyone bailed. Izuku had been buzzing with excitement all morning and couldn't even explain why. He was wearing a white short-sleeved camp collar shirt with delicate green palm embroidery, tucked loosely, and a light coral linen shorts, mid-thigh length. He wasn't even doing anything special, just combing his hair, spraying cologne, but he kept doing it over and over again. Like something inside him needed to feel ready. Ochako leaned against the doorway of his room. Sipping her drink and watching him fuss. "You're glowing," she said casually, but with a grin tugging at her lips. Izuku blinked, caught mid-adjusting his shirt. What? She tilted her head. Something's different. With you and Bakugo. He paused, eyes flickering toward the mirror. Then he smiled soft, and maybe a little sheepish. There's still a lot we haven't talked about, he admitted, fingers curling lightly at his sides. But yeah. I think we're getting better. I can feel it. Ochako didn't say anything at first. Just hummed, eyes warm. They were late obviously because she couldn't pick a DMN outfit. It took 3 outfit changes, 2 breakdowns, and 1 panicked call to Mina before she settled on something. By the time they reached the dock, the yacht had already taken off. Don't worry. One of Mina's cousins yelled from the shore. Backup boats waiting. And sure enough, a smaller motorboat was tied nearby. They climbed in, wind whipping through their hair, salt in the air, and headed straight into the glittering ocean. When they finally boarded the yacht, it was like stepping into a dream. Lights were strung like stars above the deck, warm and golden. Music thumped from speakers, soft at first, then louder, syncing with the heartbeat of the sea. There were drinks in every hand, bare feet on wooden planks, laughter echoing against the water. Girls in summer dresses spun near the railings. Guys cannonballed into the sea below, surfacing with whoops and cheers. And it wasn't just their usual group. It was everyone. Half of Shirahama's 20-somethings were here. Former classmates. Beach friends. Strangers who became familiar over the past few weeks. It felt big. It felt final. Like the closing act of something precious. Mina spotted them first, waving dramatically from the bow like she was starring in a movie. Kirishima followed with shots in hand, grinning like it was his job. And then more voices. More hugs. The party welcomed them in instantly. Momo stepped up beside Izuku, dress fluttering slightly in the breeze. Wow, she said, her smile gentle, you look handsome. Glowing more than ever, huh? Ida, surprisingly present and unbothered by the slight chaos, adjusted his glasses. Indeed, Midoriya, you appear remarkably radiant this evening. Izuku laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. You guys are being dramatic. Then came Denki, of course. Yeah, I wonder. He said with a smirk, drink swaying in his hand, so, you got someone, or? Izuku opened his mouth to answer. Light. Breezy. Maybe even teasing back. But then he spotted him. Katsuki. His gaze locked onto him. Like he was the reason Izuku showed up at all. Like, in that moment, no one else existed. He stood near the edge of the deck, lantern light casting soft shadows across his face. Dressed in a loose short-sleeved silk polo shirt with a bold sunset gradient print, burnt orange to deep red, half unbuttoned, then tailored black linen trousers cropped at the ankle, and a black leather sandals. Ridiculously handsome in that sharp, frustrating way. Sun-warmed skin, hair windswept, and a scowl like the night had personally offended him. And beside him a girl. Black hair. Pretty. Laughing at something he said. Unfair. Izuku froze, words dying in his throat. His chest tightened unexpectedly, frustration curling in the edges of his ribs. He didn't know why. Couldn't explain it. But it stung. More than it should. He barely managed to mumble, no. I don't have anyone, before stepping away. Because he was excited tonight. Stupidly, wildly excited for what? To see him. To talk. To fight over drinks or argue about who made the better cookie. To maybe sit too close and let the silence between them fill with everything they hadn't said yet. But then of course, he was the Katsuki Bakugo. And just like that, the air in Izuku's lungs felt too thin. He turned away. Fast. But before he could vanish into the crowd, before he could even string his thoughts into anything that made sense, a voice cut through. Oi. Izuku blinked. Turned. He was right in front of him now. Like he'd crossed the whole deck in mere seconds. Like the girl, the one with the perfect hair and wineglass laugh, had never even existed. She was gone. Vanished. Like nothing had pulled him here but Izuku. "What do you want?" Izuku asked, trying for calm. It came out quiet. Cautious. Katsuki didn't answer right away. He tilted his head slightly, the barest hint of a smirk pulling at his lips. "You jealous?" Izuku's heart tripped. "No." He shot back, a little too fast. "Why would I be?" "Yeah right," Katsuki said, eyes glinting like the stars overhead. "Same DMN look you had at the pool party." Izuku scowled. "Shut up. I don't even want to remember that." "Oh," Katsuki stepped closer, voice low. "But you do." And there it was again, that slow-burning pull between them. All summer long, it had been threading tighter, quietly, beneath jokes and jabs and half-spoken truths. "Let's go, nerd." Izuku stared. "Go where?" "I just got here, Kacchan." He sighed. "And besides, aren't you with someone?" Katsuki scoffed, like it didn't deserve an answer. "Didn't want to be there," he said simply, voice leveling out into something more honest. Then, after a second quieter. "Wanna be with you." Izuku nearly dropped his drink. What? Do I have to spell it out?" Katsuki asked, almost annoyed, but not really. Around them, their friends had definitely noticed. Mina was hiding a grin behind her drink. Denki elbowed Kirishima. Ochako winked and put her thumbs up. "Okay," Izuku said slowly, still blinking like he wasn't sure if this was real. "So how exactly are we leaving?" Katsuki nodded toward the edge of the yacht. "What you think?" Izuku stared at him. "Kacchan, we're in the middle of the ocean. Stop being dramatic, it's not that far." Katsuki shrugged, already unbuttoning his shirt like it was no big deal. "I've swum worse. There might be sharks." "Then swim faster," Katsuki said, and climbed onto the rail, bold and reckless as ever, and dove. A perfect arc through the air. No hesitation. Just gone, swallowed by the sea. Izuku stared, mouth open, heart hammering in his chest. Then Katsuki surfaced, hair slicked back, eyes fierce, voice echoing across the waves, "Come on, Deku. Don't tell me you're scared of a little water." And that was it. Izuku didn't hesitate. He shook his head and clicked his tongue. And then, he ran and jumped. Because maybe this was it, the last week of August. The last week of summer. The last time they'd pretend not to mean every DMN thing they'd ever left unsaid. And if he had to swim through saltwater, pride, history, through every buried feeling and unspoken word just to reach him, then hell he would. Chapter 15. Still the moon had begun its slow descent, silver light trailing across the waves like spilled milk on dark velvet. It painted Katsuki's shoulders in cold silver, cast long shadows across Izuku's face, and shimmered over the water in trembling ripples. The night had cooled, but the laughter between them ran warm, careless and bright, like they'd slipped backward into some forgotten summer where nothing else mattered. "There's something behind me." Izuku shrieked mid-swim, panic rising like a bubble in his chest as his legs kicked furiously. "Kacchan, it's huge, oh god Kacchan, I swear I felt something brush my leg." Katsuki didn't even blink. He swam beside him like he was cutting through a bathtub, effortless, smooth strokes, brows flat, completely dead-eyed. "It's your own dumb foot, idiot," he muttered, not even sparing him a glance. No, what if it's a shark? What if this is how I die?" "If it is," Katsuki said, flicking water into Izuku's face with a smirk, "I'm not saving you. And if I get eaten first, I'm haunting your butt." Izuku coughed, sputtering and trying to dodge the water, eyes wide and wild. "That is not comforting." "Then swim faster, nerd." And somehow, despite every inch of his brain screaming danger, death, and shark, Izuku did. He kicked harder, flailed louder, and shrieked the whole way to shore. They stumbled onto the beach like castaways, soaking wet and breathless, sand clinging to their ankles. Izuku collapsed dramatically onto the damp sand, limbs spread like he'd just survived a war. "Gosh, you're insane," he wheezed, chest heaving as he looked up at the sky. "You're still the worst swimmer alive, just like when we were brats." Izuku blinked through wet lashes. "You remember that?" Katsuki didn't answer. Not directly. He just turned and tugged open the side compartment on his motorcycle, tossing over a clean towel and a dark hoodie. "There. You're soaked and shivering like a DMN chihuahua," he muttered, eyes rolling, but the edges of his voice curled soft. Izuku laughed, getting the towel then slipping the hoodie over his head. It smelled faintly like matcha and engine grease and something warmer he couldn't name. He squinted at the silhouette of something strapped to Katsuki's back, long, dark, and oddly shaped. "Wait, why do you have your guitar?" Katsuki shrugged as he straddled the bike. "I've been practicing." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Okay, but where are we going?" Katsuki didn't answer at first. The moonlight lit up his hair, casting a pale glow across the wet strands clinging to his face. For a moment, he just stared at the road ahead like it was calling him. Then he smirked. That grin, the half-wild, half-mischievous one that always meant trouble. "Getting lost," he said. Izuku stopped. Blinked. And when Katsuki said that, Izuku already understood what it meant. With Katsuki, it was never really about where they were going, it was always about movement. About escape. About finding something without having to name it yet. So he walked over, swung his leg onto the bike behind him, and said simply, "Okay. Let's go." The wind hit immediately. Cold, fast, full of salt and silence. But even in the chill, something warm lingered. Katsuki's presence in front of him, solid, grounded, was enough to keep the shivers away. Izuku clutched the back of his jacket, face pressed slightly forward into his shoulder blades, and let himself drift. The road blurred under the tires, streetlights becoming long golden lines. They rode through winding paths, cutting through forests and across quiet hillsides. There was no music. No voices. Just the hum of the engine and the rush of the night. It felt like the whole world had gone to sleep and left the dark just for them. Minutes passed. The city lights fell away. Neon signs and shop windows gave way to darkness, the kind untouched by time. Izuku lifted his head slowly, blinking against the wind. The road curved. The trees arched over them like an old memory. And there the tall grass. The leaning fence. The familiar rhythm of the path tugged at something deep in his chest, something small and tender and long forgotten. "Kacchan," he said softly, the word nearly snatched away by the wind. Katsuki didn't answer. Not yet. But he slowed the bike, turning off the path into a hidden clearing half swallowed by overgrowth. The engine died and the night swelled around them. Izuku stepped off, and as he looked up, it was a lake. Still and quiet, nestled beneath the trees like a secret kept just for them. The moon hung low above it, its reflection glassy on the surface like a world turned upside down. The water didn't ripple, didn't move, it just was. "So we had a whole ocean around us earlier, and you brought us here?" he asked, half laughing, breath catching in his throat. Katsuki kicked down the stand and swung off the bike in one clean motion. "Dumbass." He said it like it explained everything. Like of course this was where they needed to be. And then he started walking toward the dock, each step certain like his feet still remembered the way. Izuku followed. Slower. His heart beating faster than it should. The gravel gave way to worn wood, creaking softly under their steps. And that's when it hit him, this wasn't just any lake. This was the lake. The one from years ago. Where they used to race dragonflies and splash each other until their moms yelled. where Katsuki dared him to jump off the dock and he almost cried because it looked too high. Where they'd fall asleep on towels, sunburned and sticky with watermelon juice and grass stains. It looked older now. Wilder. Like time had brushed over it with messy hands. But it was still here. Izuku's eyes scanned the tree line, sharp and searching the tree. The big one by the edge of the dock, half twisted, with bark that peeled like sunburnt skin. He moved toward it without thinking, hands brushing through tall grass, and there just above eye level, half hidden beneath moss and thyme, Katsuki plus Izuku carved. Shaky letters. 6-year-old handwriting. A little crooked, a little too deep. But still there. His breath caught. "Kacchan," he said, calling softly over his shoulder. "It's still here." Katsuki turned, brows raised. Izuku pointed and for a second, just a second, he swore he saw him grin. Soft. Not smug. Not cocky. Just warm. "Kacchan," Izuku thought, his heart stammering. "What are you doing to me?" And before he could say anything else, Katsuki casually dropped his guitar case on the dock, unzipped his hoodie, and pulled his shirt off over his head. Izuku's brain promptly short-circuited. What Kacchan? And then splash. A cannonball. Huge. Loud. Water soared into the air, caught the moonlight, came crashing down like glittering rain. Katsuki surfaced seconds later, gasping, laughing, grinning like a wild thing, hair plastered to his face, eyes brighter than any star in the sky. "You comin', or what?" he called, voice echoing across the water and into the trees. Izuku just stood there. Stunned. The warmth in his chest pulsed with something heavy. Familiar. So without a word, he backed up 2 steps, took a breath and jumped. Izuku surfaced with a gasp, his laughter breaking the silence of the lake. He pushed his wet curls out of his face and looked toward the splash zone. Then a wave of water smacked him square in the face. "Kacchan," he choked, blinking through the spray. Katsuki was already smirking, chest deep, arms ped back like a grenade was about to go off. "What? You look like you needed help waking up." Izuku grinned, squinting. "Okay. You asked for it." They launched into it like kids again, splashing, shrieking, kicking waves at each other like they were 10 years old and invincible. Katsuki snorted when Izuku flailed and missed his target by a mile. Izuku wheezed when Katsuki nearly took his head off with a cannon-sized splash. "You've still got the aim of a blind squirrel." Katsuki howled. "Says the guy who used to shoot me with plastic guns in the eye." "Oh yeah." Katsuki grinned, pushing his wet hair back. "You mean like this?" He cupped both hands underwater and launched a tidal wave straight into Izuku's face. "Gah Kacchan." Izuku went under, came up flailing, coughing and laughing at the same time. Somewhere in his head, he saw it, a flicker of the past. Plastic water guns. Grass-stained shorts. Summer heat. Sticky popsicles melting faster than they could eat them. Katsuki, bare-chested and yelling, "You're dead, Deku," before chasing him around the dock. That same laugh. That same wild grin. It hadn't changed. And now, under the moonlight, soaked and panting, it hit Izuku like a wave stronger than any Katsuki had thrown. God, he thought. I'm going to combust. The night was too perfect. The stars too quiet. Katsuki's smile too rare. And this just the two of them, the whole lake to themselves, the world asleep. It felt like something stolen from a dream. And if this were a dream, if death meant endless sleep, then Izuku would welcome it, just to stay in this moment. Just to keep dreaming of him, forever. Eventually, breathless and waterlogged, they dragged themselves onto the dock. They collapsed beside each other, limbs tangled, soaked clothes clinging to their skin, heads tipped back toward the stars. The night hummed around them, insects chirping, water lapping, the guitar case silent beside them like a waiting witness. Izuku's laughter softened into a sigh. His wet curls clung to his forehead, and the lake still shimmered quietly behind them. I can't believe summer's almost over, Katsuki grunted. TCH, good riddance. He was sitting with his arms slung over his knees, eyes on the horizon. He looked like he was scowling, but his voice betrayed him softer than usual, low, and almost reflective. Thought it would SCK, he muttered. Still kinda did. But not all of it. Izuku turned to him and blinked. Not all of it. Katsuki looked away, but the corner of his mouth lifted. Just a little. Just enough. Izuku smiled too, eyes drifting back toward the sky. Here in Shirahama summer always stays the same. You know. Same stalls. Same sounds. Same tides. Same fireworks. Same festival playlist that hasn't been updated since we were 10. He paused. But this time it feels different. Like next summer won't feel the same anymore. Not after this. Katsuki didn't respond. Not out loud. Just pulled one knee up and rested his chin on it, like he needed something to anchor him. Because yeah, he felt that too. Izuku rolled onto his side, propped up on his elbow, voice softer now. So what about America? Katsuki scoffed lightly, still staring out at the lake. What about it? I mean, Izuku hesitated, what were you doing there? How's your parents? A long pause. Then, dunno, fine I guess. Hags are fine. Katsuki said. It was blunt, but not dismissive. Just honest. Tried a bunch of CRP. And yeah, I was good at all of it. Internships. School. Sports. He leaned back slightly, his figure carved in silver by the moonlight. A beat. Then two. He sat up slightly, elbows braced behind him. But none of it felt real. Everyone there was always moving. Wanting. Chasing something. Got everything I thought I wanted. Till I didn't even know what I was chasing. Izuku listened, breath slow. And I guess, Katsuki paused. At some point, I just stopped running and realized I wasn't looking for something. He looked at Izuku now. Right at him. I was trying to feel something. Not fake applause or empty grades or some overpriced apartment with a view. Izuku's breath hitched. And then I saw you. His chest squeezed. And Katsuki's gaze didn't move. You looked happy. Baking. Talking to old people on the sidewalk. Getting flour on your nose. Like you'd found something worth holding on to. Izuku flushed, but didn't speak. And Katsuki just kept going. I wanted that. I wanted something that made me feel alive again. Katsuki's voice dropped lower. And I found two things. His crimson eyes burned through the night. Through Izuku. And Izuku could feel his chest was about to explode. Katsuki's throat bobbed. His chest rose with something sharp and staggering. Music, he said, voice thick. And, he hesitated just a second before meeting Izuku's gaze dead on. You. Izuku sat frozen, heart hammering so loud he could barely hear anything else. He couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe Katsuki was actually saying these things he never thought he'd hear, not in this lifetime. If I had to choose between the sun, the moon, the stars, Katsuki's voice was hoarse, but unwavering. I'd still pick you. He scoffed softly, like it irritated him to admit it. You're the only one that shines bright enough to PSS me off and carry me at the same time. Izuku sat still, like moving might break the moment. Like if he breathed too loud, it would vanish. His lips still parted, but no sound came out. His pulse was roaring in his ears, like waves crashing in a storm. Because Katsuki, who never said the things he felt, had just laid his heart bare. And Izuku didn't know how to hold it, only that he wanted to. Annoying, actually, Katsuki added, shoulders tense with a humorless chuckle. Time paused. The dock, the sky, the entire universe seemed to hush around them. And I guess, Katsuki's voice broke just slightly. Being here wasn't a bad idea. He turned to look at Izuku again. And this time, there was nothing behind the gaze but honesty. Being with you, he said, quieter now. Wasn't a bad idea either. Izuku's mind was spiraling, trying to make sense of it all. It felt like something bloomed and shattered inside him at the same time, like his chest had cracked open just to make room for everything Katsuki had said. But even in the glow of it, that warmth, that hope, there was a tremble under his skin. A question. Coiled tight in his throat, aching to be asked. He didn't want to ruin it, this stillness, this closeness, this rare, breathtaking honesty. But if he didn't ask now, if he let it pass, he knew it would haunt him, forever. Because, summer was almost ending. And he wanted to know. So he breathed in, steadying his voice. He sat up, legs folding under him, the night air brushing his skin but failing to touch the fire inside his chest. Kacchan, his mouth was dry. His heart thundering. Then, why, he breathed. Why did you leave? Katsuki blinked, caught off guard. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Izuku asked again, softer now, almost fragile. The night cracked with silence. Not peaceful this time, heavy. A silence that pressed down on them like grief. Katsuki's entire body tensed. His hands curled slightly over the wood of the dock, like he could anchor himself to the present. He didn't meet Izuku's eyes. Not right away. My old man's job, some business bullshit. We were out of here. Before the month of August even ended that time. He tossed a pebble into the water. Watched the ripples. Then shrugged like it didn't matter. Didn't think anyone cared that much. A pause. Then quieter. Tighter. Didn't think you would. He didn't look at Izuku when he said it. I figured it'd be easier that way, Katsuki muttered, his thumb digging into the edge of the dock. You already had people. You looked fine. You were fine. His jaw clenched. A muscle in his neck twitched. So yeah. I left. That was it. No apology. No clean explanation. But enough to feel the weight behind it. He couldn't say it yet because what really happened back then before everything went downhill was that Katsuki couldn't stand where he was, mentally. Growing up, he watched Izuku surrounded by people. Always glowing. Always kind. Always offering a helping hand to anyone who needed it. Izuku had that warmth, the kind that pulled people in. The kind Katsuki told himself he didn't need. But he did. God, he did. And Katsuki hated that about himself. He was burnt out. Angry. Lost. And he didn't want Izuku of all people to see him like that. He couldn't stand the thought of looking weak in front of the one person who'd always believed in him. So he masked it the only way he knew how. With distance. With noise. With fists and sharp words. Because if he could make Izuku flinch, then maybe he wouldn't see the cracks. His parents were decent, sure. But always busy. Absent in the ways that mattered. And somehow, the only time he ever really felt seen was when he was with that dumb freckled boy who looked at the world like it could still be saved. But then they started to drift. Izuku made more friends. Grew into himself. Glowed even brighter. And Katsuki pulled away completely. He picked fights. He pushed. He broke things just to make sure no one looked too closely. Just to make sure Izuku stopped looking. Because being vulnerable. Admitting he needed something. That was never part of the script. Not for someone like him. Not for the boy who was supposed to be strong from the moment he could walk. So when his parents finally told him they were moving some business relocation across the world, he didn't fight it. Didn't question it. He just left. No goodbyes and apologies. He told himself it was easier that way. Cleaner. Pride intact. Emotions buried. But even as the plane took off, he carried the weight of what he couldn't say. Still does. Now Izuku simply looked at him silent, steady, but there was something in his eyes. Sadness, maybe. Disbelief. Or something quieter like disappointment, or longing. Like he was bracing himself for the truth Katsuki still couldn't say. Like he could tell there was more left unsaid. Like he knew Katsuki was still holding something back, something he wasn't ready to let surface. Because in just a few days, Katsuki would be leaving again. Go back to America. And maybe saying it out loud, everything he'd buried, everything he felt, would make it much harder. Maybe if he admitted it to Izuku, he wouldn't be able to walk away. Maybe he wouldn't be able to let go. Not of this town. Not of him. And like the lake they sat beside, still and quiet, the words stayed beneath the surface, waiting. Chapter 16, Confessions and Chords. Izuku didn't speak right away. Just stared out over the lake, his shoulders still and his eyes unreadable. He wasn't angry. Just disappointed. Like he was waiting for something Katsuki couldn't give. Not because Katsuki hadn't said enough, but because he'd said almost enough. Like standing at the edge of something and refusing to step forward. Like reaching, but not grasping. Then Izuku stood. A slow, thoughtful movement. Like he was walking away, not from Katsuki, not from the moment, but from the hope that this night might offer closure. Or clarity. And Katsuki felt it. Felt that shift. That space between them stretching too wide, too loud, too final. His throat tightened. His fingers curled. Because the words wouldn't come, not the right ones. Never the right ones. So he did the only thing he could. What he know he could. He reached for the guitar. Didn't speak. Didn't look up. Just popped the latches of the case like muscle memory, slung the strap over his shoulder, tuned the strings and practiced silence. Then he started to play. The chords came slow at first. Then steadier. Like something he'd carried in his chest for years but never dared say out loud. Izuku paused mid-step, caught by the sound. His head turned slightly and there he saw him. Katsuki, hunched over the guitar, back curved, and then he started to sing. Nothing else had ever worked out, his voice God. This was the first time he heard him sing. It was appealing. Raw, weathered, textured like old paper soaked in sun and rain. And Izuku felt it sink into him, the sound, the meaning, the weight. His feet moved before his mind could catch up. He walked back. Slowly. Then sat beside him, like being close might steady his breath. Katsuki has tried to move forward with his career, his anger, even with other people, but something always feels incomplete. No matter how far he runs or how hard he fights, nothing ever really works out. Not fully. But nothing can capture the sting of the venom he's gonna spit out right now. That line clung to Izuku's ribs like smoke. He understood it too well. Because Katsuki wasn't afraid of pain, but he was afraid of the kind that only Izuku could cause. It's the fact that Izuku knows him too well. Can reach places in him no one else dares to go. His voice was rough. But honest like gravel wrapped in silk. And when Katsuki glanced up, his eyes locked on Izuku and it hit like a tidal wave. Oh, won't you kiss me on the mouth and love me like a sailor? And when you get a taste, can you tell me what's my flavor? He was singing to him. Because Katsuki Bakugo didn't do poetry. Didn't do speeches or soft confessions. But this was how he spoke when his mouth failed him. He wasn't just shielding his heart. He was giving it to Izuku. In the only way he knew how. It was Katsuki asking to be known. Not admired. Not feared. Not measured by his victories or his pride. Just understood. Not just for affection, but for something reckless and real. Like a sailor's love, loud, messy, never guaranteed to last but unforgettable. And Izuku did understand. Better than anyone ever had. I don't believe in God, but I believe that you're my savior. I know that you've been worried, but you're dripping in my favor. Katsuki's voice cracked. Izuku's breath caught. The lake, the sky, the summer night, it all blurred around that line. And it was happening, the thing he thought would never happen. Not with explanations. Not with apologies. But with music. With melody. With that voice hoarse and real and aching. Like Katsuki saying, "You matter to me," in sharp, strange poetry that felt like biting into a peach with a fist. And when we're getting dirty, I forget all that is wrong. I sleep so I can see you, 'cause I hate to wait so long. It wasn't just about the physical though that was there, too, in the ache of wanting and the memory of skin against skin. But it was more than that. It was the escape. The way being with Katsuki, touching him, holding him, even just looking at him erased the noise. All the weight they carried, the guilt, the grief, the world that never stopped asking for too much, it all disappeared in those moments. I sleep so I can see you, 'cause I hate to wait so long. Izuku stayed still. Because he feels the same. The distance between them, whether it's hours or days or just the space between things left unsaid, it eats at him. And now he knows it eats at Katsuki too. He felt everything. He felt the ache in Katsuki's voice. The shake in that last verse. And something inside him shattered quietly. Because this was what he'd been waiting for. Just this. Katsuki trying. And yeah. Maybe that's what Katsuki loves. Not just the music. But finally being heard. Izuku's vision blurred. His chest burned. Everything he'd been holding in the confusion, the longing, the ache, the love came pouring to the surface like light through glass. The last chord done. Barely a whisper now. And then silence. The kind of silence that holds everything. The kind that comes after something honest and neither of them knows how to breathe around it yet. Two hearts, side by side, beating a little louder than before, like they finally recognized each other. Izuku didn't speak. Didn't move. He just sat there, still and soft and completely undone. His fingers curled slightly on the dock like he needed to hold on to something. But the only thing he could feel was everything. And he realized slowly, painfully, beautifully. He loved him. Not in the clean, easy, storybook kind of way. Not in the way that ends with grand gestures and golden light and a kiss that fixes everything. No. He loved Katsuki the way storms love the sea. Wild. Relentless. Always coming back. He loved him with all the sharp edges and quiet ache. With every scar they gave each other. With the bitter taste of time lost and the sweetness of moments like this, fully. Completely. Messily. Wordlessly. It was the kind of love that didn't need permission. Didn't need polish. It just was like breath, like hunger, like gravity. He loved him in glances stolen and missed. In letters he never wrote. In phone calls he never made. In childhood dares and sidewalk bruises and the silence Katsuki left behind. In every stupid fight that ended in slammed doors and broken pride. Like something ancient. Something carved into the soul long before names were even given. Izuku hadn't moved for a while after the last chord faded. Not even a breath too deep. He just stared ahead, the lake glimmered, indifferent and infinite. But his heart was still echoing. Every note Katsuki sang still lived in his chest, still rang through his ribs like a bell. Every syllable had filled in the spaces Katsuki's mouth had never known how to reach. Izuku turned his head, slowly. His voice was low, barely more than breath. "You really sang that to me?" Katsuki didn't look at him. Not at first. His shoulders tensed while his hands shifted in his lap. "Didn't exactly rehearse it, nerd." Izuku let out a small breath of a laugh. It cracked. It trembled. Still you picked it. Yeah, Katsuki muttered. Yeah, I did. Another beat. Izuku's voice was different now. Strppd down. Soft like rain. Why? Katsuki turned his head. Finally. And when he met Izuku's gaze, his eyes didn't flash like they used to. Just something unguarded. Worn thin. Almost tender. Because I meant it. The air thickened. The cicadas sang. The lake shimmered behind them like it held secrets too sacred to speak aloud. Katsuki exhaled shakily. You make me want to live, Deku. Not just go through the days. Not just survive the work, the routine, the noise, Katsuki said. But live. Like actually want mornings. Want the weekends. Want something. The words landed like an explosion in Izuku's chest, soft, not violent. Warm, not scalding. He blinked at Katsuki, stunned into silence. But he wasn't done. You make me want SHT I never thought I was allowed to have. Peace. Music. A life that didn't feel like a war. He exhaled shakily, you made the world feel real again. Izuku swallowed hard. His heart beat so loud it nearly drowned the night. But his throat tightened. His eyes burned. And he said it the truth that still lingered like smoke in the back of his chest. But you didn't even write. Katsuki flinched. He continued, and you didn't even send a text. Or a voicemail. Or some dumb postcard saying this place SCKS, I hate it, the bagels are terrible. Nothing. Katsuki's head dipped. Izuku's laugh cracked down the middle. I waited, Kacchan. I waited for a sign, a text, anything. Just to know you were okay. Katsuki's voice came small. Fragile. I didn't think I deserved to. Izuku blinked back tears. You didn't think I cared. No, Katsuki rasped. I knew you did. That's what made it worse, and I was just a mess who only ever knew how to blow SHT up. Izuku shook his head slowly, the ache twisting deeper in his chest, not like a wound, but like something old and worn that had never healed right. He looked at him, eyes soft, wet, glowing faintly in the low moonlight like he was made of every summer memory Katsuki ever tried to bury. And then, despite everything, despite the ache, the silence, the long years between them, he smiled. Sad. Tender. So full of love it was unbearable. I loved you, Kacchan, he said, voice barely above a whisper, but loud enough to split the night open. Katsuki's head snapped up. His eyes locked onto Izuku like the world had just tilted. Like he didn't know how to hold it. But Izuku wasn't done. I still do, he said, like the words had always been waiting. And I don't think I ever stopped. Even when it hurt. Even when I wanted to. His voice was shaking. My love for you isn't conditional, it isn't clean. It's part of me, you're part of me. Since the beginning. Since sunburned summers and busted knees and yelling too much. Izuku looked at him and said it like it was gospel. You have my heart. Whether you think you deserve it or not. It doesn't matter, it's yours. It's always been yours. His voice still lingered in the air. Soft and raw. The kind of confession that only comes when there's nothing left to lose. Katsuki looked like someone had just torn him in half. Like the truth of it hurt. Like he wanted to scream and cry and run all at once. Because there it was, everything he never thought he'd get. Offered to him freely. Purely. With no expectations and no conditions. Just love. He stared at him, eyes wide, lips parted, chest heaving like he'd just run for miles but hadn't moved at all. Izuku was looking at him like that, like he was worth the storm. Katsuki felt something snap. And then he didn't think. Didn't plan. His hands moved before his brain caught up. He reached, and kissed him. A sudden, desperate thing like a spark to dry grass. One hand gripped Izuku's jaw too tightly, the other fisted in the back of his shirt. Their mouths collided, ungraceful and hungry and wrong in all the right ways. Izuku gasped softly, not from shock, but from everything packed inside that kiss. The years. The longing. The grief. The hope. The dock, the lake, the stars, they all faded. But it didn't last. Because as quickly as it started, Katsuki pulled away. Fast, and sudden. Like he'd been burned. Because reality came crashing in. The panic clawed up his spine. The taste of Izuku still on his lips. The ghost of his hand still clinging to his shirt. I can't, Katsuki muttered, his voice low and uneven. I can't do this. Izuku blinked. What? His lips were still parted. His lashes fluttered. He stared, stunned, unmoving. Katsuki pulled back, hands already retreating, shoulders folding inward like armor. Because he didn't know why. His mouth tingled, his hand still remembered the shape of Izuku's face, and it hit him all at once. He kissed him. Under the stars. Like it meant something. Because it did. And that terrified him. Because now there was no turning back. No undoing it. No pretending it didn't happen. No shoving it into a box labeled someday or never. Not when he still had a whole life waiting for him back in America, one that didn't include lakeside confessions and dumb freckled boy who looked at him like he was made of the sun. He couldn't do this. Not now. Not here. Not with a one-way ticket already printed in his bag. So when his voice came, it was quiet. Rough. Like guilt trapped in his throat. We should head back, Katsuki muttered and stood up, eyes not meeting his. It's getting late. Izuku's breath caught. Looked gutted. Shattered in the quietest way, like something precious had been lifted into his hands, only to vanish in the next breath. There it was again. Running. Always running. Like he always did. But Katsuki wasn't running away from Izuku's love, he was running from his own. And this time Izuku didn't chase. He didn't plead. Didn't press. He just stood slowly, eyes never leaving the water. And said, okay. They packed up in silence. Not the easy kind. Not the peaceful kind. It was the kind of silence that bruised thick and trembling with all the things they couldn't say. Katsuki's hands fumbled over the guitar case, knuckles scraped from the rough zipper. He didn't look up once. Didn't dare. Because Izuku hadn't said a word since that soft, quiet, okay. And that silence, his silence, was louder than any fight they'd ever had. Katsuki could feel it radiating off of him. Not cold. Not angry. Just empty. The ride back was unbearable. The wind cut through the space between them on the bike like a blade. Izuku didn't lean in this time. He didn't rest his cheek against Katsuki's back. He just sat there upright, unmoving, hands clenched tightly around the bars behind him like he was holding on to the last thing keeping him from falling apart. Katsuki's eyes stung from more than just the wind. When they reached the Midoriya apartment, the engine sputtered to a halt, the final note of a night that had said too much and not enough. Izuku stepped off the bike without looking back, his hands heavy at his sides, his footsteps muffled against the cracked pavement. Not one word. Not one glance. Katsuki stayed seated for a second longer, hands still gripping the handlebars like they were the only thing keeping him from coming apart. He didn't know what he was waiting for. Maybe Izuku would turn. Maybe he'd laugh it off. Maybe he'd say, let's forget tonight ever happened. Maybe that would have hurt less. But Izuku climbed the stairs in silence, steady, slow, like every step was made of glass. And then just as he reached the door he paused. His hand rested on the knob. His shoulders rose as if bracing for impact. And Katsuki he watched, gritting his teeth so hard it hurt. Izuku didn't turn around. Didn't raise his voice. But when he spoke it shattered him. I would have loved you, you know. All the way, with everything. His voice was low. Barely audible. But clear. But maybe that's the difference, I wasn't afraid to. Katsuki's grip tightened around the helmet in his hand. The ache in his chest turned sharp. Sharp enough to leave marks. Izuku's fingers hovered on the door like he didn't want to open it. Like some part of him still hoped. Next time you want to kiss someone you don't plan to keep, his voice cracked. Don't. Katsuki's breath faltered, pain swallowing his tongue. Izuku, I'm sore, but Izuku didn't let him finish. Just go, Kacchan. A pause. A quiet, final breath. You're good at that. Click. The door closed. And Katsuki stood there. Still. Shattered. His fingers went slack. The helmet nearly slipped from his grip. The air around him buzzed, empty and electric. For a long time, he just stood on that cracked parking lot pavement looking up at the door, like it might open again. Like maybe Izuku would come back out and tell him that everything was fine. That they could rewind to the lake and start over. But nothing moved. The wind didn't shift. The night didn't soften. And Katsuki for the first time in his life knew what it meant to ruin something appealing without meaning to. He hadn't just broken Izuku's heart. He had broken the one person who still believed he had one. And now he wasn't sure how to live with that. Only that he'd carry this night like a scar. Forever. Chapter 17, The Edge of August. They had 4 days left until August was over. Shoto wasn't one to meddle. He believed in space, in silence, in letting people come to him when they were ready. But he could tell this wasn't just space. It was damage. He noticed the slump in Izuku's shoulders the last time they saw him. The way he smiled without teeth. The way he held his phone like he wanted to call someone but didn't. So when he passed by the cafe after hours, and saw the lights still on, he stopped. The inside of the cafe dim and quiet, save for one green-haired boy hunched behind the counter, half asleep over an open ledger. Shoto raised a hand and knocked gently on the glass. Izuku blinked, confused at first. Then recognized him. He unlocked the door. You're still here? Shoto asked, stepping in and hearing the soft click as Izuku relocked the door behind him. Just finishing inventory, Izuku said. His voice was rough, tired. It's almost midnight. Izuku gave a half shrug. Ah yeah, didn't notice. Shoto's gaze didn't move. You've been working late a lot lately. Gotta keep busy. Mina said you skipped movie night. I was tired. Izuku sat behind the counter again and stared at the empty coffee cup beside him. Shoto leaned against the bar, folding his arms. What happened? He asked gently. Izuku didn't answer. The silence stretched. Heavy. Like a full cup about to spill. Shoto didn't push. Just waited. Eventually, Izuku exhaled slow and trembling. His fingers tugged slightly at the fraying hem of his sleeve. I could tell there's something already between us. I confessed, then he kissed me, he said, voice barely audible. And then he said we should head back. Like it didn't happen. Like none of it meant anything. Shoto didn't speak. His brows furrowed slightly, but he kept still. There was something in that kiss, Izuku murmured, almost to himself now. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't out of pity. It was real. I know it was. His fingers tightened slightly, knuckles paling. But the way he just brushed it off like it didn't mean a DMN thing, like I didn't, he cut himself off, jaw locking, throat tightening with the weight of all the unsaid things. I just don't get it, he whispered. And I let him, he continued, his laugh small and bitter. I stood there like an idiot and just said, okay. I didn't stop him, I just let him run. Izuku's voice cracked on the last word. His shoulders slumped deeper. Shoto spoke softly. Do you want him to come back? Izuku looked up, green eyes rimmed red but dry. Of course I do, he whispered. But only if he chooses to. Shoto nodded, silent. Then he moved around the counter and sat beside him, not saying a word. Just there present, warm, steady. And then, Izuku spoke. Low. Frayed. Honest. Summer's ending, he said. And me and Kacchan. Still here. Still stuck. Like we're this knot that won't come undone. He exhaled, slow. His eyes burned. I thought maybe we'd figure it out. That maybe the heat or the water or the nights would fix something. But all it did was drag it out. Stretch it until it hurt more. Shoto didn't interrupt. Just listened. Izuku looked at him, swallowed hard. Then, quieter, more ashamed, he said, and I'm sorry I haven't spent time with you. I didn't realize how long it's been. I think ever since he came back, he didn't finish. But Shoto nodded. It's okay, he said simply. I know my place. Izuku's head snapped up. Shoto, I mean that, Shoto said, gentle. Even Katsuki coming back didn't change it. You've always been his, even when you didn't know it. He looked down at his hands, then back at Izuku. That's why I didn't stand in the way, he added, quiet. Honest. Because I knew. Izuku's breath caught. I'm not saying it to make you feel bad, Shoto continued. I'm saying it because you don't have to apologize for choosing him. Even when it's messy, even when it's painful. Izuku sat down at the nearest stool and ran a hand through his curls. It's just. You're my best friend. You've always been there, and I disappeared. You didn't disappear, Izuku. You just followed where your heart went. Izuku looked at him, teary eyes, and smiled softly. I just also realized how much I missed talking to you. Like this, just us. Shoto smiled a little. Yeah, me too. He said and stepped closer, resting his arms lightly on the counter, calm as always. So, what's your plan? Izuku rubbed at his face with the heel of his palm, exhaling sharply. I don't even know. I don't get it. His voice shook. I keep replaying everything like it's my fault. Like if I'd said something different, done something different, maybe we wouldn't be like this. Shoto watched him carefully. Let the storm pass a little before speaking. Then softly, he said, you don't get to choose what he's afraid of. Izuku stilled. Shoto continued, voice calm, almost detached but not unkind. You gave him something real. That scares people. It makes them either reach for it or back away. Izuku's throat tightened. You showed up. You loved him. That's already more than most people do. Shoto said. He stepped back a little, glancing toward the windows where the streetlights spilled soft yellow across the sidewalk. But love only works when both people stand still. You've been still, Izuku. You've been waiting. He met Izuku's eyes again. Now it's his turn. Izuku blinked. Something in his chest cracked open, not painfully this time, just softly. Like the beginning of air after holding your breath too long. And if he doesn't? Izuku asked, almost a whisper. Shoto gave a small shrug. Then at least you'll know you didn't run. Izuku was quiet for a moment. Just stood there, Shoto's words echoing in the back of his mind like something he didn't know he needed. Thank you, he said softly, voice rough. Really? And before he could overthink it, Izuku stepped forward and hugged him. It wasn't dramatic. Just solid and real. A reminder that even when things feel like they're falling apart, some people will stay. A friend who never asked to be chosen, but stayed anyway. Shoto didn't flinch. He just let him. Always. Outside, the sky was a deep indigo. The stars above didn't wait. Neither did August. Kirishima knocked gently on the door of Katsuki's room. The beach house was quiet, save for the hum of a fan somewhere. He cracked the door open, just enough to peek his head through. "Hey man. You didn't eat dinner." Silence. Kirishima waited a beat, then added with a hopeful grin, "It's curry, and spicy." Still nothing. Katsuki remained on the bed, lying on his back with one arm slung over his eyes, the room dim and still. Kirishima tried again. "It's extra spicy." Still no answer. Not even a grunt. Kirishima sighed, pushed the door open further, and stepped inside. He shut it quietly behind him. He sat on the edge of the bed without asking. "Man, you alright?" "Get out," came Katsuki's voice, low and scratchy from too much silence, too little sleep. But there was no fire in it. Just a worn edge. Exhaustion disguised as irritation. Kirishima leaned back on his hands, undeterred. Yeah. But I miss you being loud and being a gremlin Bakubro." Katsuki's eyes cracked open, narrow and annoyed. "You wanna get punched?" Kirishima grinned. Okay, I'm kidding." Silence again. Kirishima glanced over. Katsuki hadn't moved. Still that same quiet slouch. Still that same wall between him and everything. "Are you alright?" he asked, softer this time. Katsuki's jaw tightened. His fingers twisted in the hem of his shirt. He still didn't look at him. But Kirishima waited. Then with a breath Katsuki didn't seem to realize he was holding, he muttered, "No." Kirishima blinked, surprised by the honesty. Katsuki finally sat up, elbows on his knees, hands clasped in front of his mouth. His voice was quieter when he added, "If up. Bad." Kirishima didn't ask who. He already knew. Instead, he leaned forward, resting his arms on his thighs. "You know, bro, you don't have to be perfect. You don't even have to get it right the first time." Katsuki stared at the floor. Kirishima nudged his shoulder. "But if you care that much, then maybe it's not too late to try again." Katsuki's jaw tightened. His fingers curled. "I kissed him," he muttered. "Yeah," Kirishima said softly. "I figured." Another pause. "And then I told him we should head back." "Yeah," Kirishima said again, quieter now. "I figured that too." That was typical Bakugo Katsuki, at least in Kirishima's eyes, brushing things off like just another hookup or some passing fling. But Kirishima knew better. This wasn't just anyone. It was Izuku Midoriya. And that meant it was real. Katsuki scoffed bitterly, more at himself than anything else. "I don't even know what to call it." Kirishima blinked. "Call what?" "This," Katsuki muttered. "What I feel." He looked down at his hands like they didn't belong to him. Kirishima's chest twisted. He wanted to cry, honestly. His loud, angry best friend sitting here like he'd been torn in two. But he didn't say anything, not yet. Just let him keep going. Because this was rare. Katsuki talking to him that didn't come through shouting or fists. It's not just wanting him. It's not just liking being near him. It's more. It's everything. But I don't. He stopped. Looked frustrated with himself. Kirishima's voice softened. You don't have to name it. If it's real, you'll feel it. You'll know it. Katsuki's gaze drifted toward the desk. Where the airline ticket still sat tucked beneath a stack of scribbled lyrics. The date printed clear, August, back to America. Back to the life he built, the one without Izuku in it. He then looked up to Kirishima. Like the weight was just now hitting him in full. I think I already do. Kirishima blinked hard, then smiled. Softly. He clapped a warm hand on Katsuki's back. Then stop being scared of it, man. And Katsuki for once, he didn't argue. Because, Kirishima was right. DMN him. Chapter 18, The Festival Shirahama Summer Sky Festival, August 29. The entire coast of Shirahama pulsed with life. The Shirahama Summer Sky Festival Shirahama Natsuzora Matsuri was always meant to feel like summer's soft goodbye. A celebration painted in hues of orange skies and indigo waves. A way to hold on to summer just a little longer. But beneath the festivities, there was something else in the air, that last chance energy. For confessions. For reunions. For closure. The sun was dipping low, people around the beach, the air buzzed with the scent of grilled seafood and sizzling yakisoba. Children darted between the crowd with lanterns, and couples posed under wind chimes strung with sea glass. The shoreline glittered in amber gold, like the whole sea was holding its breath. For everyone else, it was exciting. Electric. Denki had been bouncing since morning. Mina wore glow-in-the-dark flower pins in her braids. Shiro and Kirishima was already mapping out the food stalls they planned to hit. Uraraka helped string lanterns at the booth entrance, cheeks glowing with the late-day sun. Even Shoto, quiet as ever, seemed a little lighter under the golden sky. But Katsuki wasn't there. And Izuku didn't know how to feel. Was he supposed to laugh? To cry? To scream into the sea? He didn't know. Because every time he remembered that August 31st was only a day away that Katsuki would be on a plane, gone again, something sharp curled around his lungs. He kept telling himself he'd enjoy this. That today, at least today, he wouldn't let heartbreak win. He owed it to his friends, to himself. After all, he promised at the start of summer that he'd make it count. Before they all walked different paths. So he stood by his friend's side as fireworks were prepped, laughed along as Denki spilled juice on his own pants, nodded while Mina and Ochako dragged them to the fortune-telling booth for summer love readings. But his heart was only half there. And as the hours slipped by, Izuku's eyes never stopped scanning the crowd. Every spike of blonde, every laugh that sounded vaguely familiar he turned. But it was never him. Katsuki wasn't there. Not beside Kirishima. Not near the food stalls. Not in the crowd of onlookers watching the Bon Odori performance on the sand. And with every passing minute, the ache bloomed deeper. Maybe he won't come, Izuku thought. Maybe he really is going to leave again without saying goodbye. His stomach twisted but kept his mouth shut. And everyone could see it. The way his smile faltered just a second too early. The way his eyes scanned the crowd even when he swore he wasn't looking. Then the fireworks started. Izuku didn't even notice the first one. He heard the pop, saw the sky glow red and gold. The crowd roared. People pointed upward, lovers leaned into each other. Laughter bloomed like smoke. But he couldn't look away from the empty space beside him. He hated this. He hated that he still hoped. That even after the hurt, the silence, the retreat, he still wanted to see him. Still wanted to believe Katsuki might show up and choose them, choose this. Just this one night. One honest moment before summer ended. And then suddenly Denki grabbed his hand. What? Come on. Denki didn't explain. Just tugged him through the crowd, past laughing kids, spinning yukata. Before Izuku could ask again, he was plopped onto a seat front row right in front of the small acoustic stage set up beside the water. We're watching a performance, Mina whispered beside him, winking. Izuku blinked and didn't ask more. He sat back straight. Eyes on the ground. Okay, he muttered. His heart wasn't in it. Not without the person he wanted to see. The person he wanted to share these last moments with. He closed his eyes, willing the sting in his chest to go quiet. Then the crowd screamed. He didn't react. Not really. Just thought, okay, whoever's performing must be famous. Or hot. Didn't matter. And then a crackle. Static. A breath pulled through the mic. Until someone spoke. This one's for someone in the crowd tonight. You know who you are. Izuku's eyes flew open. The crowd was already reacting, murmurs, cheers, phones lifting, someone gasping a name. But he didn't hear any of it. All he saw was him. Katsuki. Alone on stage. Standing in a halo of warm golden light that made his blonde hair look like fire, like it was trying to match the way his voice would sound in seconds. He wore a black shirt rolled at the sleeves, fingers flexing slightly over the guitar strap slung across his chest. Mic in one hand, and his eyes locked on Izuku's. Unmoving and burning. Katsuki didn't glance away. He liked his lips. His jaw was set tight like the words were barely squeezing through, but his voice was clear when he said, "This is for you, Deku." The name hit Izuku's chest like thunder in the middle of still water. Then Katsuki stepped closer to the mic, lowered his head and breathed. And began. Then came the chords, the opening of Iris by Goo Goo Dolls. The kind of opening that sank into your chest and made you forget how to breathe. And when Katsuki began to sing, it was appealing. Too appealing. And I'd give up forever to touch you, 'cause I know that you feel me somehow. His voice was full. Controlled, deep, and honest. And Izuku's head was spinning, thoughts frantic. What was this? What the hell is he doing there? Why now? Is this real? Then the world blurred. All the noise faded. All the faces, the lights, the sea, all of it dimmed into a quiet, golden nothing. You're the closest to heaven that I'll ever be, and I don't want to go home right now. And suddenly Izuku wasn't sitting anymore. He was falling. Falling harder than he ever had. He was plummeting. Spiraling. Like gravity had let go of him altogether, and the only thing tethering him to the world was the sound of Katsuki's voice. It was magnetic. Inevitable. A pull he couldn't fight, didn't want to. And all I can taste is this moment. And all I can breathe is your life. Izuku's lips parted slightly. His chest ached. Every breath hurt in that way that made you feel alive. Because Katsuki Bakugo, appealing, brilliant, infuriating Kacchan, was standing on a stage, singing with a voice that could shatter glass, and looking at him like he was the only person who mattered. And he was looking at him. Only at him. As if the crowd didn't exist. As if there were no phones raised, no cheers echoing, no fireworks blooming over the water. Just Katsuki, and the fire behind his eyes. Eyes that screamed, "Listen to me, see me, feel this," even when his voice dared not say it aloud. And sooner or later, it's over. I just don't want to miss you tonight. Izuku's throat burned. His fingers curled into the fabric of his shorts, grounding himself, trying not to float right off the earth. His chest tightened. And he thought because whatever was left of his heart, it was unraveling right there in the sand. Izuku didn't care that they hadn't spoken. That they were a mess. And Katsuki was set to leave on the 31st. That they might still fall apart. Maybe nothing would ever be perfect between them. But this meant something. Meant everything. He could feel it in the way Katsuki looked at him, like no one else was even breathing. Like he was terrified and brave all at once. And Izuku thought, God. Maybe he'd let Katsuki break his heart every summer, if it meant getting this. He'd let him burn him down over and over if it meant watching him try. Because Katsuki Bakugo was not perfect, he was ruin and riot, all wild heat and thunder in the chest. A storm wrapped in skin, too much of everything, and yet he was singing. And it was for him. Katsuki was his fire, the kind that didn't just warm, but remade. And Izuku was his iris, the soft in the brutal, the hush in the war. The only thing he'd ever let himself look at with both eyes open. Chapter 19, the summer that stayed. The chord strummed once more, pulling Izuku's chest tight as people around them erupted in cheers. But all he heard was Katsuki, and I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. His voice floated through the warm Shirahama night, low, raw, and unwavering. Powerful and arresting. Every note wrapped around Izuku like heat rising off pavement after a summer storm, impossible to ignore, and burning straight to the bone. His mind spun, dragging through memory like an old film reel, blurred images of Katsuki in the dark, Katsuki turning away, Katsuki pushing him, saving him, kissing him like it meant everything, and then walking away like it didn't. And yet here he was. Not running. Not hiding. When everything's made to be broken, I just want you to know who I am, the lyric rang through the night. A confession carved in melody. A love letter stitched through every chord. Izuku's throat tightened. His hands trembled. All around him, the world kept moving, people gasping, phones held high, lights shifting across the beach like ripples on water, but Izuku couldn't feel any of it. Only the way Katsuki's eyes refused to look anywhere but him. Right then, their friends Uraraka, Denki, Shiro, Kirishima, Todoroki, and Mina stood frozen in a stunned semicircle around Izuku, wide-eyed and breathless. Uraraka's hand covered her mouth, Denki looked like he'd just been struck by lightning, both hands on his head. Shiro was gripping Mina's arms so tightly she winced, while Mina herself blinked through tears she hadn't even realized had started falling. And Todoroki simply exhaled slowly, a small knowing smile curving the corner of his mouth. Like something he'd waited years to see was finally unfolding, slow and steady like the tide. Pulling away. And Kirishima, sweet, sturdy, golden-hearted Kirishima, looked one blink away from sobbing as he whispered to no one in particular, "He's really doing it." And tonight, under the night sky, the world was finally watching the boy who swore he'd never need anyone choose someone publicly, wholly, and without shame. Izuku's eyes filled with tears, and Katsuki sang on. As the fireworks cracked behind the stage, only the rhythm of the electric guitar spoke now, before the last chorus. Just strum of his electric guitar, pouring everything he didn't know how to say into every note. His fingers moved instinctively, deliberate, practiced, but raw. "Wait for me, nerd. I'm almost there." Then his breath pulled in. Steady. He leaned into the mic, and with his gaze locked on the only pair of eyes that ever mattered, Katsuki finally sang. "And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand." Katsuki has always been guarded. Fiercely independent. Angry, defensive, sharp around the edges. He's lived his whole life being perceived as too much, too loud, too aggressive, too intense. So he hides the softness. The fear. The love. Because the world doesn't get him, not the way Izuku does. He knows people see the explosion and not the boy behind it. They don't understand the regret. The guilt. The way he's carried his mistakes like shrapnel buried deep in his skin. If he told them how deeply he feels, how much he hurts, they wouldn't understand. When everything's made to be broken, I just want you to know who I am. He's lived like this forever. Like things are temporary. Friendships. Peace. Goodbyes. He's convinced himself that nothing lasts. That everything is breakable, including himself. Especially himself. So why bother holding on? Why reach for something you're sure will shatter? But Katsuki isn't trying to be someone else anymore, not the people expect, not the monster they sometimes see. Just him. Messy. Flawed. Human. And all he wants with every note he sings is for Izuku to see him. Not the childhood bully. Not the loud, angry boy. Just him. And for Izuku to still love him anyway. He closed his eyes. "I just want you to know who I am." The words slid out of him smoother now, no tremble, no fear. Just the truth. "I just want you to know who I am." He opened his eyes. The mic trembled slightly in his grip, but his voice didn't. He found Izuku again in the crowd. Green eyes shining, fists clenched at his sides like he was barely holding himself together. "I just want you to know who I am." That was the final line. He let the last chord hum in the air, fingers lingering on the strings with care. Katsuki didn't hesitate anymore. He jumped off the side of the stage, feet hitting the sand hard, a muted thud swallowed by cheers. People were yelling his name. Hands reached out, girls grabbing at his arms, guys clapping his shoulder, phones flashing left and right. He would have barked at them any other day, told them to F off, shoved his way out without thinking. But not tonight, because there was only one person he needed to get to. One face he needed to see. One answer he needed to hear. He pushed through, barely registering the noise. All he could hear was his own heartbeat, loud and erratic in his chest. The adrenaline was still coursing through him like lightning. His fingers ached from strumming. His throat burned, but none of it mattered. And then there he was. Izuku was still seated, around him, their friends were squealing, nudging one another, barely containing their collective shriek. Uraraka had both hands over her mouth. Mina was whispering, "Holy SHT," to Shoto. Kirishima looked like he was about to cry. And Izuku was frozen. So Katsuki stepped forward. Slowly. Deliberately. He stopped in front of him. Close enough that the roar of the crowd felt like a dull buzz. Close enough to see the freckles on Izuku's nose, the wet shine in his eyes. Close enough to hear how uneven his breathing was because Katsuki matched it. His chest rose and fell. His throat worked around words he didn't know how to shape. And then simply, honestly he said, "If I walk, will you follow?" Izuku's eyes widened, green and gold catching in the firework light. His lips parted again, like he was about to say something, anything, but nothing came. Katsuki lifted a hand. Rough palms, calloused fingers. Open, vulnerable. "One more summer night," he said, voice gentler now, almost a whisper. "Just us." And even though the world around them kept spinning, the music, the cheers, the crowd pressing in. In this moment, Izuku only saw him. Just Katsuki, standing there like a storm he wanted to run into. Not away from. Izuku didn't speak right away. Then up at his face flushed from the performance, eyes wild and golden under the lights, mouth twitching like he was trying not to smile. He reached up and slid his hand into Katsuki's. Fingers interlaced like it was muscle memory. Like it had always been waiting to happen. Izuku looked up at him, finally smiling, not a small one, not a hesitant one, but wide, bright, with the kind of warmth that made Katsuki feel like he'd just survived a war and found peace on the other side. "Okay," Izuku said. Simple. Soft. And Katsuki, he couldn't hold it back anymore. A rare, real smile cracked across his face. Not the smirking, sharp kind. Appealing. He squeezed Izuku's hand and turned, tugging him through the crowd. And Izuku didn't hesitate, he followed. They pushed past people calling Katsuki's name, past their friends who were still screaming in disbelief. Uraraka practically clutched Shoto's sleeve to keep from squealing out loud. Denki and Shiro fist-pumped the air. Mina's eyes were glassy. Kirishima just whispered, finally, under his breath, beaming. But Katsuki didn't look back, and Izuku didn't either, and he didn't ask where they were going. Katsuki's hand was warm in his. Firm, steady. Tugging him past rows of glowing stalls, past familiar voices calling their names, past the fireworks still echoing faintly overhead. And Izuku followed. Smiling. His cheeks ached from it. From the shock. From the joy. From him. He barely registered where they were headed until Katsuki slowed to a stop. Before them was the shoreline, the lantern station. Rows of soft golden lights floated gently in the surf, tiny flames dancing in the sea breeze. People knelt over their own, scribbling messages onto the sides of glowing paper, then watching them drift out into the waves. Katsuki stepped forward, letting go of Izuku's hand only. to reach behind one of the booths and pull something out. A lantern. He turned around and held it up with a little shrug. Wow, Izuku said, brows lifting as he bit back a laugh. So you prepped all this? Katsuki gave a low, half smile. Looked down at the lantern in his hands, then back at Izuku. Figured we should send one out too. Izuku reached for the marker handed to them by one of the booth attendants. He glanced at Katsuki. Want to write something? Katsuki knelt down and uncapped the pen. The soft hum of waves behind them. Music still drifting faintly from the festival stage. Izuku crouched beside him and leaned over to see what he'd written. To the summer that stayed, it read. And beneath it, in Katsuki's sharp, deliberate scrawl, Katsuki plus Izuku. Izuku blinked, a breath caught in his throat. Katsuki didn't look at him right away. Just kept his eyes on the lantern, voice low like it was only meant for Izuku to hear over the hush of waves and laughter. You were my summer, he said, rough and quiet. Not the beach, not the fireworks. You. Finally, he met Izuku's gaze. His voice steadier now, something warm and fierce behind his words. I've had a lot of seasons, Deku. I ran through all of them. Burned through most. But this one you made it stay. Izuku's heart clenched. Katsuki gave a crooked smile, soft and real. And despite everything that I've done, you stayed. So yeah. This one's for you. Izuku's breath hitched. His eyes stayed locked on the words Katsuki had written, and then on Katsuki himself. The slight flush on his cheeks. He laughed, just a little. Breathless. Awed. I didn't know you could be poetic, Kacchan, he whispered, voice warm, eyes glassy. Katsuki huffed, glancing away. Shut up, he shifted closer, letting their arms brush. His voice was soft, barely louder than the sea breeze. I love it. I love, he paused, swallowing you. Izuku's breath caught, the wind froze in his lungs. Katsuki's gaze held steady, as if the ocean and firelight wove around him, threading truth into every word. I think I've loved you since we were stupid brats, he continued, voice barely above a whisper. But this summer you made it real. Izuku's heart lurched. He smiled, tremulous and awed, laughter mingling with tears. You idiot, he murmured, reaching for Katsuki's hand. So you waited until the very last day. Better than never. Katsuki's half-grin was soft, warm. I love you, Izuku. Izuku inhaled, Kacchan, his voice cracked, filled with hope. I love you too. Around them, the night carried on, lanterns drifting, waves weaving lullabies, stars emerging from velvet skies. But then, Katsuki's smile faltered. I still need to leave, the word struck Izuku like cold water. He blinked, silent. What, Yuri, still going? He asked, voice taut. Yeah. Izuku laughed, bitter, and hollow this time. Just figured after all that, he gestured to the beach, the lights, the music still thrumming, you'd be staying. Katsuki's hands clenched, I wanted to. Trust me. I want to. Izuku's gaze fell, pain and longing lacing his tone. So was this just a summer thing to you? Katsuki stepped forward, eyes serene now, voice firm. No. You ruined it. Izuku looked up, heart catching fire. What? You made me want to stay, dumbass. Izuku blinked. Katsuki exhaled, binding honesty into his words. I still need to finish some papers. Talk to my parents. Tie up loose ends. Izuku searched his eyes looking for a crack, a promise, a lie. But found none. I'll come back, Katsuki said quietly. Next summer. The promise resonated deeper than any chord, firmer than fireworks. His gaze softened as if he'd swallowed half a flame. Loving you made me want to love living again. So I'll be back, Deku. Izuku's chest burned with gratitude. But Katsuki wasn't finished. His free hand found Izuku's. Slow, deliberate. "I didn't say goodbye last time," he murmured, voice breaking. "I'm sorry, I just left. Regretted it every DMN day." Izuku's grip tightened, tears pooling behind his eyes. "I thought that was what I was supposed to do, keep moving. Don't look back." Katsuki's jaw tightened. "But I was wrong, so wrong. Leaving without you didn't make me stronger. It made me miserable." He paused, breath thick. "So this time it's not a goodbye. It's a beginning." Izuku watched him once rage, then tenderness, now promise realized more in that moment than any grand declaration. A tear slipped down his cheek, but he smiled. "Okay," he whispered. "Promise. You'll come back." "I will. No matter what." Katsuki stepped in, foreheads nearly touching. "So wait for me, alright." Izuku's fingers curled tighter around Katsuki's, his voice breaking gently through the quiet night between them. "Kacchan," he breathed, "I've been waiting. For 9 years." He looked at Katsuki. "And if loving you meant waiting my whole life, I'd still choose to wait." And Katsuki's breath was caught. His whole world stilled, waves behind them hushed, laughter distant, the lantern light casting gold across Izuku's tear-bright eyes. And then, softer this time, like something sacred, he said, "Can I kiss you again?" Izuku let out a small laugh, then looked up at him with a gentle, glowing smile. "You're sure this time?" he asked, his voice low and tender. Katsuki didn't answer with words. He just grinned, gentle and real and entirely his, and closed the space between them. His hands cupped Izuku's jaw as he leaned in, pressing their lips together in a kiss that wasn't rushed or shy or uncertain. This kiss was everything. It was Katsuki choosing him now, without hesitation. With the stars above and the sea behind them, with all the fire he'd ever carried in his heart, burning only for Izuku. And between them, the lantern floated in their hands, glowing soft and warm, casting the last golden light of summer between their shadows. Written on its side, just barely drying, "To the summer that stayed." Katsuki plus Izuku, and beneath the stars where everything had once felt uncertain, where confessions had once felt too far, too late, something finally settled. No more waiting. No more what-ifs. This wasn't goodbye. This wasn't the end. It was the start of everything. Chapter 20, Last Day Morning. Matcha, cinnamon and a book at sunrise. August 30th. Dawn soft and golden over Shirahama, sunlight draping itself across the porch like a sleepy cat. The waves murmured quietly in the background, and the wind carried the smell of salt and something sweeter, cinnamon. Izuku padded out barefoot, carefully. Carrying a mug of matcha in one hand and a small paper bag holding a box of cinnamon sticks in the other. Tucked under his arm was a well-loved paperback book. Katsuki sat on the porch swing, still in his hoodie from last night, hair messily flattened on one side. He looked up as Izuku handed him the mug. "Good morning, Kacchan." "Matcha. Cinnamon," Izuku said. "Also your mug has tiny sharks on it, so don't pretend you hate it." Katsuki eyed the mug. And this," Izuku added, offering the book, "is my favorite. You can pretend to read it, or you can actually read it when you're back in your apartment alone and pretending you don't miss me." Katsuki took the book slowly. It was soft from use, the cover frayed. His thumb brushed over Izuku's name scribbled on the inside. "You're a dork," he muttered, but his voice was thick with something then teasing. Then, Izuku pulled a tiny speaker from the pocket of his oversized shirt and set it between them. "I also made you something," he said, fiddling with his phone. "A playlist." The speaker clicked. Music began soft, slow, familiar. Then a quiet voice hummed out from the speaker, "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine." Katsuki let out a groan and rolled his eyes, though his mouth twitched. "And you're such a sap." Izuku just leaned into him, resting his head on his shoulder, grinning. And you love it. Katsuki didn't deny it. Yeah. He just leaned his head gently against Izuku's. Guess I do. And for a moment, under the soft blush of sunrise, with the music playing and the taste of cinnamon lingering in the air, the world felt like it had stopped just for them. Like summer was staying, just a little longer. Midday MSTR and student on two wheels by noon, the sun was bright but kind, dappling the beach road in gold. Katsuki stood beside his bike, helmet in hand, while Izuku watched him like he was about to face a final boss battle. You sure about this? You'll teach me again? Izuku asked, eyeing the machine like it was about to bite him. Katsuki tossed him the spare helmet. It's a bike, Deku. You'll live. Izuku fumbled it, barely catching it against his chest. Not helping. You wanted to learn, now I'm teaching you, Katsuki smirked, already slinging one leg over the bike like he was born to do it. Hop on, nerd. Izuku did, clutching his waist so tight Katsuki wheezed. Jesus, loosen up. You're not gonna fall off in the parking lot. But the second the engine rumbled to life, Izuku's grip only got stronger. They rode through the curve of Shirahama's quiet roads, past pine trees and ocean winds, sand kicking up behind them. The wind whipped through their hair. Izuku shrieked when Katsuki hit a sharp turn on purpose. You did that on purpose. Course I did. You scream like a kettle. Once they looped around near the cliffs and back toward the edge of the dunes, Katsuki cut the engine and kicked the stand. All right. You're up. Izuku blinked. Wait. You mean I'm gonna drive this again? Katsuki crossed his arms, grinning. Yup. Right here. Right now. I didn't even do my stretches. You'll be fine. You run marathons crying all the time, this should be nothing. The next 30 minutes were chaos. Izuku stalled 3 times. Katsuki yelled instructions over the wind, clutch. I said clutch, not kick Deku, I swear, I'm trying, Kacchan. They both almost fell when Izuku forgot which handle was the brake, and Katsuki screamed louder than the horn. But somehow sweaty, red-faced, and high on adrenaline, Izuku finally pulled off a full, clean loop down the sandy trail and back. He skidded to a stop, hair a disaster, eyes wide, mouth open. Kacchan, I did it. Katsuki stared. Then laughed, his grin cracking in half like sunlight through storm clouds. About DMN time. They sat there a moment, straddling the bike side by side, helmets still half on, sand on their jeans, sun high above them. Can we ride like this when you come back next summer? Izuku asked, turning slightly. Katsuki didn't even hesitate. Hell yeah. And the engine roared to life again, louder now, free. Just like them. Afternoon sand, surf and laughter. The gang hit the beach with full force. It was buzzing with energy as the gang erupted into a spirited volleyball match. Mina leapt for a spike, slamming it past a diving Zero who let out a dramatic, no, as he hit the sand. Denki and Uraraka fist-pumped the air like they just won the Olympics. Everyone was laughing. On the other side of the net, Izuku and Katsuki teamed up surprisingly in sync. Katsuki set a perfect ball, and Izuku jumped, spiking it hard into the ground. The others hooped and hollered. Okay, power couple. Mina yelled. High fives flew, sun spilled across their backs, and everything felt golden. Afterward, the group dove into the surf to cool off. Waves crashed around them, laughter spilling as they tried to body surf and failed in the most ridiculous ways. When they staggered out, soaked and panting, they collapsed onto their beach towels. Katsuki tugged Izuku close by the wrist and pressed a bottle of sunscreen into his palm. You're gonna burn, he muttered, eyes hidden by damp bangs. Izuku blushed and let Katsuki rub the lotion gently onto his shoulders, both of them trying not to laugh at how awkward and affectionate it was all at once. Denki saw it first and nearly choked on his drink. Bro, he whispered to Kirishima, nudging him hard. He's gone. Bakugu's like he's blooming like a sunflower. Kirishima grinned like he'd waited years for this moment. Told you. Sweet ball in disguise. Bakubro's a rom-com protagonist now. Say that again, and I swear to God. Katsuki barked, already pushing up to his feet. But it was too late. Denki and Kirishima squealed and ran for their lives, sprinting down the beach toward the water. Katsuki chased after them, shouting a long stream of curses, but a grin tugged at the corners of his lips. Izuku watched them go, hair windswept, chest rising with laughter. His heart was full. Mina, Uraraka, Shiro, and Shoto just watched with amused smiles. Well. Mina said, stretching. Shiro stood. Let's go swim. And just like that, they all broke into a run, shrieking and laughing and tumbling into the sea like kids, like it wasn't their last day together. Like summer would never end. And for a while, under the sun and salt and echoing joy, it felt like it wouldn't. Evening grill, bonfire, big talks. The smoke curled gently into the darkening sky as corn sizzled on the grill and seafood skewers popped. With oil. Laughter echoed under strings of old lights, strung sloppily around the beach house patio. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of pink and gold bleeding into the waves. Shoto turned on a quiet summer playlist, mellow guitar chords threading through the air like background to a perfect ending. They were gathered now around the bonfire, half-full plates on laps, drinks clinking together, the sand still warm beneath them. All right, real talk, Denki said, raising his bottle like a mic. Now that summer's ending, what's everyone doing next? Oh, me first. The group laughed. Denki grinned. So. I actually got a gig helping run social media and event marketing for this small indie music bar in Yokohama. Seriously? Mina blinked. Yeah, and the owner said if I don't fry the sound system, he might let me DJ on weekends, Denki added with a wink. Katsuki rolled his eyes. You will fry the system. I will not. Denki defended dramatically, placing a hand to his heart. I've grown. Grown chaotic, Shiro muttered. Mina was next. Well. I've got an internship at a local art space in Osaka. Super small, but they want help planning creative workshops. I might stay there long term. Shiro added, my cousin's opening a print studio in Kyoto. I'm helping with design and branding stuff. We're thinking sticker packs and zines. Uraraka smiled, eyes soft. I'm moving back home for a bit. Saving up. Then maybe Tokyo again, maybe something with kids. Teaching, maybe. Kirishima grinned. I'm finally going on that solo trip. Backpacking. Southeast Asia. Beaches. Monasteries. Cheap beer. Todoroki took a sip of his drink. I'm taking it slow. Living with my sister for now. Figuring out if I want to go back to school for something else. Then all eyes turned to Izuku. He blinked, caught mid-bite, and laughed. Oh, I'm not totally sure. But I was thinking of opening a cafe. What now? Mina gasped. Izuku shrugged, cheeks pink. A small one. Maybe by the sea. With books. A corner with plants. Quiet music. Somewhere soft. Denki groaned dramatically. God, that's so you. I'd cry in that cafe every day, Kirishima declared. What's on the menu? Shiro asked. Izuku turned, smiling at Katsuki. Matcha cinnamon lattes. Katsuki smirked, like it was already the most obvious thing in the world. DMN right. And then Kirishima said, what about you, Bakubro? The group turned, expectant. Katsuki sat with his elbows on his knees, eyes reflecting the bonfire. For a second, he didn't answer. Then, I'm coming back here. The fire cracked. Katsuki looked at Izuku and continued, voice quiet and serious, my future's not in some far city. It's here. Right here. He nudged his shoulder against Izuku's. Sitting next to me. The group lost it. Oh my god, what kind of movie script, is this the same Bakugo? What in a Wattpad world is this? Kirishima was already clutching his chest. Mina was smacking Denki with a beach towel. Todoroki just nodded solemnly, like this was all meant to happen. Izuku covered his face. Katsuki leaned in, whispering, I meant it. You made this place home again. And the whole world melted again. Midnight confessions beneath the stars. The night had fallen quiet, the sky now a deep velvet blue scattered with stars. The fire in front the beach house had burned low, casting soft gold embers that flickered like memories. The others had already trickled inside one by one, some half asleep, others whispering about how tomorrow would hurt more than they were ready for. But Izuku and Katsuki stayed behind. They stood barefoot on the porch, arms brushing, hearts heavier than their silence. Katsuki finally broke it, voice low and raw. He swallowed. I've never felt like this before. You make me want forever. Izuku's breath caught, eyes shining under the moonlight. He reached for Katsuki's hand slowly, like holding onto something he never wanted to let go. Me too, he whispered. You're everything I never thought I could have. Katsuki leaned in, forehead resting against Izuku's for a moment that stretched like eternity. And then, without a word, he kissed him slow and unhurried. Full of everything they hadn't said and everything they now knew. Eventually, their lips parted, but their hands stayed laced. Without speaking, they walked down to the shore, feet sinking into the cool sand, waves whispering secrets at their ankles. Izuku bent down, picking up a stick. He crouched near the wet sand and began to write. Katsuki tilted his head, watching curiously as crooked letters formed slowly across the sand, next summer, same place. Izuku smiled softly as he drew a little heart beneath the message. He placed his hand on Katsuki's back, warm and steady. Then, with a quiet breath, he said, You know where to find me, Kacchan. Katsuki looked at him, eyes full of something tender. I'll never forget. They stood there a moment longer, just two silhouettes on a sleepy shore, the tide edging close and pulling back, like it too couldn't decide whether to hold on or let go. But Izuku wasn't afraid anymore, and Katsuki had never been more certain. In the sand, their message lingered beneath the stars, held between the waves and the sky. Not a goodbye. Just a promise. Dawn Airport goodbyes August 31st. The world at 6 a.m. was hushed, as if holding its breath. A soft gray light washed over the terminals and the dew-dampened grass, matching the ache in their chests. At the beach house porch, the gang helped Kirishima and Katsuki finished packing. The scent of grilled corn and seafood lingered, mingling with salt air and bittersweet goodbyes. Izuku carried 2 steaming mugs of matcha, one for himself, one for Katsuki. He handed one over with a trembling smile. Katsuki took it, eyes tired but soft, the corners of his lips lifting in a small, tired curve. It was the kind of smile reserved for mornings too important to endure yet too precious to ignore. Kirishima hugged both of them at once, arms strong and comforting. Denki and Shiro stole teary glances, as they wiped their eyes. Mina, voice catching, whispered, Next summer, right? We've gotta do it all again. Even Shoto nodded, quiet but present. They climbed into the shuttle, luggage echoing in the stillness as they drove away. Sand dunes, pine trees, last traces of the bonfire night all fading behind them. The silence between each friend seemed louder than words. The terminal was hushed, only the distant hum of luggage wheels and airport announcements. Breaking the silence. The gang stepped off the shuttle into the soft morning light, only the quiet scrape of trolley wheels on linoleum and the gentle murmur of airport announcements echoed around the group, as if even the building knew something was ending. The sky, bruised with lavender and gold, stretched wide above them, and the air felt sharper than it had at the beach final in a way they weren't ready for. Katsuki stood rigid, his duffel slung over one shoulder, jaw locked in silent defiance of everything he was feeling. Beside him, Kirishima sniffed hard, dragging the back of his hand across his cheek before pulling Denki into a tight hug, then Mina, Shiro, then Shoto, Uraraka and Izuku each goodbye more reluctant than the last. The group clustered near the departures board, their circle shrinking, shoulders brushing, hands clasping tightly. No one wanted to be the first to let go. "Guys, next summer okay?" Mina said it again, her voice shaking even as she smiled. It was the fourth maybe fifth time she'd said it, but no one minded. "Of course," Denki said, eyes bright with tears he wouldn't let fall. "Yeah," Shiro echoed, his grin watery. Shoto gave a rare, soft nod. "I'll hold you all to it." Then Katsuki grunted, arms crossed, trying to hide the crack in his voice. Yeah, he muttered, eyes refusing to meet theirs. "Y'all are being dramatic." But his voice lacked heat. His words were thin armor against how hard this was hitting him. He stared straight ahead, blinking too fast, refusing to let even a single tear fall. But it was all there. The weight, the ache, the love. He wasn't good at goodbyes. But everyone could see it. Even without the words, his silence, his stubborn stance, the way he stood just a little too close to Izuku, it was all there. His friends didn't call him out on it. They just smiled through tears. Then the group took an instinctive step back like the tide pulling away from the shore, leaving behind just the two of them. Katsuki and Izuku stood face to face in the middle of the terminal, as if the world had hushed itself to make room for whatever had to be said. Izuku swallowed hard. His throat burned from holding back the tears, from holding back the ache of this moment coming too fast. The airport announcements echoed somewhere above them, but they barely registered. Time stilled. It was just them. "So this is it?" Izuku asked softly, voice fragile, trying to keep from cracking. Katsuki's jaw clenched. "Yeah." One word. "Steady." But behind the restraint and stillness was something tender. Something breaking. Izuku gave a small, trembling nod. He shook out his green curls like that might clear the storm inside him. His eyes glistened. "Thank you, Kacchan," he whispered, voice tight with emotion. "Thank you for making my summer unforgettable." Katsuki's breath hitched. His chest rose slowly, like he was holding something too big inside it. "No. Thank you, Izuku," he said, and the words cracked open everything between them. "Thank you for seeing me. For loving me. For giving me something worth coming back to." Izuku blinked back tears. His voice dropped to a whisper again. "You'll come back, right? You'll text. Update me. Tell me what you're eating for dinner." Katsuki didn't answer with words at first. He just reached up, hand brushing against Izuku's cheek, fingers warm and calloused. His touch was softer than anyone might have thought him capable of. "Of course," he said, thumb lingering. "Every morning and night." Izuku smiled, watery and aching. Their fingers found each other again and locked tight like two pieces that were always meant to click together. They stepped forward in sync, toward the security lanes. The world around them moved, the scrape of suitcase wheels, the soft shuffle of boarding passes, the hum of distant conversations and rushed goodbyes. But none of it touched them. They didn't let go. Not once. Even as their tickets were scanned. Even as the agents motioned them forward. Even as a stroller squeaked past and someone spilled coffee somewhere behind them, it didn't matter. They were still holding on. It wasn't until the final boarding call rang out overhead loud, clear, cutting that they knew. It was time. Katsuki's grip tightened one last time. He leaned in, voice low and honest and steady. "I love you, Izuku." No walls. No gruffness. Just the truth, finally spoken. A single tear slipped down Izuku's cheek. His heart felt both full and broken all at once, like it didn't know whether to fly or fall. I love you too, Kacchan. I'll see you next summer, he said, voice trembling but sure. You know where to find me. Katsuki's mouth twitched into the smallest, softest smile. I do. And then finally they let go. They turned in opposite directions, walking toward different gates, but their steps didn't falter. Neither looked back. Not because they weren't aching but because they didn't need to. Their eyes had already locked onto something more permanent than this goodbye. Something no distance could undo. Because home wasn't a city or a building or even a beach house. Home was each other. Izuku stepped through the metal barrier, heart thudding, tears drying on his cheeks. He turned around and behind the glass, Katsuki stood frozen. Kirishima was beside him, sniffling, as he wiped his face with the sleeve of his hoodie. Katsuki's hand lifted slowly. Hesitantly. And Izuku raised his own. Through the glass, their palms met. Just inches of air between them but it's solid. Sure. Unbreakable. They didn't wave. They didn't speak. But the message was clear. Even apart, they didn't walk away with regret. They walked away with promise. Chapter 21 Final Chapter, Smiley Face. Katsuki returned to America with a guitar slung across his shoulder and a fire in his chest. It wasn't easy being thrown into an unfamiliar world of lights and noise and producers telling him what to wear and what to say. But he didn't bend. Because he had something to hold on to. And that something was Izuku. His songs raw, thunderous, and aching climbed charts faster than he expected. Late-night shows started calling. He played sold-out bars, then theaters. But no matter how loud the crowd roared, the sound never drowned out the memory of windswept freckles or the feel of warm matcha on sleepy mornings. Every lyric, every line he wrote somehow, always led back to Izuku. The fans didn't know the name. But they knew the boy in his songs. The soft green eyes. The summer porch. The matcha. Cinnamon rolls. The kiss under lantern light. The one.